1 Prologue. It's the year 2020, and technological innovation is booming. More than ever before, people are utilizing various gadgets, devices, and machines in their everyday lives. Even when taking a walk outside, you'll likely find people using at least one or two devices just to listen to music, podcasts, or even communicating with others. Most believe this is progress, while some are still wary of the effects prolonged exposure to such devices may have on your health. Most of these people also speculate that engaging in online activities such as forums, social networks, and video viewing platforms will result in mental and moral degradation. While some of these views are and have been disputed, the existence of online personalities, or more commonly referred to as influencers, has proven the latter to be at least somewhat true. The majority of these people that label themselves as such are responsible for an incredible amount of underhanded marketing practices, so much so that the government itself had to intervene. This, however, didn't seem to affect the popularity of the online parties that were actively taking part in this, making some believe they could do not wrong. This was evidently displayed when a popular personality spat upon an entire country's culture and traditions while mocking and recording unfortunate people who'd recently committed suicide. As more people are incentivized to create their own online personality and try to get a cut of the monetary pie, as it were, the more extreme and sensationalized they have to become to be spotted out of the millions of other hopefuls. This meant that only the most ruthless, brash, stupid, beautiful, and intelligent people could even compete, creating a toxic environment where a polite facade hides vicious tactics, dishonest smear campaigns to false accusations. The list goes on and on. All of this culminates in a single person, a 15-year-old English boy named Luca Mallory, a popular influencer who's already taken multiple deals with various companies for sponsorship. He'd initially gained a following through his Instagram, where he used his handsome appearance and unusual features to rise above other similar competitors. While still a teenager, he's already amassed a considerable amount of wealth that has made him the envy of everyone in his age group. However, as is all too common in situations like these, Luca's personality shifted incredibly quickly due to being immersed in the internet as a whole. Things that had interested him before don't seem to hold the same value anymore. People who he had made friends or acquaintances with seem more like background characters now. The only thing that seemed to interest him now are ways in which to increase his following or coerce his fans into unfavorable and not uncommonly sexual positions. It's the 25th of July and school is almost over. To congratulate the students for a good year of learning, the school had organized a trip to a museum in London that had apparently just opened a new exhibit. Sitting with a row of seats all to himself is our protagonist, Luca Mallory. His short, dark red hair and clear, bright blue eyes seem to attract attention wherever he may go. Even his longtime classmates occasionally take glances at him. He's currently got his headphones in and is listening to the latest song released by Ed Sheeran. He nods along while texting a female fan of his whether or not she'd like to meet up this weekend. She does. He smiles to himself, thinking of her method of payment, of course. He wouldn't pay her in cash, as that would be illegal, no. Instead, what these people want is exposure. Exposure to his audience and viewer base. A tag in a photo here, or a mention that they're hanging out would go a long way for their popularity in general. Of course, they will have to return the favor, which is what Luca's counting on. He'd make sure to get enough leverage to stop them speaking out. He wouldn't want to become the next Harvey Weinstein, would he? Luca begins to think to himself about when he'd become as great as he is now. It must have started 2 years ago, after the unfortunate death of his beloved mother. She had become ill with some sort of disease that no one had ever heard of before. He had begged and pleaded with the doctors, or indeed anyone who'd listen, to try and save her. Alas, it wasn't meant to be. She passed away after muttering her final words to him, "Make me proud." These words had etched themselves onto his soul. He'd become determined, and due to this, he'd become jealous. Jealous of those that had it easier, an easier life, a bigger house, a complete family. The people who most drew his ire were those people online that prance around on camera like clowns for pennies. While he hated them, he also saw an opportunity for himself to prove himself and achieve his mother's wish for him. It hadn't taken much. He simply created an account and accused someone bigger of molesting him. He grins to himself. Who would assume that an innocent 13-year-old who just lost his mother would lie through his teeth about something so horrific? Just their initial response would have been enough, but the media covered it as well, propelling him into stardom in as little as a few days. He sighs to himself. After becoming the greatest online presence, in his personal view, he hadn't had much to do, aside from the occasional photo shoots and sponsorship. He still felt as though he needed more. How much more? He wasn't sure. As he ponders this, the coach slowly crawls to a stop. He peers out of the window and sees the large museum, which looks modern but retains its historical roots somehow. He slowly led off of the vehicle and waits in a line on his own. Everyone else was conversing with a friend or two, but Luca found it beneath him to lower himself to their level. They don't even have 1,000 followers. Why would he even bother? So instead, he stood on his own, comfortably browsing the latest news on the internet with his phone. Eventually, the tour guide gathers the attention of the group onto himself. "Hey everyone, I'm Mike Hunt Jr., and I will be your guide for today. I'll be showing you the various exhibits we have in our museum and will tell you about them while answering any niggling questions you may have. Do not forget, we have a souvenir shop that we will visit at the end of the tour, so if you want to buy something, please hold on to your money until then. And last but not least, if you have any questions during any part of the tour, please do not hesitate to ask. We wish to teach and learn alongside you all, and that just wouldn't be possible without your inquisitive little minds, now would it?" he says with a wide smile, clearly not noticing the teenager's complete and utter disinterest in whatever he has to say. Luca himself hadn't even noticed he was speaking until he heard the word money. And so the tour began. Luca trailed behind everyone else, not interested in whatever these old, broken, dust-covered artifacts could tell him. He doubted they served any purpose whatsoever nowadays, apart from causing him to lose an afternoon wandering around this boring place. Now what I'm most excited to tell you all about is our new exhibit. It really is a marvel that we only recently discovered. We believe these artifacts belong to one person, a famous person who's somehow involved in multiple historical events that shouldn't be possible. The teacher accompanying the teenagers speaks up, more interested in the subject than his charges are. "What's the problem with them?" Mike beams to hear someone actually interested in what he's talking about. "Well, it's actually quite extraordinary. This figure has been described, painted, and written about throughout the ages. If I didn't know any better, I'd say they're immortal, but that would just be silly talk, ha 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 ha." He laughs it off. The teacher was so enthralled by what the guide was saying he didn't notice one of his students, Luca, wander off, completely ignoring the group and what they were saying. The 15-year-old's attention was caught by a girl who looks to be 18 at most. She's got pale white skin that doesn't seem to match her appearance, as she looks more foreign than it would suggest. Her hair is long and brown with a few locks tied into braids that sit attractively on her shoulders. The thing that caught his attention the most, however, was her eyes. They're yellow or gold. He isn't too sure, but there is one thing he knows for certain: they couldn't be natural. All in all, though, he found her to be an incredibly beautiful girl, so much so that he'd unconsciously followed her away from his classmates. He boldly walks up to her and finds her 6 FT height to be slightly taller than his own 5'10" FT. This doesn't dissuade him, however, as he begins to apply his immense charm on her. "Sup, babe, I'm pretty well known around here, and I was wondering if I could take you out somewhere," he asks and flashes her a cocky smile. She looks at him and leans her head to the side. "Ah, sorry. I have husband, yes," she says in a weird accent that just stimulates Luca further. "Well, he won't mind if I buy you some stuff, will he? Some jewelry, maybe," he presses. She shakes her head. "I don't need, sorry," she says, and begins to leave. He grabs her wrist but finds himself on the floor in a flash, not really understanding what had just happened. Rubbing his head, he shouts at her back, "You dumb bitch, I won't let you forget this. Let's see you pop up on my radar in the future." He slowly gets up but feels a presence behind him. Looking to the floor, he can see a shadow enveloping his own. He stiffly turns and sees a giant of a man standing before him. He has a mane of long, dark red hair, stern, strong features, and unnerving red eyes. Not red in the traditional bloodshot manner, but red in that his iris is crimson. The man seems to be wearing jeans and a white polo shirt which shows his muscles. If Luca had to describe it, it would be as if the man was chiseled out of marble by the ancient Greeks themselves. He growls down at Luca with his 6'7" FT height. "You despicable, greedy, selfish, arrogant fucking cunt," he shouts, seemingly losing his temper as he slams his fist into Luca's stomach, which causes the teen to collapse to the floor and puke up his breakfast. Even after he's done evacuating the contents of his stomach, he stays on the floor, terrified of the man and the aura he seemed to emit. He didn't dare get up until he was sure the man was gone. Suddenly he starts hearing the click of cameras, and he looks up to see a few people taking photos of him. Quickly, without a second thought, he covers his face and sprints for the exit of the museum, not bothering to try to contact his teachers or classmates as his reputation itself could be in peril here. Getting beaten up so easily like some sort of coward wouldn't suit his online presence at all, even if it did attract a lot of attention. Luca quickly called a taxi and made his way home, wondering just who that man was and why he had attacked him out of nowhere. When he finds out, he'll teach them a lesson. If he wasn't such a public figure, he might have tried to get him arrested for assault, but unfortunately, such a thing isn't possible. When he arrives home, he sees his father's vehicle outside of their house. He groans, unlocks the door, and steps inside, dreading the awkward interaction they would undoubtedly have. His father pokes his head through the living room's doorway and smiles at him. "Son, you're back. Did something happen with the school trip?" he asks enthusiastically. Luca scowls. "No, and even if it did, it's none of your business." He growls out before running upstairs to his room. His dislike of his father stemmed from the fact the man hadn't taken any interest in him apart from when his first paycheck from one of his sponsors came through the mail. The man had opened the letter without his position and started questioning him on where the money came from. The audacity to rifle through his mail and then give him a lecture made his blood boil. After taking a couple minutes to compose himself, he decided that today had been good until he'd gotten rejected and assaulted. As he couldn't find it in himself to do anything productive, he decided to just sleep it off. He changes into his boxers, leaving him only wearing them and a titanium chain necklace his mother had given him in the past. It was sturdy and had a small plait that stated "Love for Eternity." It was one of the only things he actually valued, and never took off as its importance to him trumped whatever discomfort it provided. Due to the hot July weather, he opens his window and crawls into bed to sleep, not knowing this would be one of the last peaceful sleep he'd have in many, many years. Elsewhere, a refrigerated truck carrying many bags of blood donated to them from some charitable nuns accidentally crashed and overturned due to the driver hearing something whispering in his ear. One moment of inattention caused him and a small family to die instantly in the crash. The contents of the truck were destroyed and scattered throughout the street, causing a rather gory sight. However, this wasn't what confused people the most. That was the large group of mosquitoes that's appeared out of nowhere to suck up a good portion of the blood before flying away. The majority of them so bloated that they probably wouldn't survive a few hours. These mosquitoes fly into the sky before swarming down and through a certain 15-year-old's window. They flew around the room, emptying their stomach's contents of blood in a manner that started to resemble various symbols. If someone were to witness this, they'd be first horrified, then confused and amazed. It takes 2 trips for the mosquitoes to finish the circle of symbols, and as it was done, it started to light up. A dull red glow infused the room and slowly grew in intensity before suddenly flashing and leaving the room bare, without a bed or its occupant. 2. The Messiah, Bear Grylls. In the middle of a clearing surrounded by incredibly tall trees rests a calming atmosphere, where native forest critters go about their lives in blissful ignorance of the dangers surrounding them. A hare sitting upright, poking its head through the relatively tall grass in search of predators, is almost startled out of its skin when a flash of red light momentarily blinds it. It leaps in the air in an attempt to dodge whatever had attacked it, and in doing so, lands on a red-haired boy's face, awakening him due to the small creature almost breaking his nose with a kick from its powerful legs. "Wah-huh-hoo!" Luca exclaims, holding his nose and looking around for whoever had smacked him awake, only to see what look like pine trees surrounding him on all sides. He feels for his bed underneath him and grasps hold of his black duvet cover, breathing a sigh in relief as he feels the comforting material. He takes a couple minutes to compose himself while trying to figure out where is he and how he got here. Is it like one of those prank TV shows? That's not right. He hadn't signed anything about potentially being kidnapped. Ha ha ha, very funny guys, you really got me there. He nervously speaks to the dark tree line. He receives no answer and starts to feel irritated. Where the fuck am I? He shouts, scaring nearby birds out of the trees. He looks down at what he's wearing and sees that he is wholly unprepared for a surprise survival television show. The only thing he's currently wearing is his boxers and titanium necklace. Luca tries to take a step into the long grass, but stubs his toe on something sharp and pulls it back, holding back his pained cry, as he's sure someone is recording this. He reaches down and rubs his foot, which now trickles with small drops of blood that get his adrenaline pumping at the sight of it. He'd never been one for fighting, getting hurt even less, and the fact that he'd been taken here against his will was really fraying on his nerves. A breeze blows past, which causes him to shiver. Even with shafts of sunlight warming him, it still wasn't a comfortable temperature to be basically naked in. He pulls his duvet over himself to protect against the elements before manning up and taking a step into the ouch. He'd stubbed his toe on the same thing. With his face red from the indignation of hurting himself twice like a moron, he crawls off the other side of his bed and starts walking around, not yet leaving the clearing for fear of what lays behind the trees, but slowly gaining in confidence. After a couple minutes of looking, he finds a relatively heavy rock that sits comfortably in his hand. This all is reminding him of his time playing Minecraft, and so he assumes this'll be useful in the not-too-distant future. He does curse that he doesn't have some sort of inventory, though. After finally gaining the courage to gain some progress, he semi-courageously steps past some of the pine trees and into the dimly lit forest. From what he remembers from his new favorite TV show host Bear Grylls, he should first locate where he actually is. To be honest, that's all he remembers, other than drinking piss, which he wouldn't attempt until he's literally dying. Taking a quick look around, he can spot a small incline towards a certain direction. Luca is hoping this'll lead to some sort of hill where he can survey the landscape without having to climb a tree, something he'd probably injure himself doing. And so his journey begins, taking careful steps the entire way as to not injure his delicate feet. Who knows, when an agency would like to see souls, it wouldn't do to scar them in any way. As he walks, he picks up various gross-looking fungi, rotten fruit, and a colorful assortment of berries. He doesn't dare eat any just yet, but depending on how long he'd be here, he might just have to. As he continues, the incline gradually gets steeper and steeper. Unlike he has to start shimmying up various footholds, if it gets any hard to climb, he'll turn back and look for another place to go because he's seriously feeling worried about his own safety at this point. Fortunately, as he pulls himself up over a stony ridge, he's blinded by sunlight that peeks through some of the taller trees. A bit more walking on the now gravelly floor reveals the sights around him. Wow, he mutters, feasting his eyes on the absolutely beautiful view. Around him are huge mountains surrounding a valley that he's currently in. The valley itself is completely covered by various trees, the most common being the pine trees, but there are also ones with various leaves on them. After finally getting a look around, he realizes that he's currently on an outcropping of a part of a mountain, and that he'd somehow got up here without tumbling down a few hundred meters or probably even more. Behind him is a cracked-looking wall with a tiny stream flowing down into it. Luca sits on the ledge and tries to figure out what to do next. While he considers himself incredibly smart and knowledgeable, he isn't exactly made for outdoorsmanship. Instead, he likes to think of himself as a cultured child of the 20th century, and as such would never have to worry about the woes of those less fortunate. They should have drawn better on the wheel of life, he thinks to himself callously. He remembers that one good way of attracting attention is by setting a fire. Smoke would be incredibly visible with the almost cloudless sky. He gets up and tears a couple branches from a nearby tree. The green insides and sap don't seem to be fire-kindling material, but he continues, determined to get a fire going. He remembers the rolling technique that Bear Grylls demonstrated to get a fire going. he lays a larger branch down and retrieves a smaller one before rubbing them between his hands, making it spin and rub against the bottom one. He does this until his hands are red raw, however, with no results. Why isn't this working? Is it the wrong kind of tree? Is it my technique? But I was doing exactly how it was shown. Surely I can do what cavemen were able to achieve, for God's sake. He shouts, throwing the wood on the gravelly ground, and finally sitting on the floor to brood to himself. Luca sits and keeps thinking how unfair life is until the sky slowly darkens. He's hungry, he's thirsty, and he wants his phone. Deciding he should sleep, conserve energy, and wait for tomorrow, he tries to get comfortable and starts wrapping his duvet around himself, but is interrupted as some sort of insect that flies inside of it, causing him to jump up and backwards, colliding with the cracked wall behind him and unfortunately going through it. He tumbles into the dark abyss below, so shocked that he doesn't even utter a scream. He doesn't fall for long, however, and lands on his back into some shallow water, which slightly breaks his fall. He groans as he feels like one of his ribs were broken. He slowly opens his eyes, dreading to find himself in pitch darkness with no escape, but heaves a sigh in relief as he sees a small cave-like area illuminated by the hole he'd created with his face. Feeling the water begin to soak into his duvet, he drags himself out of whatever he's sitting in. Looking back, he sees what looks like a bath. No, not a bath, but it doesn't look natural in any way. It's a small stone basin with raised walls that hold the pristine-looking water. He looks to where it's coming from, but becomes confused when he sees some sort of tree growing behind the basin. It's not big, but one of its branches hang over with a single apple that seems barely attached. Something he notices due to his prolonged staring is moisture slowing gathering around the apple before dripping into the basin. If this is where the water had come from, then it must have taken hundreds, if not thousands of years to fill. He looks down to the damage he had caused and notices a large crack running along the basin with water slowly leaking out of it. Well, if God's going to give me treats, then I won't refuse. He mutters and grabs the juicy-looking apple and taking a bite out of it. The taste is better than any fruit or food he'd ever had before, resembling something like all his favorite tastes mixed together in a symphony of flavor. He moans in pleasure before stifling it, and looking around embarrassed at the orgasmic feeling he'd experienced just from biting the apple. He quickly finishes it, assuming he'll eventually get out of this situation before submerging his head into the stone basin and taking large gulps of water. When he's done, he looks down and is surprised at the fact that he drank all of the water, the only remnants of it pooling on the floor beside the basin. He thinks to himself that this place wouldn't be bad to sleep in. He wasn't even sure he could get out even if he wanted to, and decides to make his escape tomorrow. He wraps himself in his slightly soggy duvet, which doesn't seem to bother him as much as he'd thought, and drifts off to sleep, dreaming of suing a huge company for kidnapping him. 3 Squirrely. Luca springs awake after feeling many legs crawling over his arm. He flings the limb out in order to shake off whatever if it and stands up quickly. Looking around, he can see better than he could yesterday, as it seems to already be morning. Rubbing his eyes to relieve them of dust, he examines the room to find some way to actually get out. The wall he'd fallen down too steep to climb, and so smooth that he wouldn't be able to find a foothold. There's seemingly no entrance or exit to the lower lever, and the only thing of interest is a small pond at one side of the room, though while it's stagnant, it doesn't look dirty. He sighs and walks over to the pond to wash his face, only realizing that there's some visible light at the bottom of the pond that doesn't seem to be from the hole he'd previously made. While he believed he had found an exit, he still wasn't sure about diving under there. What if he got stuck and drowned? Of course, he could swim relatively well, but due to his sedimentary lifestyle, he didn't think he could hold his breath for any appreciable length of time. Deciding he'd rather get moving instead of pondering his life's existence in here, he strips naked and leaves his underwear and duvet next to the pond, to collect if he manages to find an exit and not die. Well, here I go, he mutters as he jumps in. The pond seems to be deeper than he'd expected. He tries to peer through the clean water and follow the light that illuminates the nearby floor and walls alluringly close by. He kicks the water and makes his way over, his heart rate jumping slightly as he realizes he's under rock and wouldn't be able to quickly go back for air. He'd only been under a few seconds and felt the need to go back up. Regardless, he continues on wards and follows the light. He'd gone a couple meters and felt he was almost there. Finally, he spots a hole above him, wide enough to crawl through. He almost explodes out of the water to catch his breath and looks around to observe the environment around him. Green. He takes a minute or two to catch his breath and calm his heart rate before preparing to resubmerge in order to collect his underwear and duvet, as he wasn't sure he'd be able to live through a cold night without it covering him. The journey there and back through the pond was relatively easy, especially when compared to the panic-inducing feeling of now knowing if you drown or not. With his heart rate remaining at a normal pace, his requirement for oxygen didn't increase, resulting in him being able to hold his breath much longer. This was useful as dragging a soaked-through duvet through the water was difficult for the weak teen. After that, he began the long trek to find some sort of civilization. As Luca walked, he'd occasionally see long, jagged lines carved into trees. They looked like they were from some sort of animal, which had him petrified for an hour, in which he didn't dare move and was flinching at every sound. Eventually, he resumed his travels, however, occasionally collecting edible-looking mushrooms just in case he'd need them. He kept an eye out for any fruit as well, but didn't have any luck in finding any. This carried on until the sky darkened yet again, causing him to try and find somewhere to sleep. This ended up being under a thick bush that he hoped would keep any rain out. The next few days were absolute agony for Luca. He was cold, thirsty, hungry, and wanted to go home. He'd spent 4 more days walking through the huge valley, but didn't find anything apart from the occasional streams to quench his thirst. He hadn't found any food that wasn't mushrooms either and felt like his stomach was eating itself from within. He'd finally had enough and sat below a leafy tree that looked different from the common pine ones that were around. He noted that the ground around him was covered in hard seed-like shells. He laid his head against it, closed his eyes, and looked up, wishing this was all a dream. Luca had only 3 things on his mind currently: food, water, and toilet paper. None were readily available. His stomach rumbles again, causing him to flinch at the sound and open his eyes, only to see gems, red gems that the sunlight gleamed off of. He starts salivating as he glares at the apple above him. Its shape is slightly different to the ones you'd usually buy, but that didn't matter to him, not anymore. The tree was high, however, so high that Luca didn't think he'd be able to climb it. Regardless, he would make the attempt. He stretched his arms up and grabbed one of the lower branches and tried to pull himself up. He struggles and groans under his own weight, but his underdeveloped upper body strength isn't able to lift him. He places his feet on the tree and kicks off of it, hoping the momentum would help him reach the gem above him. This proved to be a mistake as he loses his grip and falls and lands hard on his back, aggravating the injury he'd received when he'd fallen into the cave. Ugh, my fucking back, he coughs out, winded from the impact. A couple minutes later, Luca finds himself propped up against the tree, hopeless in getting some food from here. God, I'm so hungry, I could eat a horse, he says, his stomach rumbling again, only this time a dull ache making itself known. Ah, fuck it, please just be lucky this once, he says, and eats one of the mushrooms he'd collected. He bites into the green cap and quickly chews it, the rubbery texture and earthy flavor making him gag, but he manages to swallow, feeling slightly relieved at finally putting something in his stomach. He continues to eat the long, white stem and sighs as he finishes it. Must have been one of the good ones, he mutters. He sits back and enjoys the warmth of the sunshine, hoping that with finally eating something, he'd have the strength to climb the tree and grab the apple. His rest doesn't last long, however, as he feels something roiling in his stomach. A sharp pain jolts his body, causing him to quickly stand up. Sweat starts pouring from him as adrenaline kicks it and dulls the pain slightly. Isthblrrrgggh violently throws up, luckily missing his duvet with his projectile vomit. After this, the second wave begins, an attack from below. His eyes water as he throws his underwear off towards his duvet and shits a torrent of watery brown liquid like a fire hose. The pain intensifies, and not even the adrenaline is enough to stop the agonizing pain he's feeling. Combined with the diarrhea and vomiting is making him regret ever being born or not simply killing himself when he found himself lost in this fucking forest. His entire body trembles as he curls up on the floor, vomiting, shitting, and shivering from the intense pain he's currently in, courtesy of the mushroom he'd just eaten. Luca lies on the floor for 8 hours, writhing in pain, suffering, until he simply blacks out. Waking up, Luca scrambles up, feeling himself over for any injuries or any feeling of pain that he'd been experiencing before he'd passed out. Nothing, at least, nothing noticeable. Apparently, the mushroom only causes him to be crippled by immense pain, and that's it. Luca is thankful that it's over and vows never to eat another mushroom ever again, no matter who says it's edible. He doesn't notice something weird, however. He's no longer hungry, thirsty, or even exhausted. He feels like a fresh man, like he'd been reborn. His nose wrinkles at the smell of his vomit and feces and looks around before becoming horrified at finding most of the stuff he'd excreted to be dark red, blood. He shakes his head. This ridiculous amount of blood would definitely kill him. Something else must have died here, or maybe he'd eaten something that's red. His mental justifications continue until he takes his mind off of it, instead turning his focus onto that damned apple. He's well rested and ready to take this tree on. He runs at it, preparing to tame nature itself and become a survivalist. Just like Bear Grya. His foot slips on the tree, causing him to collide with the tree, crotch first. He lands heavily on the floor, holding his manliness in both hands, again, writhing in pain. A couple hours later, Luca had finally made it up the tree and was reaching from a branch over to where the apple was hanging. Closer, almost there. Kriek, the sound causes him to scramble backwards, afraid of falling from such a height, his movements causing the nearby branches to shake, and the apple's stem to gracefully detach from the tree. It falls onto the floor where a gray rodent sprints by, picks it up and runs up a nearby tree, causing Luca to scream in horrified anger. "Enno! You bastard!" His shout causes many birds escape for the skies for fear of whatever predator had released such a vicious roar. Luca slowly crawls down the tree, hope in the world lost with dull eyes. He swore if he ever got out of this situation, he'd skin every squirrel he saw, no matter what. 4. Just grit your teeth and bear it. Luca spent a couple minutes trying to have a temper tantrum due to recent events and eventually wrapped his duvet back around himself, taking his fist-sized rock and beginning to walk towards the tree line again, only to stop in his tracks to see something rustle a bush where the squirrel had escaped. He grins. This is his chance for revenge and potentially even reclaiming his prize. Despite it being high noon, the light didn't really allow him to actually see into the underbrush, so, in a flash of out-of-place bravery, Luca leapt forward to grab his arch-enemy, determined to crush its skull when he got his hands on it. As he jumps into the bush, he closes his eyes to protect them from any wayward sticks or branches, but feels his hands grip something furry. "Yes!" he shouts, thinking of all the ways he'll punish this rodent. Rumble asterisk. A strange sound comes from where he'd grabbed his prey. Come to think of it, this felt larger than any squirrel he'd ever seen before, and do they always vibrate like this? Opening his eyes, he comes eye to eye with a pair of almost human-looking brown eyes. The only difference being the pupil is smaller than it'd usually be. That and they're attached to a fucking huge bear. He relinquishes his firm grip on the bear's long snout and slowly backs away, remembering Bear Grylls' advice for dealing with bears. He only gets a meter away when starts walking towards him. Luca gets a better look at its body as it steps into the light. Its head and face are heavily scarred, from what Luca doesn't know, but it's seen more than its fair share of combat from what he can tell. That isn't the only thing he notes, however. Its eyes are bloodshot, and its mouth drools heavily as its massive frame steps forwards. He continues to back away, stifling the urge to simply run for his life as he was sure it could outrun him. His courage holds until it stands on its hind legs, reaching a staggering 10 feet tall. It deafening sound of it making Luca piss himself in fright before sprinting away as fast as he can. The sound of bushes collapsing and trees being forcefully pushed out of the way, only making him increase his pace. Idea quickly run through his mind on how he's going to escape with all his limbs intact, but nothing comes to mind. Shit. He should have paid more attention to man versus wild. Surely there's a secret weak spot on the bear that'll kill it instantly. Like a boss from a video game. Swipe a claw passes close to his back, the wind giving him a grim reminder of how close he is to certain death. Luckily, the bear botched attack seems to have slowed it slightly. This isn't the end, however, as Luca runs into a large clearing with thick, tall grass that slows his speed. This isn't the worst thing, though. That honor belongs to his lack of fitness, and the fact he had an abdominal cramp that was almost as painful as the time he ate that mushroom. The only thing that kept him running was the ton of pure muscle, fur and teeth still trying to eat him. In the middle of the clearing is some sort of rocky outcrop which Luca jumps on after dumping his primitive weapon and tries to quickly climb, only to find his leg wrapped in the jaws of the bear. The only thing that comes to his mind in this instance is shit, as it wrenches his entire body downwards, the rocks shredding his hands as he tries to find something to hold onto and pull himself away. Arrgh! He shouts in pain as the bear's teeth penetrate his calf. His screaming only intensifies when it brings a large paw to hold it down as it tears the flesh from his leg and swallowing it in one gulp. His screams echo through the clearing as the bear continues to feed on its prey, not caring for the suffering it's causing, instead slowly savoring the meal and making sure not to eat any vital organs, yet as a warm meal is tastier than a cold one. With Luca's leg on, the bear moves onto his stomach. A paw on his face stifles his scream and makes him feel as if it's going to crush his skull. Another on his remaining leg as it bites into his abdomen. Luca tries to scream, but the paw prevents him from doing so. The adrenaline pumping throughout his body doesn't dull the pain at all, as he feels the bear's teeth penetrate its stomach's flesh and wrench something out. He tries to punch the bear, but his feeble attempts do nothing to stop the agony it's inflicting on him. Slowly, but surely the bear tears into the rest of his body. Luca had gone into shock not too soon after it had torn his intestines out, which relieved him of some pain. Eventually, he blacks out, thinking that this is finally the end. Luca opens his eyes to find himself standing naked with some sort of crunching sound happening behind him. Looking around, he sees the huge bear he'd died to. Eating something, he tries to comprehend what just happened but can only conclude it was a panic-induced hallucination and that the bear had found some other animal to eat. He slowly backs away, hoping to not catch its attention, and fortunately enough, it seems completely focused on its meal. He continues to slowly sneak away, not caring for his missing duvet as the bear'll probably leave it for him to collect later. Eventually, he exits the clearing and heaves a sigh in relief. He didn't know what that dream of being torn apart was about, but it certainly wasn't pleasant. He didn't know you could have such a lifelike experience of being eaten alive while dreaming. He trembles slightly with some bile climbing up his throat. Truly, he hoped to never feel anything like that again. Luca makes a mental note of this location and starts walking west, following the sun and going the complete opposite direction of the bear. As he's now naked, Luca definitely feels the breeze. Every gust sends shivers down his spine and all the hairs on his body to stand up. He continues walking for an hour or so when he sees something in the distance that fills him with hope smoke. This meant civilization, or a forest fire, but either way he was going to take a look. He starts walking in its direction, but halts when he hears something whistle through the air behind him. Looking back, he sees a hare with what looks like an arrow lodged in its hind leg. The hairs on his neck stand on edge as a cold sweat makes itself known on his brow. "Stop shooting," he shouts, hoping whoever shot the arrow doesn't wish to kill and eat him like those cannibals he'd read about on the internet. A bush nearby rustles and a figure steps out. It's a girl. She's got tanned brown skin, brown hair, and brown eyes. Her hair is free-flowing and sits below her shoulder blades together with a quiver filled to the brim with arrows. She's about 5'8" FT, with the bow in her hands being as tall or slightly shorter than that with strange-looking symbols carved into it. Her body looks incredibly toned and is covered in what looks like a mishmash of various hides from different animals. They cover up her delicate areas while looking warm enough for the climate here. She walks towards him and has a weird expression when her gaze examines his body. Feeling his modesty in peril, he quickly throws his hands in front of high crotch with an embarrassed look. "I'm sorry, I've been lost here for days, can you help me?" he asks, but she looks even more confused than before. "What is this language?" she asks, the words somehow understandable to Luca despite them being completely foreign to him. English, I don, he stops when he hears the same foreign words exit his mouth. What tribe do you belong to? She asks, her foreign accent and the way she rolls her R's becoming incredibly attractive to him. He almost forgets to answer her question as he thinks how nice her voice is. Oh, tribe, I don't know what you're talking about. She walks towards him, causing him to back away slightly, but feels stupid as he brushes past him and bends over to look at the hare she just shot. No tribe? Then name. El Luca, he replies, gesturing towards himself for emphasis. She smiles, a look that seems oddly familiar to him. She points to herself and replies, Sarina, before gesturing to herself again, tribe Suajiki. 5. Looking back at your past self. Luca nods and makes sure to internalize her name. He wouldn't forgive himself if he forgot the first civilized person who might well save him from this hellish wilderness. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sarina, he says, finding the pronunciation of her name slightly weird on his tongue but manages with a bit of effort. She continues to smile at him as she picks up the squirming animal which tries to bite, claw, and kick to escape her grip. Luca's about to ask what she's going to do with it, but is stopped when a loud crack echoes through the area. Sarina had brutally pulled the hare's neck enough to cause it to snap. Luca finds himself at a lose at the incongruous situation. He hadn't expected such a pure-looking girl to brutally murder and rabbit. The smile on her face as she did it also made him start to reconsider following her. See, can you help me? He eventually asks after working up his courage. She nods, follow me back to home, I will show you to father, he will decide, she says as she lifts the animal by its ears and starts walking away. Luca quickly follows, not wanting to lose her in the thick underbrush. He matches her pace and walks beside her, and begins asking questions that had been niggling away at him since he'd come here. Where are we? He asks. She raises her arms to gesture at the forest surrounding them. In nature. Yes, but I meant what country are we in? Continent even. At hearing this, she looks confused. Country, continent, she utters slowly, trying to mimic the way he'd said the words. Yeah, you know, like Africa, Asia, Europe. Again, she looks confused. I am sorry, I do not know what you mean, she says, looking apologetic that she doesn't understand what he's saying. Luca sighs to himself. Maybe this is just an incredibly isolated area and the native people aren't aware of the outside world. It's slightly strange because he'd heard that not many of these tribes were left in the world, but maybe he was kidnapped and sent here to see how he'd interact with them. Luca doesn't really buy this idea as he'd almost been eaten by a bear and gotten poisoned by a mushroom. Okay, what's the date then? Surely your people have calendars. Sarina kicks a pebbles and sounds his words out. Colander, date, fruit. He almost face palms himself when he hears this. Clearly he won't get any valuable information from this person, and likely the rest of her tribe. An hour or two later, Luca sees that they've almost reached the origin of the smoke. They breach the tree line, and he sees a large clearing with many small, primitive-looking huts. In the middle sits a large fire that is currently roaring with a few carcasses of animals being hung over it. He sees a few people around, and judging by the number of buildings, Luca assumes there must only be around 50 people living here. The duo's presence is noticed, and a couple large tanned men wearing similar attire to Sarina walk over, all eyeing him suspiciously. The biggest of them walks close to Luca, causing him to back away and allowing the man to stand beside his savior. Sarina smiles at him. Dastu, tell father that I have brought an outsider without a tribe, she says. The man, apparently named Dastu, looks Luca up and down and smirks. What is the reason you brought this weakling here, Sarina? He needs help. It's up to us to assist those in need. It's the tribe's way. He reluctantly nods and starts walking towards one of the larger huts, leaving Luca alone with Sarina and the two other men. His guide decides to introduce them to him. This is Zalmeshi. She pats him on his muscular tanned arm. The man has long brown hair and similar eyes that look similar to Sarina's. The man grunts and nods in some form of greeting, and she moves on to the next man who looks similar but is a head taller than Zalmeshi and Luca. This is Gilga. The man smiles and nods. Greetings, Luca. Luca wishes to correct the man's misunderstanding of his name, but feels that arguing with someone who could probably throw him with one hand didn't sound like a good idea. Both men had facial hair that looked wild, probably because they were unable to cut it. Luca found himself feeling emasculated just by standing next to them. The group just stand there in an awkward silence until Dastu comes back with an even larger man in tow. The man has short brown hair that looks as if it started to gray. "Daughter, you said you would bring back food. This won't feed more than a few people," he growls out. Sarina giggles. "Father, do not scare our guest." The man's hardened expression softens at her as he nods. "So, your name is Luca, is it?" Why, yes," he stutters out, making a few of the surrounding men chuckle. "From which tribe were you born?" Sarina's father says while starting to lean over Luca. He steps back unconsciously but replies, "No tribe, sir." "Liar, what tribe were your mother and father from?" he says, gradually raising his voice. No tribe, sir," Luca shouts, more in an attempt to not piss himself than to go against this man. He reaches up to feel his mother's necklace but is horrified to find it missing. His mind goes into overdrive to think of where he had lost it. Could it still be with that bear? The large man continues, "If you wish to be one of us, then you will need to follow our traditions, the first being respect for nature and your neighbors. The second is that you will be productive and do your best to provide for your tribe. If you can agree to these rules, then I, Servon, will accept you among us." Sarina smiles at her father for accepting her selfish wish in accepting this stranger, but the smile slowly fades as she sees the pale boy halt with a terrible expression. "Luca," she asks, worried. "I'm sorry, but I've dropped something that belonged to my mother. I'll come back after I've found it," he says before running off in the direction of the bear, hoping that it would have moved on to somewhere else to hunt. It takes 2 hours to find the clearing again as he constantly backtracks due to taking the wrong path. He sticks his head out of a push and glances over the large clearing in an attempt to spot the bear that he had dreamt tore him limb from limb. Seeing nothing out of place, he still doesn't trust that the bear is gone. He throws a couple large rocks into the clearing which scare a couple birds but nothing else. "Okay, Luca, run in, find the necklace and maybe the duvet and run back out," he says to himself as his heart rate increasing at the mere thought of doing something so stupid and near suicidal. A moment of silence is suddenly broken as he sprints out of the tree line and towards the large rocky outcropping in the middle of the clearing where he'd black out from being attacked by the bear. It doesn't take long to reach it, and he circles round to look for his necklace. He can smell the blood in the air and the stench of death. He pushes past some of the long grass in the vague vicinity he remembers waking up from and eventually feels something wet. He pushes the grass, blocking his vision away, which reveals a human face, his face. A sense of dread overtakes him as he backs away and violently vomits on the ground, not knowing what the fuck is happening. That's his body. That's his corpse. But he's alive, isn't he? After clearing the contents of his stomach, he continues to dry heave as he gets a massive migraine. The massive amount of conflicting thoughts cause him to tremble and shudder. The dream of the bear attack coming back in vivid intensity. The pain of having his entrails torn out and eaten while he was alive and watching causes him to vomit what little he had left in his stomach. His eyes stream with tears as he stumbles back and examines the body that has his face. It's almost stripped clean of meat. The only thing the bear hadn't eaten being a few strands of muscle still clinging to his bones and the majority of his face. He looks down at his neck and sees the titanium necklace still somehow intact. Looking to the side, he sees his duvet covered in his own blood also there. It also smells horrid, like something pissed all over it. He temporarily stifles all his existential thoughts and concentrates on getting what he came here for and returning to safety. He grabs the necklace and the duvet and starts sprinting towards the Suajiki tribe in hopes that they'll still accept him despite running off for seemingly no reason at all. 6. What an unbearable situation. Luca hurriedly makes his way back through the path towards the Suajiki tribe. The duvet over his shoulder is wet and smelling awful, but that doesn't dissuade him from bringing it. All it needs is a wash to be usable again, so why waste one of the only things he now owns? He eventually gets back to the village and is surprised to find Sarina still waiting where he'd left, worriedly looking towards the tree line. Her father stands next to her with a hand on her shoulder and seems to be saying something. Luca bursts into the clearing, causing some of the tribesmen to draw bows or spears, but they relax when they see it's just the same naked boy that left earlier. Sarina's expression brightens when she sees him return while her father's remains neutral but stern. Luca walks over still slightly winded from running and bends over to mimic a bow. "I'm so sorry for running. I just need to find my mother's necklace. It's the only thing she'd left me," he says quickly, his bow not allowing his to see the elder man's expression soften when he hears the explanation. "Raise your head, boy. I understand as someone who has lost loved ones," he says slowly before continuing. "I asked last time whether you would uphold our tribe's rules and traditions, and you never answered. Have you decided yet?" Luca nods. "Please take me in. I'll be useful, I swear," he says, wishing to be accepted so he can properly think over his recent discovery. Servon nods and smiles at him. "Very well, you are now Luca of the Suajiki tribe. Sarina will show." His voice trails off as he begins to sniff the air. His nose scrunches up as he looks around before identifying where the smell was coming from. He walks towards Luca and grabs the duvet and pushes his nose into the fabric. "No! Luca, do you know what you have done?" he shouts with a panicked look. Luca's about to reply when a roar echoes through the village. He turns around to look at the tree line, which is visible moving and being pushed out of the way. A huge familiar bear walks into the clearing with its focus being entirely on Luca. "And no, 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 no," he shouts, remembering the sensation of being torn apart again. Servon pushes Sarina behind him as he starts backing away, grabbing a spear that's poking out of the ground nearby and preparing to thrust it at the giant animal. "Everyone prepare for combat. The ruler of the forest is here. Hunters, assist me now," he barks orders while not letting the bear escape his sight. Luca continues to shake at the sight of the bear and keeps backing up. The bear remains motionless as a few men from the village run forwards, some wielding spears and some using bows. They all have grim looks as they look at the animal with its clearly bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, without warning, the bear barrels forwards, attempting to run at Luca, who's now behind the line of tribal warriors. Servon pushes Sarina away as he jabs the spear at the charging bear. It penetrates the hide, but snaps in two as it doesn't seem to bother reacting to it. The other warriors do the same as their leader and jab spears into it in an attempt to stop its charge, only for most to snap or barely even penetrate its thick hide. A few are knocked away as it ignores them and attempts to jump on top of Luca. He shouts in fear and throws the duvet in front of him, which covers its face and causes it to roar again. He then sprints away and grabs a spear that's sticking out of the ground and runs back towards the group of warriors. Servon looks at him and growls out, "If we survive this, you will be punished." Luca doesn't even get a chance to reply as the bear finally shakes the duvet from its face and glares at the group. Thick stands of drool start to drip from its huge maw. An arrow zips past and hits it in the leg, which doesn't even cause it to react. It seems as if the flint-tipped weapons of the tribesmen aren't able to deal any appreciable amount of damage to the huge creature. It again starts to run at the group, this time not caring for Luca, and instead trying to kill everything in its path. A tribesman tries to stop it by jabbing a spear into its armpit, but finds its huge claws disembowel him. He gives a pained scream, but doesn't have to suffer for long as it closes its jaws around his head, creating a sickening crunch as it crushes his skull. The group give an indignant roar as one of their own are killed and begin to lay on more spear strikes and arrows. A few start to draw blood, but it isn't nearly enough to bring the great beast down. Luca continues to stand with his spear pointing at the bear next to Servon, who continues to shout at it in an attempt to gain its attention. It doesn't work as the bear leaps onto another of the tribe's men and starts mauling him, the man is torn apart as the others try to stab the bear in an attempt to get it off. "Harapatu, gods be damned," Sarina's father shouts as he picks up a large rock from the floor and throws it fiercely at the bear. It collides with its nose, causing the bear to flinch and shake its head. It then turns its gaze onto Servon and starts running towards him. The rest of the group react to this and try to spear it in the side as it runs past, one managing to injure its eye, causing its path to deviate. from Servon to Luca. Luca, who's about to piss himself in fright, pushes the butt of the spear to the floor and points the tip at the bear, who stumbles forwards. It opens its mouth in an attempt to bite him in half, but finds the sharp flint spear tip entering its maw and penetrating the soft insides of its neck. The spear breaks in half under its weight, and the bear collapses onto Luca. He doesn't even get a chance to scream as the weight of the bear breaks his neck, causing his world to go black. Servon, who just witnessed the ruler of the forest pounce on their new member, and Dai scrambles to lift the bear off of him. He calls for the other tribe's members to help as the struggle to shift the huge bear off of the teenage boy. Sarina comes running and attempts to help too, and tearfully tries to shift the bear's body. Eventually they manage to roll it over, but didn't hold out much hope for the survival of Luca. Servon bends down over Luca and waits while Sarina examines him. She puts her head to his chest to check if his heart's still beating and almost shouts in happiness as she hears it. Servon looks at her and checks for himself, as he didn't think the boy would live through having that thing crushing him for a couple minutes. Quickly, get him inside. Sarina, could you please check Harapatu? If Luca can survive, then Harapatu might have as well, he says, gesturing towards the horrific-looking pile of flesh and blood that used to be one of their comrades. She walks over and checks his pulse and finds it's beating slowly, but with such a large amount of wounds, he'd likely not survive. And that's not even mentioning the fact that Harapatu's eyes, jaw, and nose had been completely torn off. She starts reciting the words her mother had taught her, and a dim green glow overtakes Harapatu's injuries. She continues chanting the words, but after an hour nothing has changed, and Harapatu's heart had finally given out. She cries at her failure as her father comforts her, saying that there was nothing she could do. When Luca finally wakes up, he finds himself in a small dark room covered by furs. He shifts them off of himself and thinks back to what just happened. He then remembers the bear and how he'd been killed again. He rubs his neck expecting to feel agonizing pain, but feels nothing. He ponders what on earth is happening to have allowed this and silently starts to sob. He cries at his helplessness. He cries because he wants to go home. He cries because of the pain he's felt and will continue to feel. He thinks over the various things that have happened and determines that he's somehow immortal. He thinks back to his violent reaction to the mushroom he'd eaten and assumes he had died there as well. Will this stop him aging? What if people find out? Will he be experimented on like some sort of lab rat? Why is it always him? He grasps the necklace around his neck tightly and continues to wallow in self-pity. 7. Instant celebrity. A couple hours after Luca woke up, someone entered the hut with a clay bowl filled with water. Looking up bleary-eyed, he spots Sarina giving him a pitying look while laying the bowl down next to him. "Do not cry, they are one with nature now," she says gently. Luca looks up at her confused. Who? She shakes her head and smiles as if he just told a bad joke. Harapatu and Esbihara, they would have liked you, Luca. They enjoyed jokes even in the worst situations, she says with a reminiscent look. Luca just nods along, using his previous experience in modeling to look sympathetic. They stop talking momentarily, allowing him to hear the crackling of fire outside. Are you cooking something?" he asks. Sarina's brows raise as she answers, "No, we are preparing the ritual rites for our departed." Luca mentally scolds himself for saying something so insensitive. "Oh, sorry. Is there something I can do?" he says slowly, gauging her reaction at his words. She nods. "You are now one of us. Would you join us in celebrating their legacy?" she asks. Luca doesn't really know what to say. He is, after all, responsible for their deaths. He hadn't expected the bear to follow him back, so hopefully they wouldn't punish him too severely. Regardless, he needs to show some sort of remorse, so he smiles and says, "Sure, but you'll have to show me what to do." She smiles at him and starts walking out of the room before saying, "Then come." Luca follows her out of the hut and gapes at the sky. He hadn't noticed before, as he always slept before nightfall, but the stars are incredible. It isn't the usual black he was familiar with. Instead, it was covered in a vast amount of white dots and clouds of beautiful colors. He manages to recover his chin from the floor and looks around the village, noticing a large group of people surrounding what looks like some sort of bonfire. In the center are two human shapes covered by the burned remnants of leaves. flowers, and various other plants. He spots Sarina making her way to the fire and quickly follow her. The large group notices his presence and some glower at him while others smile appreciatively. Luca assumes it's for his handsome looks, but perhaps it's something else. They eventually reach Servon, who is silently looking towards the fire with a saddened look. His expression changes when he sees Luca, but stifles it as it looks to his daughter. "Sarina, could you start?" he says quietly, receiving a nod in return. Sarina steps onto a raised platform and starts chanting in a language that Luca doesn't understand. He didn't know why he could understand these people and assumed this power extended to all languages, but apparently not. As she speaks, the surrounding crowd looks on at the fire solemnly. Luca isn't sure why, but he felt as if the flame was becoming more lifelike as she continues. Eventually, she stops and is replaced on the platform by her father. "Today, we have lost two great hunters, husbands, family, and friends. They fought like beasts possessed against the ruler of the forest, so much so that we will tell stories of their bravery long into the future. Esbihara and Harapatu were some of the finest hunters and men I have ever known. Bravery ran through these brothers' blood like fire through wood. May their spirits rest with nature and watch over us," he says, taking a bunch of colorful flowers before tossing them into the fire, the flames swallowing them and reducing them to ashes in seconds. The surrounding people follow his lead and start tossing in various plants into the fire, the women throwing in thorny, colorful ones, while the men chose small bits of wood that vary in color and size. Luca wished to question Sarina at this, but when he goes to ask, he sees her somber expression and decides it probably isn't the best time. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the men start to sing, and Luca notices the women all silently leave with the exception of Sarina. The song itself doesn't seem that good or memorable, but with everyone singing at the same time, it starts to resemble some sort of opera. Luca feels his blood boil and the wish to sing along. He's only stopped by the fact that he doesn't know the lyrics. The atmosphere slowly starts to change, from the previous somber, contemplative mood to a jolly, festive one. This is only enhanced when the smell of cooked meat hits their noses. Looking over, Luca sees the women starting to prepare the carcasses of various animals for cooking, most notable being the huge bear that's been stripped of its skin entirely. He looks to Sarina and asks, "Where's the skin of the bear?" Sarina looks over and nods. "It is being prepared for you." He shakes his head in confusion. "Prepared?" She nods. "As the slayer of the beast, you rightfully will receive its pelt," she says, rolling her R's in an irresistible way. "Will that be okay, though? Everyone was fighting as hard, if not harder, than me. Surely there'll be some objections to this," he asks, remembering all the hostile looks the tribe gave him. Sarina shakes her head. "It is the rule of nature, comparing your strength with others and taking everything should you win. You will receive the ruler's pelt as a trophy of your victory. I only hope you will share its meat with us." "Well, if you say so. And of course, it's not like I'd be able to eat the whole thing," he says, scratching his arm nervously. Some of the nearby people who hear this have thankful expressions but continue to sing until their throats go hoarse. An hour passes and the singing stops. Some of the lyrics, including the use of your throat, means that it's more of a test of endurance than it is entertainment. Luca follows Sarina over to a smaller fire which has various meats cooking over it. He looks at the tools some of them are using and purses his lips. Are those bones? He muses as he spots various knives. Indeed, on closer inspection, some of them are made from bone while others look like flint. He glances at the meat and sees that they are resting on thin rocks and sizzling away. Is that even possible? Regardless of his thoughts on how the food was being prepared, they were quickly cooked and distributed by the women and children. He nods to an 8-year-old girl as she hands him a massive steak from the bear. He almost drops it due to how hot it is, but his recent memories of almost starving forces his hands closed. He glances at Sarina, who smiles brightly at him as he takes a large bite of the steak. Juices dribble down his mouth as he tries to chew, with the stringy sinew preventing him from pulling away. Eventually, he frees the chunk away from the larger hole and swallows it. "Gamey," he mutters, finally having the question of what does a bear taste like answered. If he had to describe it, he'd say it's like elk, beef, and pork mixed together with way more gaminess. It isn't unpleasant to the palate, but simply doesn't match up to modern foods, though Luca wasn't sure when he'd experience them again. Sarina bites into her own portion and tears it apart, unlike the delicate way Luca had dismantled his own. She swallows it and licks her lips before turning to him. Good, yes. He can only nod in reply to her enthusiasm as Servon pats him on the shoulder with a conflicted look. Luca feels his weight being shifted as he's pulled up onto his feet, and the man calls for everyone's attention. Suajiki, I present the man who slew the ruler almost immediately after joining our family, Luca. Some don't look happy at this, but the meat seems to have soothed them slightly. Others shout various things like Earth guide us. The children of nature will live on, and the spirits watch over us. Really, Luca felt like he was at some sort of World of Warcraft convention. Servon continues. He looked the beast in its eye as it charged him. He found the moment to strike as he peered into its huge maw and jammed his spear into its throat, killing it instantly. He shouts dramatically, causing the tribe to cheer even louder. The trophy of his triumph is being prepared now, he says, gesturing to his side at a group of women carving small bits of flesh from a huge brown furred pelt. It's so wide that Luca reckons it could wrap him 3 or 4 times. He watches as the women finally clear all the bits of flesh from it, lay it on the floor, and cover it in a huge amount of salt from various hide sacks. He would ask Sarina, but feels as if he'd be seen as stupid for asking, as no one else looked confused at it. 8. Shonen plot ensues. The night carries on with the same celebratory mood. The men and women perform strange dances with each other around the fire. Children sing and play, and everyone all around seems to be having a good time. That is, with the exception of Luca, who was pulled into a hut by Servon while Sarina is dancing with the guy called Dastu. The insides of the hut itself are quite homely. The floor is completely covered by wood with furs scattered around that feel pleasant to Luca's bare feet. He's interrupted from his thoughts by Servon, who growls at him, "Sit down now," which causes Luca to promptly drop to the floor, fearing what the man'll do to him. Not a moment had gone by after your initiation that the ruler of the forest attacks. Tell me, did you intend to harm the tribe? He asks, grasping a flint knife and appraising its edge, causing Luca to gulp in apprehension. No, sir, never. I would never do something like that. Why would I put myself at risk by luring it here? He asks, hoping the logical inconsistency would save him from whatever wrath Servon would inflict on him. The man nods while giving a grunt. Yes, you also would not defend the village had you intended to try and destroy us. My apologies, but we are currently having trouble with other tribes who seek our resources. He trails off. I'm lawyer. B.U.T., he exclaims, pointing his knife at Luca. You still caused the deaths of 2 valued hunters that were needed to keep us from starving. With their loss, we will have to start trading for food with other groups, something which I hold no pleasure in, nor faith that they will uphold the deals we offer. He trails off again with a contemplative look. Suddenly, the flap of hide blocking the entrance flies open, as Sarina falls face first on the floor, giving a cute squeak as she does so. Servon gives her a scathing look which causes her to sheepishly get up. Daughter, I assume you were listening, he says, as if she'd done the same exact thing before. She nods. Father, the loss of Harapatu and Esbihara is great, but if you give me Luca, I promise I will train him to be worthy of their sacrifice. A moment goes past, and Luca, who was struck dumb by this, exclaims, What? This is followed by Servon shaking his head, dropping the knife and walking over to Luca. Sarina, this boy has not even grown yet. He points to various points on Luca's body. His arms are skinny and weak. His legs lack the muscle to even climb the smallest trees. I agree he has the courage to brave the wilds, but his body is not suitable. Sarina walks forwards and places her hands on Luca's shoulders while looking her father in his eyes. Father, the earth tells me he has potential. I can feel it in my flesh and bones. Servon continues to give her an appraising glare while occasionally looking at Luca, who's currently red-faced and squirming under her firm grip. Fine, he spits, but you will be responsible for him. He does not seem able to keep himself alive, so it falls to you to teach him everything, from wiping his shithole to fending off predators. Of course, father, I will not let you down, won't we, Luca? He looks up into her eyes and sighs, Yes, Ugh, he finds himself been shook excitedly by Sarina, who seems so enthusiastic enough for 10 people. Why does it feel like she's constantly on a sugar high? Luca wonders to himself. The next day, Luca wakes up bleary-eyed in the hut that used to belong to Harapatu. He felt like there was something wrong with immediately recycling all of their belongings and distributing it among the rest of the tribe. Esbihara's hut was given to a son of one of the tribe's men who was quarreling with their father. Even the men's weapons and bows were given to their parents and siblings. Luca felt like he would probably need a weapon and felt bitter that he didn't receive one of them. He found out that even the spears scattered around the village belonged to people. This was probably the reason he got scolded by a woman who apparently owned the spear he broke while killing the bear. He was of course forgiven due to saving everyone, but they made sure to hammer home that theft was absolutely not acceptable here. Come to think of it, where did he put his duvet? He steps out of the hut, still naked as he had to return the furs that he'd been using to keep himself warm. The night was cold, but the climate was warm enough when combined with the rather well-made hut to keep him warm. He still felt weird about having his dong flopping about in the open, but apparently everything you own has to either be gifted by someone, earned, or made yourself. Something he found weird as something from modern civilized society, where you'd specialize in something that everyone else would pay for, allowing you to pay for someone else's services. Another thing he'd been struggling with was comprehending his current state of apparent immortality. He wasn't sure whether it was a gift or a curse. What would happen if he was buried alive or thrown in a volcano? Would he just keep coming back to life and dying an excruciating death? This would need further research, though he was wary of testing it as dying hurts, and he didn't know how many times he could kick the bucket before the magic wore off. Right now, his current goals for the future were to get back to England, keep his immortality hidden, and hopefully bed Sarina. Though his latter goal will be put on the burner until he found a way to escape Servon's wrath. He didn't know much about their society, but considering how technologically poor they are, he wouldn't put it past them to eat him. Luca, he hears a voice call his name behind him. Turning, he sees Sarina walking towards him with a bow slung over her shoulder, along with a quiver made from a patchwork of leather parts that look sewn together. "Sarina, mourning," he says, yawning to himself. "Are you ready to become the best hunter these lands have ever seen?" she asks excitedly. Can we find my duvet first? Know that big black thing that I was carrying before the bear attacked." She looks like she's thinking about something while tapping her chin with her index finger when she suddenly lights up. "Ah, the big black smelly hide." "Yes," he says in a dull voice. She nods and states, "Follow me," before briskly walking off in a direction. Luca quickly catches up and walks beside her and looks over the village as they go. He spots people doing various things, some that he has an idea about and others he has no clue. He sees a couple women skinning plants. The group are sitting on the floor with crossed legs and are skinning a large pile of various stems before laying them in a big organized pile. He shakes his head confused and looks at a nearby group of men that seem to be hitting rocks together. Looking closely, he can see them skillfully chipping pieces of stone and eventually shaping them into a knife that looks pretty sharp. Now this he understands. Luca thinks it looks pretty easy to do and hopes to have a go if he has time in the future. No doubt Sarina will have him learn how to do literally everything. Or at least, that's how Luca interprets it. He continues to follow her until they spot a river nearby. He steps forward to examine it, but almost falls in when he hears a baa. Looking at where the sound had come from, he sees a large group of sheep. They seem a lot smaller than the ones he'd seen pictures of, and they also seem to be missing the majority of their wool. This raises multiple questions for him. If they have sheep and wool, why are they all wearing a patchwork of leather and hides? "Ah, so you have met Bella?" Sarina asks with a smile. Luca just looks at the sheep, which is currently chewing a mouthful of grass while giving him the stink eye. Yes. "She is beautiful, is she not?" "Yep," he says, wondering when she'd show him where his duvet is and stop talking about some bloody sheep. He looks at her and sees her holding some sort of rope and trying to heave it onto shore. "Sarina, what is that?" he asks confused, wondering if she had caught a fish or something. "Your big smelly black hide," she exclaims, finally pulling something on shore. Sure enough, it was his duvet that's completely soaking wet. Why was my duvet in the river? It still had bear smell on it. We do not need another attack anytime soon, she says as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Luca can only reluctantly nod his head as he and the rest of the tribe clearly remembers what happened last time. 9. Luca. After recovering his duvet, Luca hung it over a tree branch near his hut to try and dry it off and make it usable again. The temperature was relatively warm now, so he didn't feel the need to constantly wear it. That, and he was kind of looking forward to the time when the bear hide would be ready. I mean, what's cooler than wearing the flesh of your fallen enemies? He muses to himself. Luca, Sarina's voice echoes behind him like an ever-present ghost. He sighs, yes. Let us start already. Fine, he says reluctantly, following her out of the clearing and into the forest. They walk for around 10 minutes before he begins to question what they're actually doing. Hey, Sarina, aren't you going to teach me something? He asks tentatively. She looks back and smiles. Nature dictates everything must start at the beginning. Luca gives her a confused look. Isn't that obvious? You can't start at the end, can you? Okay. If we're going to hunt something, can I at least have a bow? She shakes her head. Start at the beginning, she says as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Luca drags his hands through his crimson hair in exasperation. Just tell me what you want me to do. You want me to catch things with my bare hands or something, he exclaims. She has a weird expression on her face due to him raising his voice. She places a hand on her hip and looks contemplative. I am sorry, Luca, this is my first time teaching. Let me show you what I mean, she says, leaning her bow against the tree and placing her quiver next to it. Afterwards, she walks over to a young tree that's about 14 feet tall. Luca watches as she composes herself for a moment before launching herself at the tree, bouncing off of it in the process. Luca watches as she rolls over, gets up and does it again and again and again. Have you gone mental, Sarina? He asks, watching as she jumps at the tree yet again. She huffs and glances at him. Do not stand there like, she points at the young sapling and grins, tree. Luca just rubs his head, wondering if staying in the wilderness would have been a better option. Can you just explain to me why you're jumping at a tree? I am showing you how to do it, she states. Do what? Give yourself a concussion. What is a concussion? Oh, do not worry, Luca, I will not con you for any cushions, she exclaims with a smile before leaping at the tree yet again. Luca shakes his head and decides to just go with the flow and throws himself at the tree while his teacher is recovering. Herg, he groans as he falls onto his back, feeling a bruise forming where he'd hit the tree. That is it, Luca. Keep going, we might finish by midday, she says happily, causing Luca to curse under his breath. The duo keep jumping at the tree for around half an hour until a asterisk crack signals the victor of the competition between man versus tree. The base of the tree bends at a 90-degree angle as the rest of its trunk rests on the floor. Luca, who's currently on his back breathing heavily, lifts his head to see they'd finally done whatever Sarina was trying to show him. He rolls onto his front and slowly gets up and sees Sarina pulling what looks like a flint knife from a pocket on his quiver. We've felled the tree. Is that all? Because I'm going to be hurting in the morning, he says, rubbing his arms, shoulders, and back. She nods at him and walks over to the felled tree and sits next to it while gesturing for him to come closer. Do not tell my father that I allowed you to use this, she says, handing the primitive tool to him. Luca glances at her, then the knife a couple times before taking it out of her hands. What do you want me to do? Start it, he begs. She's interrupted by Luca, who quickly says, I don't know where the beginning is, so just tell me what you want me to do. This time, instead of looking confused, she just points to the still attached base of the tree before crossing her arms and pouting. Luca doesn't really know what she wants, but guesses it's to sever the tree's connection with its base. He uses the flint knife and starts sawing away at it. He hadn't thought it would be as sharp as it turned out. It easily cut the fibers and damaged wood connecting the tree. He would have thought it was sharper than any metal tool, were it not quickly becoming blunt at his use of it. Eventually, he just passes the flint knife back to Sarina and wrenches the top of the tree hard enough for it to separate from its base, causing him to fall on his ass with it. He looks up and sees Sarina with a small smile looking at him, but quickly covering it with her hand. Seeing this, Luca can't help but equate this girl's personality to one of cliché types in anime, though with how general it is, it could probably apply to most women. "I'm sorry, Sarina, you're a great teacher," he says slowly and reluctantly to try and improve her mood, which it of course does. "You did it, Luca," she excitedly says. Luca feels as though she's about to hug him and opens in arms with a slightly perverted grin, but finds her picking up the felled tree instead. Grumbling to himself, he stands and sees her inspecting the final product. The sapling that they'd brought down is slightly bent, probably due to their method of bringing it down, with a green tint to its bark and numerous small branches that are coated in leaves. She tries to bend it, but finds it springy but not too flexible. She uses the knife to quickly cut the branches from it before handing it back to Luca. "Spear." "Spear?" he asks, thinking that it's a pretty shitty spear with the way it's bent. "For now." Luca doesn't reply as he's having trouble figuring out what this girl's trying to convey. While he does magically understand their language, he still has no idea about most of the things she says, something that doesn't make the greatest teacher. "Can we at least sharpen it?" he asks, but she shakes her head in return. "Start at the beginning, make a knife to sharpen," she says. The latter half of the sentence making Luca realize that he'll have to do everything himself. Hopefully, she'll teach him before telling him what to do, though. After gaining his spear, Sarina told him to follow her as she readied her bow and started tiptoeing through the forest, halting at the sound of any movement. Looking more like a proper hunter than the cheerful, hard-to-understand girl he'd got to know throughout the day. A while after they began, a hand belonging to said girl stretches in front of him, causing Luca to halt in his tracks. Looking around, he doesn't see anything and is about to ask why she'd stopped. That is until she retrieves an arrow from her quiver and nooks it. Luca continues to look around to try and spot what she's aiming at, but steps on a dry stick, causing a asterisk crunch to echo throughout the quiet forest, causing Sarina to click her tongue and give him a harsh look. "Luca, do not do that again," she shouts, waving an arrow in his face. "I'm sorry, it was a mistake." "A mistake you will go hungry for," she says as she stomps off further into the forest, leaving him gazing at her back. He jogs after her and quickly catches up. She doesn't look at him but keeps walking until they reach a large group of bushes holding many berries of varying color. "A bad hunter means bad eating. We will have to settle for these," she says, picking the black ones and placing them in a hide pouch which has a string around its brim, allowing her to tie it up and attach it to her quiver. Luca just nods along and starts picking berries absent-mindedly, not bothering with their colors as they must all be the same. He gets a handful before an angry voice interrupts his daydreaming. "Luca, why are you picking poison berries?" she exclaims. He looks down at the pile of red, purple, blue, and black berries before focusing his gaze back up at her. "What ones are poison?" he asks. She points at the purple and red ones vigorously. "If you eat these, you will hurt a lot, maybe even die," she says. Luca's brows furrow as he sarcastically replies, "Well, if you had told me which ones were safe, I wouldn't have picked the poison ones, would I?" She sighs. "Luca, I'm trying to teach, but you are making it difficult." Luca throws the handful of berries on the full and starts. "Stop saying that. It's always Luca this or Luca that. Just tell me what you want so I can learn, for fuck's sake. You think I know what fucking berries are poisonous or not? You think throwing yourself at a tree until it snaps is normal?" he says quickly. "It's not like I want to be here in the woods picking some fucking berries in order to not starve." 10 Snack Attack. Sarina looks at him aghast. "But Luca, this is how it has always been. There is no other way to survive. During winter we would be lucky for everyone to be safe. I'm trying my best to show you the way, but you act like you have never been in nature before. You walk like a baby deer and treat things like they do not matter or do not affect you. Maybe father was right. Maybe you cannot be taught," she says sadly, sitting on a nearby fallen tree. Luca just stands there looking at her. He felt a small amount of shame for how he had treated Sarina, but he felt like he was going to explode. He'd been in this foreign place for a week and still had no idea where he was or how he'd get home. He clutches his mother's necklace and silently wishes he could go home. He wasn't built for this kind of thing. He wasn't big and strong like the men of the Suijiki. He wasn't innovative enough to create advanced technology. He wasn't even all that smart. The only thing he ever had going for him was his looks and cunning. Both were rendered useless when there was nothing to gain from utilizing either. He glances at Sarina and thinks over what he needs to do. Trying to learn from her is difficult to say the least. He can chalk it up to her never having taught before, but he reckoned there were more suitable people in the tribe capable of it. The only problem he had was her father was the leader and had her personally responsible for him. He didn't know if this meant he couldn't ask to learn from someone else or not, or even if someone else would accept him. Then again, if he loses Sarina's support, he'd likely be forced to be everyone's whipping boy at best or eaten at worst. He didn't know all the tribe's customs, which made it difficult for him to carefully navigate through them. He looks at his teacher and composes himself before trying to negotiate his way into a more stable position. Sarina, I want to learn, but the way you teach is incredibly difficult to understand. I do not know how to survive out here on my own. I know nothing, so I need you to tell me the basics of everything. I'll need every fruit, animal, plant, and material explained to me because I know nothing, he says self-deprecatingly. She looks up at him with moistened eyes and nods. I promise I will be the best mentor. At the end, there will be nothing you do not know, Lou. He's about to pick up all the edible berries from the floor when he hears her call him Lou. He looks back at her and gives her a strange look. Lou. She twiddles her fingers and replies, Yes, you said to stop calling you that. Is Lou not fine? Luca gives a small smile at her and nods. It is, as long as I can call you an A. He's hugged tightly by her suddenly for some reason. Sorry, did I say something wrong? He quickly tries to clarify what he'd done. She lets go and twirls. No, it is just that Ine is what Mother used to call me, she says with a sad smile. It makes me feel happy. Well, I'm glad, Ine, he says, presenting her with a handful of blue and black berries, all of which she stuffs into the hide bag in which she was using to store them. They continue collecting berries until they have a couple hide bags filled to the brim with them. It had taken a couple hours, but it felt pretty good to see the result of their labor. They don't go straight home, however. Instead, Sarina takes him towards a rocky region and starts searching around various points looking for something. She explains to him that he'll need to find a large, hard rock that fits comfortably in his hand and a chipper rock. He has no idea what that means, but when he gets her to describe it, it sounds like flint, though he's obviously not an expert on it. They walk around and he finds a couple smaller rocks that he thinks are flint, but goes to throw them away as he thinks they are too small, only to have Sarina walk by and pick them back up. Ine, what are you going to use those for? He asks. She looks in her hand and sees the small rocks of flint and makes a ah sounds before pulling an arrow from her quiver and showing it to him. Luca takes the arrow and examines it, seeing that the head of it is made from what looks like jagged stone. He'd thought they'd just sharpen wood for arrows, but apparently they are more sophisticated than he would be. He nods to her in understanding that they smaller stones were perfect for arrows, and continues looking for rocks he could use to create tools that be the base of everything he does thus far. Hopefully, he wouldn't bugger the materials he gathers up. Eventually, he finds a smooth rock that he thinks is called granite or something similar. He isn't sure and is just using the name his kitchen top counter was made from to sound relatively knowledgeable, not that Sarina would know what granite is. He gathers a good amount of flint, and even a relatively large piece that would be perfect for him to practice the techniques he saw the tribesmen using. He's about to call for Sarina that he'd found everything he needs when he sees a long white and black snake slither up behind her just beside her foot. He freezes and barely manages to utter out, Ine, a snake. Hearing this, Sarina doesn't move but darts her head around quickly before finally locating the snake. She jumps backwards while retrieving a large rock she'd found and throwing it at the snake, which reels back and tries to bite her. Luca can't move as he'd heard of how many venomous snakes existed in the world. There weren't many in England, but if this was Australia or somewhere in Asia, one bite could definitely cause a painful death, something that he happened to be completely opposed to. When he sees the snake try to bite Sarina, however, he throws one of his rocks at it, causing its attention to focus on him as it starts slithering towards him. Sarina doesn't back away and let it attack Luca peacefully. Instead, she jumps forward as its head is turned and unleashes a brutal strike from above with a large rock. She strikes true and crushes its skull with an asterisk splat, causing Luca to sigh in relief as he's no longer being pursued. "Do not worry, Lou, it was not deadly," she says while removing the rock and inspecting its patterns. "Are there many deadly snakes around here?" he asks hesitantly. She thinks for a moment before nodding. "Yes, but they usually run rather than fight," she says while picking up the snake carcass and tying it to her quiver facing down in order for the blood to slowly drain out without staining her clothes. She gives him a smile. "Thank you for worrying about me," she says. Luca nods. "I have found all I need from here," he says. She checks what he has and nods as it all looks to be good and workable. The duo leave after making sure they'd got everything, coming back because they forgot something wouldn't be productive at all. As they walk back, Luca spots some mushrooms that look suspiciously like the ones he'd eaten to death before. He taps Sarina on the shoulder and points at them. "Are those mushrooms edible?" She takes a glance and shakes her head. "Most of our knowledge of mushrooms were lost when my mother died, but those are very, very bad, deadly bad," she says with a hard look. "Wait, you don't know which mushrooms are safe and which aren't?" he asks, confused. She nods sadly. "We cannot test them without potentially killing something or someone. Mother used to know a lot about them, but she became one with nature before passing on her knowledge. She did teach me most of our traditions and rites before she left, though. If she hadn't, no one would be able to take her place," she says quietly. "Are there any animals around here that we can't eat?" he asks. She nods. "Some frogs, toads, and other reptiles are poisonous to us. We know at least this much. Why not catch some of these inedible ones and feed them some mushrooms to test them, since it wouldn't be a waste of food and would potentially be productive?" At hearing this, Sarina nods. "Yes, there is a lot of them, but we had never found a use for them apart from now. That is a wonderful idea, Lou. I will talk with Father about trying this," she says happily. 11. Dominance. Once Luca and Sarina return to the village, she goes off and distributes the berries in exchange for some meat the other hunters had managed to acquire. The amount of berries they had gathered was enough for around 5 to 6 people. Not a lot considering the size of the tribe and sudden lack of hunters, but for Luca's first day it was adequate. Sarina cooked some kind of red meat, along with the snake, over a fire quickly before handing Luca some. It was quickly eaten and didn't match the sheer quantity they had ate during the celebration funeral, but Luca found to his surprise that snake doesn't taste all that bad. He also kept a handful of berries for tomorrow morning, as he didn't expect to be fed at that time. After eating with Sarina, he thanks her for helping him and apologizes for shouting earlier in the day. She just gives him a toothy smile before replying, "No need for thanks. I said to Father that I will make you a great hunter, and that is what I shall do." He nods at her and continues to butter her up. "Either way, I appreciate it. You didn't have to help me, but you did regardless." Her eyes shine at this as she thrusts her fist into the dimming sky. "Yes, sleep early. I have so much to show you tomorrow," she exclaims excitedly. After watching Sarina skip away, Luca retrieves his dried duvet before returning to his hut to rest. Today had basically been constant walking, so his feet were sore and calloused due to him not having anything to protect them, not to mention his bruised body due to Sarina's rather idiotic method of bringing it down. Perhaps if he was as big as the rest of the tribe's men, it would be a suitable way, but for he and Sarina, definitely not. He glances at the pile of rocks and tall spear in the corner of his hut and wonders what he'll be doing tomorrow. He rolls himself up into his duvet and slowly drifts into unconsciousness, all the while dreaming of returning home. Luca's eyes flicker open as he feels something close to his face. His blurry vision slowly clears up as he sees either two huge brown eyes looking into his own. He gives a startled shout and tries to get up, which only has him head-butting the person standing over him. "Ouch!" "Oh, Lou, it is rude to hit heads without permission," Sarina exclaims while rubbing the red mark on her forehead. Ask Permy wait what? Yauna what? Never mind. He quickly stops the explanation as he feels he'd be more confused if he had heard it. He rubs the dust from his eyes and glances over Sarina, who's wearing the same clothes as yesterday. Why are you here, Ine? He asks through a yawn. The sun's up, it is time to learn, she says with a wide smile cause Luca to groan. 5 more minutes. Minutes, she asks confused. Hearing this, Luca feels as if he's going to get a headache and reluctantly gets up. Fine, fine, I'm up. After finally getting up, Luca is instructed to take his rocks and follow Sarina, where she leads him to a quiet area with a few rocks of her own already set up. She sits down on the floor and gestures for Luca to watch her. She holds a granite stone in one hand while preparing to bring it down on some flint in the other. Click, 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 clack. She continues to glance the granite stone off of the flint until small shards are broken off, slowly shaping HTE flint in a desired shape. During one strike, she misses slightly and cuts her finger. She doesn't take it lightly as she has a pained expression and waves it in the air. Oh, whatch? I am not the best of this, but it is required that everyone learn to do it, she says after sucking on her finger for a couple seconds. Luca feels as if he knows how to do this and mimics her movements, bringing down granite onto flint, causing chunks to fly off. He guesses he should be trying to shape it into a knife or something similar. At first, it's pretty easy to knock off chunks in an attempt to get it into Tay's shape his wants. But as the flint gets smaller and smaller, his strikes have to become more precise, otherwise. Clack. He could break the flint in half and ruin the project, wasting all of the time he'd put into it. Sarina gives him a sympathetic look. Do not worry, Lou, she shows her own knife. It took me many, many tries to make this one, she says. The duo had started doing this since sunrise, but it was already a little past noon, and Luca still hadn't completed a proper knife. It seems flint napping is a lot more difficult than he'd first thought. He thinks back to the ease of which those middle-aged men did it before and feels as if it's been put in a different perspective. He'd almost completed around 3 to 4 knives, only to accidentally break them due to his over-eagerness. He had thought they were scrap after his failure, but Sarina yet again explained how they could still be used as spear points or arrow head, making him feel a little less useless. He continued trying to complete this task for a couple more hours before finally creating something resembling a knife. The handle was slightly jagged and would cut into the hand if gripped too tightly, while the edge was sharp but fragile. Still, for a first try it was usable, which is all that mattered to Luca at this moment. Of course, the overexcited Sarina gave him a hug for his troubles, something he found difficult to deal with as he's still literally naked. Nevertheless, he still had jobs to do. According to Sarina, she asked him to go retrieve his spear so they could begin working on it. Why didn't we bring it along with the stones? He asks. She gets a sheepish expression and says, I did not think you would create a knife so quickly. Why did you think I couldn't handle it? He asks, curious. No, it took me 3 days to finally make my first one, she says reluctantly. Luca can't help but laugh as she says this, causing her to pout but eventually laugh with him. After they had stopped laughing at her expense, Luca walked back to the village to collect his spear, so they could do whatever Sarina thought needed to be done to it. He still wasn't really sure what she intended to have him use it for, but at least they were progressing. If he fixed a couple of those flint shards to the top of it, he might be able to start hunting, though he didn't know how he would kill anything with it. Maybe he should practice throwing a spear. He mumbles to himself. As he's walking, a large shadow blocks his path. Looking up, he sees the grim face of Dastu looking down on his, with a still bleeding disemboweled deer on his shoulder. I heard that you are getting close to Sarina, he asks in a baritone voice. Luca looks at him, trying to think of a way to leave without looking like a pussy and are getting his shit kicked in. Yeah. Ine and I, he's cut off when Dastu puts a hand on his shoulder. Ine, you should respect your betters, he says, squeezing Luca's shoulder, making him feel as though his bones will crumble in his grip. Dastu, if you are going to threaten a tribesman, you better beware the consequences. A man who Luca remembers is called Zulmisha calls from behind Dastu. He feels as those reinforcements had just arrived at Normandy. Why, yes. Remember what will happen, Luca exclaims, not knowing what happened himself. Dastu tosses the deer carcass to Zulmasha and pushes Luca away. "Very well, we shall fight for dominance. I will show you why you do not disrespect Sarina," he shouts, causing Luca to look confusedly at Zulmasha. The man sees this and finally remembers that this newcomer probably has no idea what he's in for. A fight for dominance means to try and force your opponent to submit. You will not try to harm each other, only prove your strength, he says slowly. Fuck, Luca thinks to himself as a few tribesmen gather round to watch what'll happen. Even the women and children seem to want to watch him get the crap kicked out of him. "Look, I think you misunderstood me." He tries to negotiate, but a roar from Dastu signals his sprint towards Luca. 12 stings, doesn't it? Luca almost shits his pants as he sees the huge man sprinting at him with a fierce look. He holds his hands up in a boxing pose, but simply has no idea how to fight in the first place. As he's about to be stampeded by Dastu, he holds his hands up and closes his eyes. "OOOFF," he grunts as he's tackled to the ground, straight onto his back. Dastu grins as he wrestles Luca and slams him to the floor, receiving a satisfying grunt of pain from the young boy. His pent-up anger from seeing the woman he's pursuing being followed around by this weak foreigner like a lonely puppy is realized, as he wraps his forearm around the boy's neck in an attempt to strangle him. Luca feels himself being manhandled by Dastu, but simply can't stop it. He lacks the strength or the skill to attempt any maneuvers that help him fend of the stronger and heavier man. The surrounding tribesmen give hoots and cheers as Dastu starts squeezing Luca's throat, causing the boy's face to go red, then purple. He can feel himself about to pass out and has to resort to his trump card. He presses his behind into Dastu's while lowering his hand to the man's genitals. Once he locates the man's rather large sack, Luca grabs onto it and squeezes as hard as possible. "AIIGH?" Dastu shouts as he feels his jewels being given the BDSM treatment. His body stiffens as he pushes his prey away in an attempt to get him to release his grip. Luca obliges and quickly crawls away before getting back to his feet, not forgetting to rub his now sweaty hand into the dirt with a disgusted look. "You are a foul trickster. You disrespect our very traditions with your actions," Dastu shouts indignantly. Luca spits on the ground and scoffs. "What? You can squeeze my neck, but I can't squeeze your balls? You're a hypocrite." He shouts at the man with a smug grin, but quickly loses it when he sees Dastu's gaze lower to his own delicate jewels. "Yo, I may be naked, but I don't swing that way, my dude," he says, turning slightly and trying to block Dastu's view of him. This causes the surrounding tribesmen to laugh, which has Dastu almost steaming in rage. Luca chuckles along with the tribesmen until he sees Dastu's face go red. Knowing he's about to get charged at again, he bends his legs slightly in an attempt to be a smaller target. His suspicion was right as the larger man gives another roar and sprints at him, arms outstretched. He's so fast that Luca is sure he won't be able to avoid him, and instead attempts to get this over and done with but rolling onto his back. He feels something soft on his foot as Dastu leaps on him, but closes his eyes and shields his face from the beatdown he's about to receive. Only, after 10 seconds of nothing, he realizes something must have happened. Glancing around, he sees Dastu not far from him rolling around on the floor holding his junk. Luca remembers a soft feeling on his foot and can't help the laugh that escapes his mouth. This is only echoed by the surrounding tribesmen who laugh at Dastu's situation as well. After Dastu finished holding his nuts, he sends a baleful glare at Luca and quickly starts walking over, finally done playing around apparently. He reels back his fist in preparation to punch Luca's face off when a feminine voice interrupts him. "Lou, why are you fighting Dastu?" Sarina asks while standing amongst the surrounding tribesmen. Luca sends a toothy grin at Dastu before replying, "Ine, my back hurts after wrestling with him, can you help?" "Of course, it would be awful if you were injured," she says, walking over and starting to massage Luca's back all under Dastu's livid gaze. "I never noticed before, but your hands are so soft, Ine," he says, still smirking at Dastu. If this muscle-bound idiot is going to bother him, then he'll give him a reason to. As they say, there are no rules in love and war. She giggles at his compliment. "Your back is also soft," she says, making Luca grimace. Eventually, Dastu has had enough and wrenches the deer he'd hunted before briskly walking away. Luca cannot help but feel his actions will soon bite him in the ass, but couldn't help angering the man further. Dastu hadn't liked him from the first time they had met, so why should he attempt to even be civil? He'll just try ignore and occasionally escape the man should they ever see each other. Hopefully Sarina would teach him how to hunt soon so he could spend all day out of the village and, more importantly, away from an angry tribesman. After Sarina was done massaging his back, he went to retrieve his spear to continue whatever she was trying to teach him. He'd led back to the clearing where they'd be Flint napping before while Sarina shows a branch similar to his own. She lays it on the ground before walking over to a bunch of tall, stinging nettles, a plant Luca doesn't have fond memories of. She carefully plunges her hand between its leaves and digs into the ground before pulling its stem out. Once out, she quickly drops it to the floor to avoid being stung and starts cutting the small branches which hold the leaves off. She does this a number of times and is eventually left with a small pile of long stems, still covered in thin hairs that'll sting you should you touch them. How did you get them out without being stung?" he asks, curious. I was stung, though," she says, showing him the many small red bumps on her arms. "The trick to harvesting this is to not get your fingers stung, otherwise everything becomes difficult," she says, semi-wisely. "Why not just choose another plant?" Luca mentally comments. After explaining a few more tricks that he could use to safely harvest this plant, one being covering your hand in leather and running the material across the stems to remove the fine hairs to make modification easier. As he doesn't have any leather suitable for such a task, she instead just drags her flint knife across the stem gently. This removes the majority of the sting from the plant, though it's not as consistent as using the previous mentioned method. Once done, she starts using a nearby stone to crush the stems into a more flexible texture before starting to peel the bark from them. Once she's done removing the bark, she throws away the other parts and bundles up the ribbon-like material before hanging it over a nearby branch. "What'll we be doing with those?" Luca asks, curious. "We wait for it to dry, then we use to tie things, like flint, onto a spear," she says, gesturing towards his branch. After she'd given a demonstration, she had Luca try and create his own fibers. As soon as he stuck his hand into the nettle in an attempt to retrieve one, his hand was strung all over, slowly going red and looking quite painful. Sarina didn't bother with this, however, and told him to continue as it's just a sting. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he eventually had a small pile of stems at his feet which resembled the size of Sarina's own. After using his newly created flint knife to rid the stems of the fine stinging hairs, he crushed them as she had shown him before. Only after this did he start peeling the bark away. During this, he accidentally tore some, but Sarina waved his concerns off and told him to continue as it didn't really matter in the end. Once he was done, he ended up with a few ribbons of nettle fibers, which he then hung on branch beside Sarina's own to dry. Luca looks down at his red, bumpy, and sore hands before glancing at Sarina, who was happily carving a thin groove into one of her branch's ends. What are you doing?" he asks. "Making a place for Flint to sit," she slowly says, putting one of the smaller shards from their previous flint napping against the end to estimate how much more need to be carved from the branch. Luca simply shrugs and starts mimicking her, finding a relatively large shard and measuring how much he'd need to carve for it to comfortably sit on the spearhead. He assumed they'd be using the dried fibers to tie these pieces of flint onto the spear. Hopefully, they'd then start hunting. A few hours later, the nettle ribbons had sufficiently dried enough after sitting in the sun for a while. Sarina collects them and tells him to store them in his hut for tomorrow as she'd need to go off and hunt during the remaining sunlight. He absent-mindedly nods and starts taking all of his rocks, branches, and dried nettle fibers back to his hut in the village, feeling pretty satisfied with his progress despite the pain emanating from his hands. 13. Armor acquired. The next day, Luca is woken up yet again by Sarina, who excitedly shakes him awake. "Lou, it's almost ready." "What's ready?" he says through a yawn while rubbing the dust from his eyes. "Your pelt." He lays down for a moment, before his eyes springs open, now wide awake. He finally had some sort of clothing and didn't have to walk around naked. He quickly gets up and glances behind him at Sarina. "What are you waiting for? Let's go," he says while briskly walking out of his hut. Sarina leads him to a place beside the river that smells a bit off. "What's that smell?" he asks, holding back the urge to gag. "It is what we use to make pelts last," she say with a small grimace. She leads him to a large wooden bath. It's big enough to hold many people, but when Luca steps closer, he almost vomits. Inside is filled to the brim with a yellowish liquid. Wait, there's a large brown thing in it. That better now be the bear's pelt, he mentally screams. That isn't my pelt, right?" he questions Sarina with a grim look. "It is." "Why is it in a bath of piss?" he asks, clearly knowing by its smell alone of what it is. "It is how we stop it from rotting. After we dry it in a pile of salt, we all pee into this before adding a lot of salt and river water. It makes pelts last a lot longer than just using salt," she says. "And how did anyone find this out? Did they accidentally piss themselves while wearing a pelt and found that it lasted longer?" he exclaims, not feeling as excited about wearing this thing now. I do not know. It is knowledge passed down from our ancestors," she says with a confused expression. Eventually, a couple of old-looking women come over and plunge their hands into the bath, grabbing the pelt and pulling it out before they hang it to dry in a tree. One walks over to Sarina and says, "Once dry, we will wash it in the river, then Luca can take it." She nods rapidly with a smile and looks back at him. "Are you not excited?" she exclaims. "Yep," he says, managing to hide the frown that appears when he thinks of wearing the piss-cured hide. As they wait for the hide to dry, they get back to what they were doing yesterday. With the nettle fibers dry, they are now usable to tie things with. That is, after they're processed. Sarina pulls him aside and sits him down while she shows him how to bundle the fibers and turn them into string, and if you wish, eventually rope. Obviously, as Luca is like a bull in a china shop when it comes to tasks that require a high amount of dexterity like this, he completely fails to even twist the fibers properly for the first few hours of trying it. Thankfully, Sarina sits next to him, patiently helping him along and showing him various tricks and techniques to make the process easier. Luca was happy with who he had teaching him, as he didn't think he'd be able to do half the things he'd been taught without Sarina's constant excitement, fueled enthusiasm for teaching. Not to mention his motivation to improve, as he didn't wish to be torn apart by an animal again. Now that he's apparently immortal, he found his thoughts always being drawn towards the most grim and depressing things, like what it'd feel like to start to death, and whether or not it would be worth it to just kill himself to avoid feeling hungry. These thoughts made him feel powerful but also apathetic and less human, if that makes sense. Eventually, it was time for them to bring down the pelt to see if it was okay to be worn, though Luca was sure he would wash it in the river a number of times before actually wearing it. Sarina pulls the massive furry pelt from the tree and onto herself. She grimaces slightly at the smell still lingering on it, but they find that it's dry enough to be washed. Needless to say, they toss it into the river and scrub it with their bare hands for almost an hour before they are happy with its smell. After drying it yet again, Luca throws it over his shoulders, which reveals just how warm he feels while wearing it. The brown fur scrapes across the ground due to how big it is, but if he grows a bit, it'll eventually fit him perfectly. "Are you happy?" Sarina asks as she sees him smile while wearing his new pelt. Luca nods. "Very. It feels good to own something valuable again," he says, wondering how much a pelt like this would cost back in England. Probably a couple thousand considering how big it is, though it did have a few holes from the tribesmen's spears. Eventually, they sit back down on the ground to continue twisting the nettle fibers into string. The bare hide sits across his shoulders, keeping him warm from the occasional breeze that used to make his body retract his precious area into his body. They continue twisting string for a couple more hours until they end up with an adequate length that Sarina nods at in satisfaction. "What now?" he asks, assuming they'd be using this to tie the flint spear head to the branch. "Now we make your spear," she says with a smile, confirming his suspicion. After Sarina shows him an effective way to tie flint to wood to maximize the strength and stability of it, Luca attempts to do the same with his own. Due to him not thinking of the future, the flint he was using as a spearhead didn't have any outcropping bits that could be used to tie string around, thus making it a more stable spear. Instead, he had to just tie it as hard as possible without accidentally cutting the string on the rather sharp edge of the flint. With some assistance from Sarina and a few cuts to his fingers, Luca eventually finishes his first weapon, ever. The sense of relief and satisfaction that washes over him as he sees his primitive-looking spear finally assembled fills him with absolute joy. He jumps up and hugs the equally as excited Sarina as they hop around and dance with each other in the clearing. 5 minutes of dancing later, Luca finally realizes his hands had been roaming all over her body, though it appears as if she didn't notice or didn't care. This wasn't the strangest thing, however. That belonged to why he had been so excited about creating this piece of trash in the first place. It's literally the lowest thing a human can create, just a stick and flint tied with plant matter, and yet he felt so happy after finally completing it. He glances over Sarina, who's still giggling, and grasps his mother's necklace, a warm feeling making his chest feel strange. An hour or so later, after they had calmed down, Sarina hops up and exclaims, "We can finally start hunting." "Really?" Luca asks with an eager smile. She nods rapidly. "We will start with small animals first. I will show you how to track, sneak, kill, skin, and harvest," she quickly says in one breath. Luca gives her a funny look and asks, "Sayane, do these small animals include squirrels?" She nods. "Of course. They are one of the easiest to catch," she says, backing up slightly when Luca shouts, "Finally." "Finally what, Lou?" she asks, confused. Cough, nothing, I just got a little too excited. When will we start?" "Now, first I will show you how to not step on branches and ruin hunts," she says with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Ine?" he asks, backing up from her weird expression and accidentally stepping on a twig that loudly snaps. "Let us begin," she says, whacking him in the leg that stepped on the twig with a branch, causing him to jump away, crunching yet another twig. "Maybe we could talk about." 14. Luca is back. 1 month later. It's been a month since Luca had joined the Suajiki tribe and started learning under Sarina. During his time here, he's made acquaintances with many of the tribe's people, especially after donning the bear's pelt and becoming pretty recognizable since he started wearing it. The memories of the bear's roars were fresh in the minds of those who were present, and they wouldn't scorn someone who had risked his life to save them, despite them not knowing that nothing was risked at all. Of course, this didn't stop the tribe's scrutiny being leveled at him. He was to be a hunter that'll replace those lost in the attack, but so far he'd literally not caught anything edible. This has caused the few people that Dastu managed to convince of Luca's incompetence to become more vocal in their complaints towards him. However, Servon waved them off, saying you couldn't expect Luca to learn to hunt effectively in such a short period of time. Though this didn't quell the majority of the concerns towards him, and some even argued that having a skillful hunter in Sarina stuck teaching him was counterproductive. Regardless, Servon made his stance known and punished those who'd overstepped those bounds. Luca himself was having a tough time. He had continued learning under Sarina to make things and hunt, but his progress was limited in the latter activity. He was clumsy, not aware of his surroundings, weak, easy to tire, and a terrible spear thrower. This has Sarina slightly exasperated, but continued to try and teach him nonetheless. She had seen his fitness slowly improving over the month along with his hunting skills, but it was still far from being good in any stretch of the imagination. Another thing that piqued Sarina's interest was Luca's weird obsession with hunting squirrels. She had tried to ask him about it, but he always shrugged her off with an excuse of non-committal answer. Truly, it was an almost baffling thing to watch Luca spot a squirrel and immediately scream before running after it. It almost reminded her of one of the Karaskir tribe's many wolves. This leads up to now, with Luca crouched behind a tree, spear raised over his shoulder with his knuckles wrapped so tightly around its base that they've turned white. His gaze is firmly locked onto a rabbit in a clearing, peacefully chewing on some vegetation, all the while keeping its head up to watch for the common airborne predators in this area. Sarina hovers behind him with her bow drawn taut, aiming in front of the animal in the likely occasion that Luca misses and causes it to flee. Luca takes a deep breath to calm his nerves before reeling he hand back and throwing the spear at the hare as hard as he possible can. The flint-tipped spear whistles through the air at the hare. Luca stifles his cheer as he's sure it'll be a hit this time. Thump. It lands in the ground beside the hare, penetrating deeply, signifying that it'd be a lethal blow had it been a couple inches to the left. The hare doesn't hesitate and tries to bolt away due to the sound, but is shot in the haunch by an arrow that stops it mid-jump. Sarina pats him on the shoulder as they walk over to it. "Do not worry, Lou, you almost hit it this time," she says gently. He doesn't say anything but just nods with a determined look on his face. This hadn't been the first time she had comforted him for his failure, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. It had originally cheered him up and motivated him, but due to how many times he's heard the phrase, he can't help but feel as if she's pitying him, though she probably was. He tugs his spear out of the ground while appearing the tip to make sure there was no damage to it. He'd had to replace the flint atop it many times already as it's rather fragile, especially when hitting trees, rocks, or dirty. Luckily this time he seems to have hit a soft spot. He's interrupted from examining his spear when he hears "Lou" being shouted from his friend. "Yes and nay," he replies. "Come and practice skinning again?" she asks, making him grimace. Gutting and skinning was by far the thing he disliked the most about hunting. With the lack of sanitary conditions in the wild, he found himself worried for the tribe. With how they treated raw meat and preservation of it, it wouldn't surprise him if a disease started spreading. Obviously, he wasn't worried for himself as he tried to keep as clean as possible. That and his immortality, an ability he still hadn't told anyone and hopefully would never have to. He walks over to Sarina and sits next to the still struggling hare that innocently looks up at him, as if pleading for its life. Ignoring the almost human eyes, he grabs its body and neck before quickly twisting as Sarina had shown him. This breaks its neck with a loud asterisk crack, ending its life as painlessly as possible. He appreciated the care the Suajiki tribe took to mercifully execute animals. While he didn't used to care about animal rights in the past, personally taking a life has changed his perspective on things. There was a time when he'd just haphazardly stab his prey until it died, screaming as its lifeblood pooled on the floor. Luca shakes his head to try and rid those thoughts from his head. He had nightmares of his first time intentionally killing an animal, and he hadn't been kind to it, and seemed to haunt his dreams with its whimpering shrieks of pain. Obviously, with how attuned to nature the tribe is, Sarina was appalled with him for a number of days, ignoring all of his attempts to apologize. "Lou, is something wrong?" His mentor asks from the side, seeing him contemplate something upsetting while still grasping the twitching hare. He shakes his head, just remembering how badly I'd treated animals before. Sarina nods. "All life is sacred, it is not our own and belongs to nature. We must be careful and respectful towards it and what we take from it, lest it sends its emissaries for us," she says, making Luca wonder if something like that had actually happened. He'd seen her use what looked like magic in the past. It was on a woman giving birth who was having trouble. Luca was told to observe as Sarina ran her glowing green hands over the woman's engorged stomach, causing her screams to quiet and eventually stop, allowing Sarina to easily deliver the baby without any trouble. Luca was amazed that she was not only knowledgeable enough to deliver a baby, but also to use some sort of ritual magic to soothe the woman's pain. When asked about it, she had told him it was a gift from nature itself, something he had found deeply unsatisfying and indeed unscientific. Again, shaking these memories away, he turns his attention to the task set before him. First, he makes a cuts across its belly, not penetrating the skin, but instead just deep enough to get a grip on its fur. Once he's able to get a good enough handhold, he tightens his grip before quickly tearing downwards, causing the majority of the skin to come off with one pull. Looking down, he notices that he'd forgotten to take the bloody arrow out. This has caused a large tear in the skin that'll make it difficult to make much from it, especially clothing. "Are you sure you are okay, Lou? You seem tired," Sarina asks, wondering why he's stopping so much, unaware that he's having flashbacks in order to give exposition to the readers. I am fine. I just made a mistake is all. He slowly retrieves the arrow from the rabbit, making sure to try and keep the flint intact so it could immediately be used again. Once done, he tears the rest of the skin off before proceeding to gut it and dump the useless inedible organs on the floor for scavengers to eat. He hands the skinless carcass to Sarina, who hangs it from her quiver as they begin to look around for more things to hunt. 15. Boy Who Cried Wolf. Luca can be found sitting in a tree above the large herd of sheep owned by the tribe. He'd been told to watch over and protect them while the person who usually does this stays with his wife, who's apparently going into labor. Obviously, Sarina is also with them to help birth the child, as she's the only one with any knowledge or experience on the subject. As he's relaxing in the tree, he thinks about his time here and compares it with his life back in England. It felt more, how to say it, fulfilling. Back in England, he was going place to place doing odd jobs for his Instagram account and slowly growing his wealth. He suspected if that continued, he'd be quite rich in the future and wouldn't need to worry about money for the rest of his life. What'd he do after he lost his looks, though? Would he just idle about while frivolously spending money like some of the other people he'd observed doing the same thing? They'd quickly spent themselves into homelessness, but now that he was away from it all and thinking about it rationally, he could see himself slowly becoming the same thing. When compared to life in the Suajiki tribe, everything was valuable, but nothing more so than the people. Every person was valued as an incredible asset to the tribe and treated as a priceless commodity. A better way of putting it would be that everyone was treated as close family. This was a considerably different attitude than he was used to, as in modern society, there was so many people that you simply couldn't treat everyone like that. He sighs to himself while atop the tree. It was coming harder and harder to tell himself he was better off in England, especially with Sarina being here. He shakes these thoughts from his head and focuses his mind back on the task before him, counting sheep. Is this where the expression comes from? He ponders as he makes sure everyone is accounted for and hadn't wandered away from the herd. He looks around with bored eyes, around the tall grass surrounding the clearing for predators. Wait, what is that? He mutters to himself as he spots something with gray fur and yellow eyes poking its head from the grass. Wolf. Shit, he says before realizing how much danger he and the sheep are actually in. Wolf! There's a wolf! He shouts, causing a panic from those nearby as a few men grab their spears and bows before running towards him. Once 8 people have gathered with weapons ready, they look around rapidly, preparing for something to leap out of the bushes. Gilga looks at Luca, who's still in the tree, and asks, "Where is the wolf?" Luca points at the patch of grass where he saw its head, but sees that it's already gone, must have been scared off by his shouts. He climbs down, grabs his spear, and leads them to where he saw it, all he while noting that the tall grass obscures all tracks that it may have made. As it's pretty windy today, even the grass that'd been stepped out was being shifted, making it almost impossible to tell if there was actually a wolf here in the first place. Here's where I saw it. It was gray with yellow eyes and looks about this tall, he says, raising his hand a couple inches above his bellow button, about 4 ft by his estimate. Gilga gives him a weird look. Wolves usually do not travel these parts. They used to fear the ruler of the forest, but it seems they are returning. I will tell the Sarvon of this. Keep watch on the herd, he says, walking back to the village with everyone else and leaving Luca alone yet again. Luca thinks back to his last run-in with a predator and shivers at the memory of being devoured alive. Funny how he's currently wearing the skin of the animal that eaten him. Luca thinks of it as retribution, but still feels as if he'd rather not have been eaten at all. He clenches the spear tightly and stands watching the tall grass. A couple hours later, while he's rubbing his eyes from having focused his eyes so long, he hears something rustle some grass nearby. His eyes bolt open as he holds his spear at the ready while looking around. He immediately spots the same wolf in the same place it was before. Wolf! Wolf! He shouts, causing another panic. Once again the men converge, and once again the wolf is gone. Gilga frowns as he hears Luca explain that it came back. They check the grass again, but still can't find any evidence that it was ever there in the first place. A few people start doubting the wolf's existence, choosing to believe that Luca is jesting with them. Hearing this, he panics. What is this? The boy that cried wolf. If they stopped coming then, he'd definitely be fucked if the wolves wise up to what's happening. Yet again, the men leave Luca to watch the sheep. He had tried to explain that he was telling the truth, but the more he pressed, the more people started to doubt him. He became pretty angry at this, and it was almost to the point that he wanted to abandon the sheep to their fate. After all, it wouldn't be his fault if they all got eaten. Another hour goes by and Luca is still watching the sheep. He wonders how long it takes for some bitch to give birth so he can go back to hunting with Sarina. He tosses a stone into the grass to alleviate his boredom, but is shocked to hear a yelp from the grass. The head of the gray wolf pokes out from the grass, snarling at him, its eyes looking predatory and intimidating. He's about to shout wolf again when he hears something whistle through the air. An arrow. "Gio!" a voice shouts as many more arrows are shot where the wolf had been. Luca breathes a sigh of relief when he realizes he was never actually alone, and the men had decided to hide in the trees to keep watch. They run towards where the wolf had been and see drops of blood heading in a direction. "We should go after it and kill it," Luca says, causing Gilga to shake his head at him. "No, let it go back to its pack and spread that we are not prey. Wolves are like us as they communicate and claim land as their own. If you show your dominance, they will leave our lands alone." He says confidently, but Luca still has doubts. Wolves aren't that smart, are they? He thinks to himself. "Are you sure?" he asks Gilga, who waves their hand dismissively. "Yes, someone will come to take your place later. I'm sure you want to go back with Sarina before she goes hunting." Luca nods and is yet again left alone to watch over the herd as everyone else goes back to whatever they were doing before he cried wolf. 16. Crying over a wolf. Luca is yet again out hunting with Sarina. It had been another month before he finally killed something. His first successful hunt was against a squirrel that made the mistake of being alive around Luca. He had to say his spear throw was magnificent. While it didn't provide much meat or hide, it was still an exciting occasion for not only him, but also Sarina, as she'd been watching him fail for weeks on end. He'd begun to get the hang of hunting, but still hadn't been able to kill anything bigger than a squirrel. Indeed, the only thing he'd actually hunted was squirrels. Sarina was beginning to get a bit exasperated, as every time they found something that wasn't a squirrel, he'd end up missing somehow. As was the case currently, Sarina had managed to track down a rather large boar. As it was pretty big, she doubted a single arrow would be able to bring it down without piercing something vital. She could usually land these shots, but was feeling slightly sick today, and thus had to rely on Luca to get the kill. As would usually happen, he reared back and threw it as hard as he could. He actually managed to hit the boar, but it was superficial as the spear eviscerated its tail. It gave a loud squeal and quickly ran away at a speed Luca didn't think possible for a hairy pig. He looks back to Sarina, who had a frown on her face. She turns and sits on the ground muttering about something, and Luca didn't have the courage to speak to her after missing such an easy kill, especially if he's able to hit squirrels with near-perfect accuracy. He walks over to a nearby tree and starts looking around for something else to hunt to make up for his blunder, when he sees a familiar face, a wolf that seems to be limping. It looks healthy despite its limp, which makes Luca curious at how it hunted prey without being able to run properly. It has gray fur and yellow. Wait, it looks like the wolf that was stalking Tribe a month ago. Luca looks at it confused and wonders if the rest of its pack is nearby. Usually he'd just try and run away, but with his recent blunder with the boar, an idea pops in his head. Should he try and kill it? Sure, there were risks, but bringing back a wolf for Sarina would surely improve her mood and opinion of him. Grinning, Luca decided to make his move. He crouches low and starts approaching the wolf as it laps up some water from a nearby stream. He grips his spear tightly as he raises it up. When he's close enough that he's afraid it'll notice him, he unleashes the spear. The spear flies through the air without a sound towards the wolf. Its ears twitch as it raises its head, which unfortunately puts it in the path of the spear, which penetrates its neck, fully causing blood to coat the nearby foliage. Luca shouts in delight as he sees his attack hit the animal, with an injury that's severe. It'd probably die in a few minutes if not seconds. The wolf turns its gaze to Luca slowly due to the weight of the spear in its neck inhibiting its movements. And Luca thinks it might have damaged some of its muscles. The wolf growls at him as blood pools around it. It puts a paw forwards to try and step. Towards him, Boo falls over and not getting up. Luca doesn't dare go near it until he's certain it's completely dead, and so throws a couple rocks and sticks at its body just to make sure. Once he's certain, he shouts, "Ine, come here, I've caught something." His voice echoes through the trees, and Sarina jogs towards him to see him standing with one foot resting triumphantly on a dead wolf. "Lou, what is that?" she says, looking around with wary eyes. "It's a wolf, isn't it obvious?" he asks in confusion. Sarina focuses her gaze on him. "Was it alone?" she quickly asks. Luca nods his head while giving her a confused look. Sarina looks like she's about to scold him when a voice comes from behind him. You have killed my companion," a male voice shouts from the underbrush. Luca looks over and sees a relatively short, muscled man covered in loose hides with a horrified expression on his face. Who are you?" Sarina bows deeply to the man. "We are so sorry, we beg forgiveness from the Karaskir." Luca mimics Sarina bow after taking his foot off of the wolf. Sorry." The man steps forwards and places his spear down next to the wolf. He notes the large spear still penetrating its neck. He turns his gaze to Luca as he can tell he's responsible from his lack of any weapon. "Why have you murdered Telsai?" he asks with a somber tone. "I remember it trying to hunt our sheep. I decided to get some revenge," he says without a hint of remorse. The man scowls at Luca. "Telsai has never been near your sheep. I demand satisfaction for her death," he exclaims. Sarina steps forward and tries to intervene. "We are sorry, but if what Lou says is true, then you are the aggressor here. Let us not mention the fact that these are our lands," she says with a glare. "We never agreed to allow you this territory," he exclaims. "What right do the Karaskir have to deny us our ancestral lands?" she asks calmly. The man picks up her spear and shouts at her. "The right of strength. I will return to my clan and let them know of your transgressions here today. We will see who is right through battle," he says, grabbing the blood scruff of his dead wolf's neck and starts walking away. Luca is about to ask Sarina a question when she draws her bow and fires it at the man, penetrating the back of his neck and killing him instantly. "Holy shit, Ine, what was that for?" he shouts in panic, wondering if she'd just lost her mind. She shakes her head at him. "He made his choice. His death buys us time to prepare for war," she states simply before walking over and grabbing the dead wolf and throwing it over her shoulder. "But I thought you were all about respect and honor and all that. How is that the case when you shot him in the back?" he asks in confusion. "He made his intentions for war clear before turning his back. He should have known what was coming," he says as she starts walking back. Luca picks up his bloody spear and follows her, taking one last look at the dead Karaskir tribesmen as they leave. As they walk back, he continues to ask her questions on why she had reacted that way. Apparently, tensions with the Karaskir were already high before that incident. The tribe used wolves to hunt primarily, which allowed them to claim a vast territory as their own, as the wolves would mark what's theirs. However, they started to expand their reach into the Suajiki tribe's hunting grounds and picking them clean with the wolves. Servon was convinced that they were trying to starve the tribe by hunting all the food available. With the death of the ruler of the forest, the wolves weren't afraid to encroach into their lands anymore, which has allowed them to push further. "War is approaching, but this may be what was needed to start it," she says after explaining the situation. Luca rubs his now long red hair. "And I'm responsible for it?" he asks fearfully. "Do not mind it, Lou. The Karaskir will not know who started the fight first, only that they lost a member while hunting in our territory. I feel as if this is a good thing as we have time to prepare for war while they are unaware," she says in a soft voice, though the contents don't seem to match her happy expression. After hearing all this, Luca just walks in silence for the rest of the journey, unsure how to react. He didn't know if he was ready for war, or even ready to fight with another human. Just the thought of it makes his hands tremble. Either way, he'd have to see what Sarina's father thinks of the situation before coming to any conclusions. 17. War Council. Inside the large hut of the Suajiki tribe's leader Servon, Luca is standing silently next to Sarina as she explains what recently happened between him, her, and the Karaskir tribesmen. When he showed his back, I killed him, she states, bluntly, causing Servon to frown. So it has started, he says with some regret in his voice. He sits there without saying anything for an extended period of time. Luca doesn't dare make a move as Sarina just continues to stand there. Bring Dastu, Zulmeshi, Pitcha, Cuthlu, and Trump here now, he says to Luca and Sarina, who nod rapidly and leave. Luca lets Sarina go and notify Dastu, as he didn't want to get into another fight with him. He was also more familiar with Gilga than any of the other hunters. After they manage to round up everyone, they find themselves yet again standing before Servon, who sits there with a frown on his weathered face. Dastu steps forward to address Servon. Chief, what have you gathered us for? Servon just shakes his head at Dastu's lack of patience. War, he says simply, causing everyone to shift uncomfortably. They knew what war meant, and they were cautious about starting one without just cause. Gilga echoes the words, war, with who? Gutizia, Jafria, Almnar. Luca listens intently as the man lists off many names he hadn't heard mentioned before, memorizing them just in case they're important later. Servon shakes his head. Karaskir. His words seem to startle the others. I thought they were fighting with the Almnar, Zulmeshi asks in confusion. They were, but their wolves were not able to overcome the river. They have turned their sights to our land instead, Servon spits. Sarina chimes in. But if they are still hostile with the Almnar, how are they able to pass the waters into our territory? She asks. Perhaps the Almnar have allied with the Karaskir, Dastu says grimly, knowing full well that an alliance between the two could spell their end. No, the hostility between Almnar and Karaskir goes too deep. They must be moving to the western side of the river, outside of the Almnar territory. This would explain their movement near our herd. Servon slowly says, are piecing through his available information. Gilga nods. Good thing Luca spotted it. Luca gives Gilga an appreciative look, but Dastu feels the need to interject. Yes, good thing he had to have 4 hunters save him from a single wolf, he scoffs. Sarina gives him a glare. Lu has only just started learning Dastu. You cannot expect him to be strong so quickly. Dastu, why do you defend him so, Sar? Enough, Servon exclaims, almost causing the hut to shake at his voice. This is not the time nor place to bicker. We are about to go to war, and you wish to criticize a fellow tribesman due to petty reasons. You will stop, or you will leave us to discuss this properly. He glowers at Dastu, who just nods meekly in acceptance. We will not tell the tribe of the situation yet. We must keep this information hidden until we cannot any longer. Pitcha go with Trump to scout where traps may be effective. No snares or walls. He says the last part glaring at Trump. We need information on how they are able to bypass the Almnar, so examine the Great River and see if there are any tracks, he quickly says. But traps are a coward's weapons, Zulmeshi interrupts. So is using pets to fight your battles, but as we have to fight cowards, I do not hold any regret in using tactics as despicable as them. This is about the destruction of our way of life, our family, our lands. If we do not use any method available, then we are doomed to fail. This is the way nature intended it, he says, waving away Zulmeshi's worries. Luca leans close to Sarina and asks, what kinds of traps are they going to use? Spike traps mainly, holes with sharpened sticks. They will not be deep enough to kill our enemies, but to injure them enough to prevent combat, she says after thinking a moment. Luca thinks back to the mushrooms that killed him and gets an idea. Why not cover the sticks in poison? Sarina shakes her head. While we may have to fight like cowards, poison is the more disrespectful weapon. It is like fighting someone without arms or legs. But it would mean 1 enemy killed for each trap, rather than injuries. Luca presses. No, we will not use such tactics. Nature frowns upon it, she says sternly, which has Luca shut up. Servon looks to Gilga, Scout our stream and see if there are any tracks near it. It's split from the great river and may be hiding more Karaskir around it. Will do, Chief, Gilga says before quickly leaving. Servon looks at Zalmeshi and gestures his head to follow Gilga as he has a bad feeling about the task. Cthulhu, prepare as many materials as possible, wood, stone, flint, anything that will be needed for the upcoming conflict, Sarina's father says before waving him off. Dastu, go and hunt as many creatures as possible. Preserve their meat as much as possible and store it in the storage hut. We may find ourselves lacking hunters if casualties are high. This will give us time to decide our next actions should we need it. Chief, I should be out scouting for enemies, not hunting. Leave this to Sarina and the Luca. Dastu quickly corrects himself as he remembers his last warning. Servon slams his hand on the hut wall, causing a loud bang that makes Luca jump. Do not argue with me. Go, do as you were asked, he shouts furiously at the disobedient man. Dastu quickly leaves after taking a longing glance at Sarina and a hateful one at Luca. That just leaves Sarina and Luca remaining. Servon eyes him up and down, taking notice of Luca's skinnier and more muscular build than last he had seen him. You've been improving. However, it is not enough. While Sarina has been impressed with your progress, time is now short. You will begin hunting separately from my daughter. If you catch nothing, then you will not eat. Luca's eyes bulge at this. But I'll starve, he exclaims, only now noticing the error he'd just made. Then starve. We cannot support leeches in our family while war draws NEAR. Learn fast or die fast. Those are your only options. Sarina, do the same as Dastu. Also collect as many medicinal plants as possible in preparations for any injuries incurred. Go. He waves them away, leaving a downtrodden Luca who looks as if he's about to be condemned to death. He slowly walks to his hut to prepare his stuff for tomorrow. He needed to become proficient in hunting quickly, or he may just die. Again? Actually, now that he thinks about it, there really is no risk to his life. If starving to death is too painful, he could always stab himself in the neck. He wouldn't be hungry after that. Lu, wait, Sarina's gentle voice calls from behind him. He turns and sees her looking at him somberly. Yes, he asks, wondering what she wants to say. I believe in you. I believe you will be fine without me. Please do not prove me wrong, she says with a tearful look. Luca doesn't know what to say and just hugs her in response. After a while, he speaks into her ear. Don't worry about me, Ine. I'll prove that I'm strong enough to survive, he says, causing her to hug him tighter. This isn't about survival anymore. It's about proving to himself he can do it without the assistance of his random immortality. He'd show that his lessons from Sarina weren't ignored. 18. Another one. Servon watches as Luca and Sarina leaves the hut and slumps into the hide-covered wooden chair he'd been sitting in. He didn't regret his harsh words towards Luca, as he felt that it was imperative that he stop relying on his daughter for everything. It had been a while since Luca had arrived, and Servon felt that Luca was capable of taking care of himself at this point. He knew that people seek comfort in things that remain the same. He thought that this was the primary reason Luca hadn't become more independent yet. There were a few other thoughts, such as him not being smart or strong enough, but after seeing his improvements, Servon didn't think that was the case. Another thing that bothered him with Sarina's confusing care and affection for him, she had never met him before, and Servon didn't see any qualities that would attract her to him. At first, he thought it was an interest in his peculiar looks, as he himself had never seen dark red hair before, nor his pale skin complexion. However, as time went by, he didn't see her affection waning at any moment, leaving him worried for his daughter's future prospects. He didn't care who she ended up, only that they were able to provide for and protect her. Something that couldn't currently be said for Luca, which was why he was forcing the boy into such a situation. Yes, their tribe was nearing war, but a single person not pulling their weight wasn't that big a deal, nor was it uncommon. However, it was a good excuse to get him motivated and hopefully eventually strong enough to protect his daughter should she choose to continue this path. Even if he doesn't manage to survive on his own, Servon wouldn't let him die. He'd simply give him another role that isn't hunting, but no, before forbidding Sarina from interacting with him. That was his role and responsibility as a father. Luca had just woken up in his hut and knew today was going to be a terrible one. Rumble asterisk. His stomach rumbles, pleading to its own for some sustenance, but Luca only has a couple berries left over from his stash. He slowly pops them into his mouth. Enjoying the taste of each and every one of them, he's left with a couple left, but he remembers Sarina's words and gains a determined expression. He puts them back in their pouch before tying it around his waist and deciding to not eat them. His hunger still hadn't subsided, but he simply used the feeling to push himself forward and deal with it. He wraps his bearskin around himself, grabs his spear, and leaves his hut. Outside, he notes that all of the hunters are gone, with the only combatable people either watching the herd of sheep or patrolling the outskirts of the village. Instead of looking around for Sarina like he'd usually do, he walks to the lake and takes a few deep gulps of water. It isn't food, but it's something to fill his stomach with, which soothes his hunger pangs slightly. He takes one last look at Serval's hut before finally leaving towards the hunting grounds. He walks for a few miles before deciding that this place is devoid of any other hunters. He sits on a stump and thinks over his plan for today. Obviously, traditional hunting isn't going to work for him, and placing snares everywhere would prove counterproductive, as the predators would eat his catch before he managed to check all of them. He gets up and walks around for a while before finding a patch of grass that looks pretty heavily used by small animals. Luca retrieves some of the nettle plant fiber that he'd made into string with the assistance of Sarina, and makes a snare by snapping a few pieces of wood into shape and using them as the foundation. He steps back and examines the snare he'd made. It took almost an hour, as he was a complete novice, but it looks like it would be functional. With the path being commonly used, he suspected he'd catch something. Whether or not it'd stay, be eaten, or escape by itself was another matter entirely. Deciding to stay near his near in case it catches anything, he pulls out a couple berries and lay them down on a stump that's sitting in the daylight, making it incredibly visible to any animal around, and especially birds. Once done, he simply sits still and quiet to wait for something to buy the bait. Luca waits for another hour or so before he spots a bird glaring down at the berries. He readies his spear, but as it's flying down, he hears something making a lot of noise behind him where his snare is. While his attention is away, the bird manages to fly down, eat the berry, and retreat again, causing Luca to scowl at it. "Whatever, I couldn't catch a bird, but hopefully the snare worked," he mutters to himself as he starts walking over to it. He peeks over the bushes and sees his snare in pieces on the floor. Apparently, whatever it had caught was too big to contain. Luca had no idea what animals were around here besides the few that he had personally seen, so he was seriously worried about what it may be. However, as he's thinking about retreating, his stomach rumbles again. With starving being a possibility, he quickly sets the snare back up and sneaks back into the bushes, only to feel something bite onto his ankle, causing him to panic and jump away. He holds his spear tightly and looks around rapidly to see what attacked him, but doesn't spot anything. Examining his leg, he sees 2 puncture marks which are oozing blood. "Snake! Oh, fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck!" he shouts as he feels the venom beginning to spread up his leg. It didn't hurt at first, only feeling like a hot pressure. However, it quickly became a burning sensation that made him feel as if his leg was on fire. Luca sweats heavily at the pain and falls backwards onto the forest floor. He starts getting spasms in his leg, but continues to panic as he feels sensation slowly traveling up his body. It reaches his abdomen, and his shouts of pain might have even reached the village with how loud they were. Tears stream down his face as snot and saliva follow them and collect on the forest floor. The pain reaches his ribs and his other leg. The pain is so great he can barely move. Eventually, the sensation reaches his chest, and Luca feels something give out, as if his body didn't wish to function anymore. Instead of the burning pain of the venom, it was sharp and deep, and its location was where his heart was. He only had a few seconds after that until he lost consciousness. A couple hours later, as the day is slowly drawing to a close, Luca wakes up with a gasp. He pats himself all over and scans the surroundings to make sure everything is okay. This is the first time he knew what had happened. He died. It was as simple as that. He felt the venom, he felt the pain, he felt his heart stop. He feels bile in his throat from thinking about it, but swallows it back down. He wasn't hungry anymore, which was a positive. However, the pain he'd experienced and the memories of dying definitely was not worth it. He takes a couple minutes to get his breathing in order and calm himself. Once done, he looks up and sees that the day is almost done and decides to pack up and head back to the village. He could claim that he managed to hunt a squirrel or something to explain his lack of hunger. Adas, then, he'd be able to keep his pride in front of Sarina and her father should the man ask. 19. Serious talk. Sarina had just made it back from hunting and collecting herbs. From her quiver hangs 3 hares and 1 red fox. Additionally, she has 3 pouches full of medicinal herbs that will be dried or processed in another manner to preserve and best use them. However, despite the great hunt, she just had her mood was worse than ever. She was worried about Luca. The first time she'd met him, she had almost taken his head off with an arrow. Immediately before anything else, she was mesmerized by him. His unique look, aura, and helpless expression made her unable to turn him away. Not only that, but she felt nature itself calling for her to help him. However, that initial feeling faded as soon as she got to know him. Instead, she found herself pondering over his origins. How did he survive up until now? How did the ruler of the forest not find him when he was so close to its territory? So many questions, but none of them answered. She had taught him as much as she could in the few short months she had with him, and he was steadily improving. She thought it wouldn't be too soon when he could go off on his own and be productive for the tribe. However, it seems her father didn't wish to see him succeed and cut his training short. It's not like she didn't trust him, but it didn't mean she wasn't worried. She'd felt that she had finally made a friend within the tribe. It's not that people disliked her, but they always looked at her with reverence due to her role as the tribe's healer and shaman. This made it difficult to actually get close to people, as you can't befriend someone who worships you, not can you get their honest impression of you if they feared what would happen to them. Luca, though? Luca was different. He looked at her with indifference. Aside from the occasional glances he made towards her breasts, she didn't mind it, as it was natural for men to be attracted to females, and it would be unhealthy if he were to be completely unaffected by women. Sarina had never felt attracted to men before, but something about Luca made her feel as if butterflies were fluttering in her stomach. She didn't know if this was normal, as she had no one to talk to about it, but one thing was for certain: she needed to make sure Luca was safe. Which leads to where she is now, idly walking around the village in vain attempt to stumble into him on his way back. He is not back yet. Maybe he got lost, injured, or killed. She begins to internally panic at the many ideas that spring to mind. She paces back and forth for a couple of minutes, under the gaze of the other tribesmen who just think she's performing a ritual of some kind. Sarina continues this until she spots a shadow slowly emerging from the tree line. It's Luca. He makes his way into the clearing with a forlorn expression that makes her heart ache, but as soon as he spots her, he smiles. "Ine, good hunt?" he asks, nodding his head towards the 4 animals hanging off of her quiver. She panics for a moment, not expecting the question. "Uh-oh, yes, I was very lucky. And you?" she asks, not being able to conceal her worry from her voice. Yeah, I cooked and ate a squirrel but didn't manage to catch anything else." He tells the lie he'd been coming up with on the way back. Her eyes travel over his form before her brows furrow. "Where is the skin?" she asks, not believing he'd actually caught something. It was so damaged and mangled that it was unusable. I promise to gift you the next one I catch, though," he says quickly. She shakes her head no. "Gather them and make clothing as soon as possible. They will protect you against venomous animals," she says as her gaze lingers on his bare crotch for a couple seconds too long. Luca wants to cover himself, but feels that doing so would make the situation even more awkward. "Are you hungry?" she asks. "No, it was a fat squirrel. I ate everything as you told me to, its brain, organs, and marrow," he says placatingly. She nods at him, satisfied with his explanation. She knew if he was truly hungry she would be able to tell, but found it curious that he seems even better than yesterday. "I will drop these kills off and prepare the herbs. Maybe afterwards you would like to join me at the stream?" she asks him. Luca nods. They had watched the sunset together multiple times before, but somehow being separated made it all the more intimate. "Yeah, sure, I'd like that. See you then, Ine." he says, leaving to drop everything off and prepare it for tomorrow. Sarina watches his back as he walks away, not noticing the few people watching her interactions with Luca, the most significant of those being Dastu and Servon. The former was gritting his teeth the entire time they talked and only held himself back because he noticed her father watching them as well. Interfering would be seen as a great sign of disrespect to Sarina, Luca, and Servon. Not that he cared about what Luca thought, but he still kept it in mind. Servon's expression lightened briefly when he noticed Luca looking well. It seemed that today had gone fine enough. He could see from the fact that Luca hadn't brought back any food with him that he'd only hunted enough for himself, though when he hunts more than he can eat would be the real test. His lips upturn at these thoughts, and he retreats back into his hut to think up plans for the coming conflict with the Karaskir. Later, just before sunrise, Luca made his way to the stream, more specifically to a fallen tree that he and Sarina used to use a seat to watch the night fall. When he finally reached the spot, he sees Sarina alright sat there looking directly at him with a smile. He returns it and sits next to her, finally feeling the weight of the day vanish from his shoulders. He sighs as he feels the last of the sunlight caress his face, and a small breeze blow his crimson hair. "Ine, what's your goal for the future?" he asks out of the blue. She looks confused at the question. "Goal for the future," she mutters while pondering his question. I want to live a long life. I want to see my children and grandchildren alive and happy," she says after a while. Luca nods at this as it's a sensible dream. He didn't think he could deal with children as they're annoying and needy, but he hoped she'd get her wish. Sarina is someone who didn't deserve anything but the best. "And you, Lou?" Her question jolts him from his thoughts. I want to go back to my home," he says, not wanting to lie her. "But this is your home, with us, with me?" She stutters out, apparently not expecting this answer. Luca nods absent-mindedly before replying. "It is, but I feel like I have to go back eventually. But I think I can hold off on going for now," he says, not truly knowing what he'll do, but it makes Ine smile regardless. "Look, it's happening." He points at the horizon where the sun is started to dip behind the earth. As the light begins to wane, they both shiver as a gust blows through where they're sitting. Luca opens his bare skin and allows Ine to cuddle up to him. They both take in each other's warmth without uttering a word, simply being content in being with company of each other. 20. Wolves and War. It's been a week since Luca was forced to fend for himself. Unlike his first attempt, he hadn't died while hunting. He made sure to prioritize making hide trousers and sandals to prevent being bitten by a snake again. The snakes around these lands were quite small, and while they produced a lot of deadly venom, their fangs weren't large or sharp enough to pierce through hide. Which was a boon, as he'd been saved by his new squirrel trousers a few times already. He fashioned them in a way reminiscent of jeans. They had small pouches where the pockets would be, and the seams ran in a similar manner that modern clothing would. This wasn't easy to do, however, as knitting with a shard of bone and string made from nettle fibers was incredibly difficult to do. It took him most of his time when he wasn't hunting to finally complete the trousers. He hadn't made any upper body clothes yet, but he didn't feel a need to, as his bare skin kept him warm and protected. The original owner of the string had fended off an entire village of spears, so he felt it would be durable enough for now. If he wanted something stronger, he'd have to start looking for steel or bronze armor, which wasn't likely to be around here, as the only metal he'd actually seen in this area was his own necklace. His hunting tactics hadn't changed, as leaving bait for birds and trapping mammals seemed to be effective. Today was his lucky day, however. He'd caught 2 foxes and 4 average-sized birds. This was more than enough for himself to eat. In fact, he didn't think he could eat it all himself. The thought of sharing it didn't even cross his mind, as he carried the skinned and gutted carcasses on the end of his spear that rested on his shoulder. A few tribesmen watched as he strolled back into the village, their focus primarily on the prey he'd brought back. Luca decides to store the food he won't be able to eat in his hut for breakfast tomorrow. As he's heading to his hut, he glances around the village and examines the changes that's slowly been happening. Throughout the week, the amount of food gathered by the hunters had steadily been reduced. From what he could gather, the Karaskir tribe was patrolling the land surrounding their territory, never entering it, but hunting all animals on the border, which was essentially reducing the prey population that's available for them to hunt. Usually everyone in the tribe would get more than enough food for their needs. Celebrations and get-togethers were common amongst friends and family, but all of this seemed to stop. Most weren't aware of the danger to the tribe yet, as Servon hadn't made their relationship with the Karaskir public yet. However, Luca could see some already figuring it out for themselves. As he's about to enter his hut, a young boy calls him, "Luca, look over here." They shout while waving their hands in the air erratically. The boy was named Kedu, and he'd been greeting Luca every day when he made it back to the village. For those that asked, he'd tell them the boy was annoying. However, the small instances of friendship that weren't strictly limited to Sarina really brightened his day. He'd occasionally skip stones with the kid when Sarina was busy or he had time off, and while he could get overexcited, it was normal for a young child. Kedu smiles at him. Luca notes that one of his front teeth are missing. Sorry to ask you this, Luca, but could you share some food? Mama is not feeling well and the shaman is too busy with the hunters. I'm not sure if she will be okay with the food she is getting, he asks almost pleadingly. Luca eyes the boy up and down and can see that he's slightly skinnier than he usually looks. Maybe the food shortage is a bigger problem than he first suspected. Here, he says, laying his spear on the floor, and tosses the boy a bird and a fox. They are both relatively large for their species and should feed him and his mother well. If every tribesman in the village was like that, then they'd probably have to start slaughtering the herd of sheep to feed themselves. Which wouldn't be a good idea, as wool is one of the only exclusive things the tribe sells, like how the Gutizia tribe sells salt, Almnar sells fish, Karaskir leather, and the Tomnal tribe clay. Kedu cheers happily and jumps at him while hugging him as tight as his little arms can manage. "Thank you so much. When I grow up, I will be a great hunter like you, believe it," he shouts, making Luca remember a cartoon character who had a similar catchphrase. Shaking his head, he takes the remaining food inside. He intended to rest his legs for a while before using one of the fires around the tribe to cook his food. Servon, who was watching this from afar, wasn't really sure what to make of what just happened. Luca was clearly going to keep the food to himself before the child requested his help. It wasn't an act of loyalty to the tribe, but pity for the child. "Not good enough," he mutters before ducking back into his hut. Cthulhu looks at him, done watching Sarina's pet. He says sarcastically. Servon growls at him, "Quiet. Tell me some good news or I might break something." Cthulhu shakes his head solemnly. Despite not even fighting the Karaskir yet, they are hunting down all the prey around our land. If this continues, we will starve. "So we must fight. They are forcing our hands. Did our traps do nothing?" Servon asks, wondering if they'd had even a small victory. Cthulhu nods. Gilga spoke of blood in many of the spike traps from the amount the victims were human. This is unfortunate, as it is the wolves causing the most problems. "Not even the traps work well enough for us," he says in a dull voice. "Is Achille going to survive?" The bites on his ankle look like they're from a wolf, clearly a warning from the Karaskir, or maybe a show of force as they did not kill him. "The bites were healed by your daughter, but the attack to his head will take longer to heal. I'm not sure how they threw a rock so small so fast, but it is clearly dangerous," says Cthulhu. Servon tosses a flint dagger in the air idly while grabbing skillfully in a repetitive manner. Eventually he fails and it pierces the floor of the hut, standing upright. He sighs with a look of resignation. I want you to take some of our young hunters and create an ambush." "This will mean war," Cthulhu states seriously after raising an eyebrow at the sudden command. "War is inevitable. I am only starting it on our own terms." Cthulhu nods. "I will gather them tomorrow before sunrise. The Karaskir send their hunting parties at dawn. It will give us enough time to prepare," he says as he gets up and leaves. Servon groans as he gets up, his back cracking as he does so. He exits his hut and prepares himself to inform the tribe. "Suajiki," he shouts to get their attention. "Listen to my words clearly, as I will not repeat myself. The Karaskir have decided to try and destroy us, take our lands, kill our sons, and rape our daughters." His words echo throughout the clearing, and enraged voices starts to grumble. "As your leader, I will not allow this to happen. We will fight them off. From this point on, we are at war with the Karaskir. If you see a wolf, you will skin and eat it. If you see one of their men, you will fight and kill them." He shouts with a few people cheering, while others seem disturbed by the fact they were about to enter a large-scale conflict with another tribe. Luca stands in his hut's entrance deep in thought after hearing the brief speech from Sarvon. He wanted to hear Sarina's thoughts on everything, but knew she was probably still treating the injured hunter. 21. Conflict. Like clockwork, Luca immediately gets up when the first rays of sunshine touch the ground. He wasn't an early bird before coming to this primitive place, however he needed to get up early and do everything that needed doing before the sun was down. Hunting in the darkness without a lot of experience and a coordinated group is tantamount to suicide, especially with the Karaskir roaming around the area. He grabs his spear, wears his squirrel trousers, and puts on his bare hide before briskly walking out of his hut for today's hunting. "You, Luca?" He hears a voice call out to him and glances at the person, not taking long to recognize them as Cthulhu, one of the people present while Sarvon was discussing what to do with the Karaskir. He should be one of the higher-ups of the tribe, so why was talking to him? Luca wondered. "Yeah. Come with me, you will be fed by the tribe today, so put away everything but your weapon," the large black-haired man says as he crosses his arms and starts waiting. Luca doesn't say anything and does as he's told, knowing that this is probably serious if they're feeding him today. He follows Cthulhu to a small hidden clearing not far from the village. Inside, he sees around 6 other men that seem to around his own age. A few look nervous, but others have determined looks on their faces. Cthulhu stands in front of them all and clears his throat. "I am sure you all know of the situation with the Karaskir. Sarvon's speech yesterday should have made our stance clear. We are now at war. You are gathered here and now to make the first strike against them." Luca struggles to comprehend what just happened. Had he just been drafted to fight in a war? This couldn't be happening. "Wait, I don't know how to fight. Why am I here?" He voices his concern, but is scornfully looked at by the other young men who think he's a coward, justifiably so. One of the boys frowns. "My younger brother praised you whenever we spoke of you. Seeing you now makes me wonder if we were talking about the same person." "And who's your brother?" Luca asks, not allowing an insult to go unchallenged. "Kedu, I am Ledu," he states. Cthulhu interrupts them. "We do not have time for you all to befriend each other. You will learn to work together in battle or die. You, Luca, you were not chosen because we thought you could fight. You were chosen because no one else can. We are not a large tribe like the Almnar and lack experienced warriors. While the others hunt to feed the tribe, we will be defending our territory." Luca reluctantly nods. He wasn't a great hunter, so it isn't weird for him to be forced to fight instead of making valuable people fight. Essentially, he's cannon fodder. He shakes his head to rid himself of these thoughts. If he continues thinking about it, he won't be able to hide the resentment he's currently feeling towards the Suajiki. "We will not be teaching you to fight as most of you already know the basics. No, you will be learning through experience. Our leader has tasked us with ambushing the Karaskir scouts that are hunting on the outskirts of our territory. I will lead you all and will only ask one thing of you. Follow the commands I give." The group nods at his words with no one confident enough to try and argue with him. Cthulhu nods to himself. "Prepare your weapons. We will need to be quick on our feet if we are going to catch them." He stops for a moment. "Before I forget, the chief's daughter made these for you," he says, handing each of them a small pouch filled with some kind of powder. Luca's curiosity is piqued. He'd seen Sarina's supernatural abilities before and wondered what effect this would have on them. "What is it?" he asks. Cthulhu simply grins. "You will know when the time comes. Before we enter combat, I want you all to push your noses inside the pouch and breathe heavily through your noses." With that said, he ties some kind of flint axe to his belt while throwing his bow over his shoulders and walking off, expecting the boys to follow him. Luca quickly follows and finds himself unfortunately walking with Ledu. He tries to ignore him, but the boy starts trying to make small talk with him. "So, you are an outsider. What tribe are you from?" "The Mallory tribe," he says after a moment of thinking. "You wouldn't have heard of it." Ledu nods his head. "Must have all been weaklings to produce someone like you. I have heard about you from the others, needing the shaman to teach you everything from hunting to cleaning. They even told me the story of how you did not even know how to wipe your ass properly. I want you to know it was my chair you ruined by sitting on it, he grumbles. Luca's face goes red in embarrassment, as he'd lived his life using toilet paper trying to wipe himself clean with leaves that sometimes even stung him was difficult and made him get lazy. He'd quickly fixed that after sitting on a primitive chair and leaving behind a gift for whoever owned it. Apparently Ledu was the owner. He felt less guilty about it now, though. I'm sorry about your chair, but I lived a different life from that of the tribe. I've seen things that make your head explode. He quickly says, but Ledu shakes his head in disbelief. Whatever, outsider, just know that I am only here to fight for my brother and mother. If you hold the group back, I will put you in the ground along with our enemies, he says grimly. Dude, you talk as if you're some kind of badass, but I can guarantee you will die before I will, Luca says somewhat bitterly, causing Ledu give him a weird look. Cthulhu raises his arm abruptly after an hour of walking, which has those behind him to stop and drop into a crouch. Luca stares at the man's back as he listens to the surroundings and slowly retrieves his bow from his back. He then draws the arrow back and slows his breathing. Luca still has no idea what he's aiming at. Cthulhu fires the arrow, and the group hears of a dull thud followed by a heavier one not too long afterwards. Luca stands to peer over the bushes and spots a man lying on the ground with an arrow sticking from his temple. A wolf bursts from the clearing and whines at seeing its master dead. Its head rapidly looks around to find the culprit, but Luca's spear had already left his hand. The adrenaline that surged through him at seeing a human corpse had caused him to throw his spear without even thinking about it. Luckily for the group, the spear strikes true. Like the other wolf he'd skewered, it penetrates its neck. Lower than the last, but still a fatal injury. It whines loudly and rolls on the ground in pain, inadvertently causing the wound to widen and allowing a huge amount of blood to gush out. This eventually ends its life through blood loss and silence once against reigns supreme in the forest. Cthulhu glances at him and pats him on the shoulder. Good throw, is all he says as he slowly approaches the corpse, not becoming relaxed for even a moment. His attitude makes the others wary of more being around and act accordingly. Ledu doesn't say anything but is impressed by Luca's quick reaction to the wolf. He'd barely even had time to draw his bow by the time the spear had hit. Maybe there's something to Kedu's praise. 22. Brutalize. After they had killed the man and wolf duo, the younger men celebrated briefly, but Cthulhu was already doing something that confused Luca. He had pulled some thicker plant fiber rope from his waist and began to tie two around the wolf's body. Once done, he tossed the rope over a tree branch and hefted it up before making a knot and making sure the body stayed midair. There was one thing that bothered Luca about this, however. Should we not, well, you know, bury the Karaskir tribesmen? He asks, knowing full well that human corpses carry nasty diseases if left alone. Cthulhu shakes his head. His body will fertilize the land they tried to steal. The damage they caused to the animal populations in the area will be aided with his flesh, he states, making Luca feel slightly sick at the situation as a whole. And the wolf, should we not carry it with us? He asks as he looks around, knowing full well that there are animals capable of obtaining the carcass hanging from the tree. Cthulhu again shakes his head. We are not done with our task. We will trail back and collect the corpses once we are done, he says with Luca nodding his head. And thus the ambush had begun. With one pair of hunter and companion already eliminated, they continued through the outskirts of their territory. Cthulhu constantly low to the ground, checking broken twig, tracks, and even scents left by those passing by. Luca was impressed at the man's abilities, as being able to tell the difference between a wolf and other predators in the forest by scent alone is incredibly difficult, let alone doing it hours after they'd left it. The group walked for a while, the young men mostly staying behind Luca as they had more confidence in his aim than their own due to his first showing. It wasn't long before Cthulhu stopped them and pointed towards two men talking to one another rather loudly. They didn't seem to even consider that the Suajiki would form a counterattack at their efforts to destabilize them. Why are we still doing this? One asks. Because the chief ordered it. Do not question him, or you will end up like the others. The other replies in a low voice, as if the leader was listening to them. Famir is old. I doubt his abilities will remain for long. SHH, he places a finger to his lips. Do not speak of something like that or you will be thrown in the kennel, he says quickly but quietly. Luca can barely overhear their conversation but picks up the name Famir. He could also hear them talk about some sort of kennel. If it's anything like what he thinks it is, then the wolves would be kept in it. Being thrown inside would essentially mean you'd be eaten alive. Something that he'd experienced before and, funnily enough, didn't want to feel again. Cthulhu draws his bow back with an arrow already in place. Neither he nor Luca could see the wolf companions and assumed they'd be off hunting while these two did nothing. Cthulhu was about to attack when he noticed Luca's hand shaking. "What is it?" he mutters quickly, not wishing to lose the element of surprise. Luca looks up at him in confusion before actually noticing he is in fact trembling. I'm not sure." Cthulhu shakes his head. "Do not think about anything and throw your weapon. We must do this for the tribe," he says sternly, returning to aiming at his target and waiting for Luca to make the first move. Luca didn't know what was wrong with him. He'd killed countless animals before this, but now he was shaking at the thought of killing a human. He tries to stifle the shaking in his hand, but doesn't manage it. Finding it stupid to continue holding Cthulhu back, he throws the spear, closing his eyes as he's about to release the spear. Twang thump. Duck asterisk. Two distinctly different sounds echo through the forest, one of an arrow hitting bone while the other a spear hitting wood. Luca opens his eyes and sees one dead Karaskir tribesman and another looking in shock at a spear that just missed his head sticking out of a nearby tree. The man panics and looks towards where the projectiles had come from while whistling. Cthulhu quickly retrieves another arrow, but a rock wheezes through the air at a fast speed past them. Luca looks over and sees the man holding some kind of strange rope. He's shoving another stone into the end of it and starting to swing it over his head. He doesn't manage to release another stone as an arrow hits him in the shoulder and forces him to the ground. A roar is shouted from the group as a couple people charge at the downed man with spears in hand. Ledu is looking around rapidly with his bow drawn, waiting for the wolves that undoubtedly make themselves known soon enough. Luca's eyes are still on the downed Karaskir as the young men charge over and start viciously stabbing him in various places with their spears. "Ah-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h-h." He screams in utter agony as more and more stab wounds appear on his body. However, the Suajiki men don't relent and continue their assault. Their movements crude but effective as they brutally murder him. They almost seem to foam at the mouth as they butcher the man. Luca drops to his knees and vomits as he sees this, not expecting these people around his age to act like this. They are savages, mindless beasts. The only difference in his mind is that they didn't eat him afterwards. While Luca is on all fours, the bushes beside them rustle. Cthulhu is alert and fires an arrow into it, receiving a whine from a wolf. Immediately after, two wolves leap from the undergrowth, one with an arrow in its shoulder but still moving. They run at them, one at first going for Luca, but for some reason changing its target to Cthulhu. Ledu releases an arrow that skims past a wolf as it charges at him. He pulls out a flint knife from his belt and crouches low in preparation to receive the wolf. It jumps at him, his knife slipping into its belly as it bites him on the shoulder. Luca tries to pull the animal off of him, but only succeeds in worsening Ledu's wound as its teeth lacerates his flesh. Ledu continues to rapidly stab the animal's stomach, letting blood flow onto himself and the floor. Eventually, the wolf's grip weakens and it falls to the ground weakly, Ledu immediately pouncing on it and stabbing it in the neck many times for good measure. Cthulhu had just finished off his wolf, his flint axe sticking from its skull at an awkward angle. The only injury he seems to have sustained in a bite mark on his shin, though it only seems to be superficial. "Are you okay?" he asks as he walks over to Ledu and examining the wound on his shoulder. He nods through heavy breaths. "Yes, but..." He looks at his injury. "I am not sure how bad it is." Luca takes a closer look and sees that the flesh is mangled and muscle is clearly visible. Ledu flinches as Cthulhu tries to examine it. "This is bad. You need to see the shaman or you might lose your arm," he says gravely. Ledu has a determined expression. I can still fight, he states, however his moist eyes and trembling body tell a different story. Cthulhu shakes his head. No, you are family, and I will not risk your life for something so stupid. He turns to Luca. Take him back. You fear staining your hands, but you should be fine keeping animals away from him. Take back the prey we left earlier and tell Servon our progress. He states, leaving no chance for the duo to question his orders. Luca can only nod and retrieve his spear as Cthulhu wraps Ledu's wounds with a few large leaves. They start heading back, but Ledu accidentally drops something that Luca picks up. It's the bag of white powder. He'd forgotten to take it as he'd been told. It seems that Ledu hadn't either, as the string keeping it closed is still untouched. Shaking his head, he focuses on getting his injured companion back to the village. 23. Junkie. Luca and Ledu eventually make it back to the village with a wolf carcass on his shoulder. Whenever a tribesman sees the wolf, they cheer for them. However, Luca just concentrates on getting Ledu to Sarina so she can look at his injury. He dumps the wolf next to the communal fire and continues to help Ledu. He helps him walk to the relatively large hut and enters to see Sarina sitting over a bowl and mashing a variety of things into a white paste with rounded stone that looks like a pestle. She looks up and beams at Luca when she sees him. Her expression quickly changes when she looks at Ledu, and who smells heavily of blood. He's injured, can you help? Luca asks. She walks up and slowly unwraps the leaves that been tied around his wound. Her nose wrinkles when she sees the extent of his injuries. The skin is entirely gone, leaving the bloody, damaged muscles open to the air. Ledu audibly grinds his teeth as the pain of having the air in contact with it is too much. Sarina nods to herself after a moment. Sit, I will clean it. Lou, can you grind some herbs for me while I do this? He nods. What do you need? Outside there are herbs drying in the sun. Gather 2 brown leaves, some stems from the bundle with a blue top, and 3 of the small green leaves at the far end of the rack. Luca nods after a moment of trying to memorize what she just said before going off and picking them. Outside behind the hut were a few large racks with many herbs hanging from them. To be honest, it was quite confusing, but he thinks he ended up with what she had asked for. Going back inside, he's instructed to grab a stone bowl and start mashing them together. He does so, and around 30 minutes later, he ends up with some kind of paste. Sarina had squeezed some kind of gel out of a plant and applied it to Ledu's wound after carefully cleaning it with sterilized water. She holds her hand over it and mumbles a few words which cause the wound to glow green for a moment before looking over to Luca, who's staring at the phenomenon that just happened in interest. Is it ready? She asks, which snaps him from his thoughts. Yeah, here, he says, handing her the bowl, though she doesn't take it and instead scrapes out a large amount of the paste and starts applying it to Ledu's wound. Herg, he groans in pain as she covers his injury. Stop being a baby, she says as she finishes applying the paste. Afterwards, she grabs a few large leaves and wraps his shoulder before tying it in place with some plant fiber string. There, it should eventually heal. Do not unwrap the leaf until it stops hurting, she says after taking a breath. He nods and bows deeply. Thank you, shaman. Ledu exits the hut, leaving Luca and Sarina alone together. That magic is pretty cool. Could you teach me? He asks after a moment. She shakes her head. Only the shaman can ask for nature's assistance. That and you are male. Luca looks down in mock surprise. I am. She slaps him on the shoulder. Do not joke with me, Lou, she giggles. Are you doing well? She asks, still apparently worrying about whether or not he'll last on his own. Luca nods. Yeah, I'm good, he says, but cringes at how quickly it came out. Hey, by the way, what is this powder that we were told to use before a fight? He asks, untying his bag from his waist and presenting it to her. It helps our young warriors battle. It temporarily gives them the courage to do what is needed, she says. Wait a moment. Luca has a mini epiphany about the actions of the tribesmen earlier. They hadn't torn that Karaskir apart because they wanted to, but because they'd used the powder. What is it then? Some kind of bath salts that he'd read about on the news. Courage, there was nothing courageous about what they did. They acted like animals. He mutters to her. She sits down next to him. Lou, the powder does not make them brave. It simply allows them to fight without fear. They will gain courage after they face the things they do while under it. So you're basically drugging them and hoping that they don't murder their friends and kill themselves afterwards. She shakes her head. You may disagree with it, but we find that it makes the tribe stronger as a whole by using it. Our warriors are stronger, fiercer, and do no lack courage. I used it in the past when I was younger. Now I am able to kill those who seek to harm us, she states. Luca sighs. He doesn't really know if what they are doing is correct, nor does he really care in all honesty. He assumes it's just culture shock, not being able to comprehend why they think this will lead to a more prosperous place. He understands that it raises the combat abilities of the tribe's youngest, but at what cost? They probably have no idea of the long-term effects it may have on people, even if they only use it to get over their fear of killing. This also shows just how much he doesn't know about Sarina. He'd thought he had understood her. She was chipper, excitable, and fun, but serious when she needs to be. Apparently, he'd need to reevaluate how he interacts with the tribesmen, or not. Either way, he didn't intend to take these primitive bath salts and go ape shit. I understand. I need to go and prepare some food. Thanks for your help, Ine, he says as he gets up and leaves. Behind him, Sarina frowns. She couldn't help but feel that Luca was judging them for some reason. Could he know something that she didn't? She was just using the methods taught to her by her mother. Shaking her head, she decides to leave this topic for later and start preparing more medicine for those warriors that are still fighting. Luca sits next to the fire and prepares the wolf while watching to see when Cthulhu and the group will get back. He didn't know when they'd return, but he wanted to see what kind of state they'd be in, as using those sorts of drugs usually led to some sort of down at the end of them. He wouldn't be surprised if they returned tomorrow after recovering. An hour later, while he's chewing on the wolf rib, he spots some movement in the tree line. Waiting a moment more, he spots the group coming towards the tribe. Cthulhu leads the group with a frown on his face. The group behind him are all carrying a wolf, while 4 are carrying some kind of makeshift stretcher with a young man on it. They carry it to Sarina's hut and quickly pull the injured man inside while the tribe cheers for the others who are carrying wolf carcasses. Luca looks at them closely and sees the bags under their eyes. They look absolutely exhausted. Some are even heavily trembling. Whatever drug they'd taken doesn't seem to be good for their health at all. 24. Karaskir. Faemrir Karaskir was tired, very tired. He'd been fighting all his life, first with his own tribe to gain his position of chief, then against the enemies that wished to harm his people through nefarious means. Eventually, he'd had enough of those acting against him, and now seeks retribution against those that wronged him time and time again. He sits in a large tent-like hut on what could almost be described as a throne made from various wolf pelts. Atop it are 3 large skulls belonging to his previous companions that died either from battle or old age. Currently, he's staring down at autumnal tribesmen that had been captured while scouting in their territory. He was missing a few fingers due to his encounter with the Karaskir wolves, but no one attempted to tend to the wound. The thin man stares up at Faemrir in fear. The older man's white hair, missing eye, thick beard, and the numerous scars covering his face, painting a scary picture. This is especially so for someone who'd been observing their culture and traditions. Even those in far-out clans knew the name of Faemrir. Tales of his brutal and staunch defense of the Karaskir lands had spread far and wide. Here he was praised as a hero, but elsewhere the tales were told to give nightmares to misbehaving children. Faemrir smirks down at him, revealing a few missing teeth with those remaining being stained black and yellow. Well, what does the Tomnal want with the Karaskir? Asks. His men had already done a brief interrogation of him, but Faemrir just enjoyed the stench of the man's fear. "And nothing, I was sent to offer trade," he stutters out. Faemrir glances at the person who'd brought him in. "Did he happen to carry any wares on him?" he asks as the Tomnal prisoner goes pale. Nothing but sticks drenched in bear urine, bow with arrows, food, and the clothes on his back," they say with a shake of their head. Faemrir grabs the Tomnal's thick black hair and pulls it so he can look the man in the face. "You lie. Let me show you what happens to liars in the Karaskir," he says as he stands and begins dragging the man out of the hut. Outside was a village covering a huge area. There wasn't an extremely large amount of people belonging to this tribe. Instead, they built their huts quite far apart from each other. For what reason? Only the founders knew. Famrir kept the tradition going as it allowed the wolves to independently interact with their respective partners without being harassed by the others. Wolves were notoriously pack predators and seek to dominate those in it to reach a higher position in the hierarchy. As Famrir had spent his entire life around these animals, he had gained an understanding over some of their actions and ways to control them. You see, the wolves inside of the Karaskir thought of the tribesmen as members of the pack. All you needed to do to maintain control over the majority was to control the alpha, the wolf currently partnered with Famrir known as Fenrir. A few tribesmen watch with rapt curiosity as he dragged the panicking man through the village. They all knew where he was heading, and most attempted to get as far as possible. The man's screams would be terrible for only a few minutes. The autumnal tribesman looks at the large structure in front of him with terror. It was made of wood with a few small entrances designed for wolves. He knew from observing the tribe that they called it the kennel. He didn't know if the word referred to its inhabitants or the way it is usually used. Famrir dragged the man up a wooden incline, eventually reaching a small hole that has its borders stained red. "Do you know why the autumnal know nothing about us?" he asks the man. He shakes his head quickly, hoping that if he proved entertaining, he wouldn't be subjected to that. The old man pushes the man's head through the hole, allowing him to see the bottom. It was a dirt floor absolutely covered in clumps of clotted blood and bones. Some look to have been torn open to reach to valuable marrow inside. He panics and begins to beg, "Oh, gods, please no. Do not do this. I have family, a wife and children. I was forced to do this, please, for their sake." He pleads as he struggles to release himself from the larger man's grip. "Oh, I know of the autumnal tribe's actions against us. Once I conquer the surrounding territory, there won't be anything they can do to stop us. I must thank them, though, sending such a large meal for my tribe," he says before whistling, which immediately has the floor of the kennel flooded with hungry wolves. The autumnal tribesman continues to struggle. However, he never noticed that the only thing holding him up was Famrir. The older man lets go, allowing his prisoner to drop into the kennel to be devoured by the wolves. The impact of the man hitting the ground is as usual, followed by his screams of agony. Famrir sits back and watches through the hole as the wolves tear the man apart. They are not trying to kill him and instead only wish to eat, which prolongs to process. Skin is torn from muscle, muscle is torn from bone, organs are eaten bit by bit, and eventually bones are pulled from their rightful positions, all while the man is conscious. Famrir didn't kill the man as he found the wolves liked the struggle. He also found that killing the prey before dropping it to them made them placid and lazy, not fit for the Karaskir at all. The kennel was a building conceived by Famrir himself. He had noticed that the wolves would occasionally attack those feeding them. The tribesmen weren't allowed to attack the wolves in any way, which led to the animals thinking that they had jumped the hierarchy. Famrir butchered those that thought that was in front of the rest to make his position clear. And so the kennel was constructed. It was designed to drop food to the wolves safely. However, after a tribesman fell in and got eaten alive, Famrir discovered that it worked better for negotiation purposes. After around 5 minutes, the screams had stopped, and the tribesmen who had left to escape the sounds eventually returned to go about their business. Famrir headed back to his hut, where he awaited news about the progress of starving the Suajiki. He knew he was the first in known history to attempt a tactic like this. He didn't know if it'd work or not, but felt with enough force it'd let them take the territory without an outright assault. Fighting the Suajiki in their own territory would be risky, as while they were honorable, he didn't think that Servon would allow them to envelop the land without a fight. He learned of the spiked traps they'd lain to the north of their village, but laughed when he found that they were neither large enough to kill nor deep enough to capture. Their honorable ways would see them destroyed, if not from the Karaskir, then from someone else. After all, honor only belongs to the victors. The rest will be lost to the lands, buried by sand and forgotten by history. 25. Pondering his fate. A few days later, after the beginning of the ambushes, Luca was out again, hunting on his own. Fortunately, their ambushes seem to have forced Takaraskir to move in larger packs, and thus killing less animals in their territory as a result. He hadn't been hunting for long today, but already managed to kill a hare and a squirrel. Not to mention, he'd found a recently killed, half-eaten fox. At this point, he wasn't a fussy eater, especially when a good meal was placed in front of him like a gift from the heavens. However, now he found himself wondering what to do for the rest of the day. Should he keep hunting and dry to meats for a rainy day? Should he get some more prey for the tribe? Luca ends up shaking his head after taking a few moments to contemplate his tasks for today. He decided to just find a good spot and chill out for the first time in a long time. He begins to walk towards a place he'd seen a small pond earlier in the day. As he gets closer, he gradually begins to hear the sounds of frogs and other amphibians croaking, or even the occasional trademark ribbit. He comes out of the tree line and spots the algae-covered pond. The huge dragonflies bother him a lot more than he'd like to admit, but a few panicked swats scare them away for now. He leans his spear on a nearby tree and takes a seat on the bank of the pond, obviously making sure to keep his caught prey hanging from his spear off the ground to prevent bugs from starting on it. While the other tribesmen insist that the bugs complete the meal, Luca wasn't having it. Luca watches the pond as rays of the morning sun barely pierce the tree line. He tosses a couple pebbles into the green water, causing the algae atop it to separate and reveal the creatures underneath it, and within the pond. He curiously peers inside and finds a pair of oversized bulbous eyes that each seem to be the size of his fist staring back at him. He falls over himself backwards as he scrambles to get as far as from the pond as he can manage. This eventually has his back hitting the tree he'd left his spear. "What the fuck was that?" He heaves through heavy breaths. No response is given, aside from a few more croaks from the surrounding frogs. Eventually, his heart rate returns to normal. He scans the area for any threats and relaxes when he sees none. Must have been a trick of the water, he states to himself anxiously, not believing that a creature so huge could be living in such a small and shallow pond, the size of which only being a dozen meters across. However, the panic he'd experienced had made him unable to stay here and rest with even small glances at the body of water giving him chills. First squirrels, then wolves, and now freakishly huge eyes. I must be going mad, he states, his voice carrying through the area as if to scan for anyone watching. Luca eventually decides to leave this creepy area and places his hand on the floor to push himself off of the floor, only to find it squelching something into mulch. He feels sick to his stomach as he looks down at the squashed remains of a previously colorful frog. He scrapes its corpse off of his hand by running it across a tree. However, just as he'd almost gotten rid of all of it, he begins to lose all feeling in his arm. It flops to his side lifelessly, and he begins to panic as memories of being poisoned to death resurface in his mind, the roiling negative emotions in his guy making his forget his scare earlier. He sits down and waits for his end, but finds nothing happening even after an hour or so. Not only that, but feeling eventually returns to his arm. Some kind of paralytic poisoned them, he murmurs to himself. Ah, that's right. The tribesmen spoke of frogs that were inedible due to how poisonous they were. After that realization, he begins to think up plans for the future and uses for these creatures. First of all, scanning the pond for more amphibians that may be useful. However, he found it incredibly difficult to even get close to one of the multicolored frogs without it jumping into the water. Even when he did catch one, he realized that he had to quickly scrape and wash his hands clean before they're paralyzed again. Shaking his head in irritation, he eyes the escaping frog with indignation. I need a net or something for these bastards. Maybe I could fashion one from plant fiber. I'll have to try and make one when I get back. Luca ended up calling this place Poison Pond due to how many poisonous critters he'd found, and while he hadn't managed to catch any of the frogs, that didn't mean he was completely empty-handed. Tightly held in his hands is a relatively large toad with what seem like holes or glands on its back. It's dark green in color with vivid yellow eyes and gives off a croak Luca could describe as an amphibian roar due to how loud it is. Luckily for him, it wasn't poisonous in his hands. Well, as long as he didn't touch anything on its back. At first he was wary to go near it, but as it felt threatened by his presence, its back started inflating, the pressure pushing out some kind of white pus from the holes on its back. Luca decided to test out the potency of whatever it had just excreted on some kind of rat-like mammal he'd caught while looking around the pond. He looks over the unfortunate creature for a moment and thinks over what kind of way would best be suited for it. He wasn't likely to use this toad's excretions to poison food he elected to sharpen a stick, poison it, and jab it into the mammal to test its effect. Needless to say, it was super effective. Setting aside the pocket monster meme for a moment, Luca watched as the rodent starts spasming a few seconds after he'd introduced the poison, or venom to be accurate with how he's using it. Not long after the spasming began, the creature's eyes turned red and expanded, growing so much that he was sure they'd escape its skull, though this never happened. It started foaming at the mouth too, but as soon as they started, the spasms stopped, Luca assuming it had had a heart attack or something similar. Nasty stuff. I'm sure this'll kill a person, or at least make them very sick. If shit hits the fan, I'll be using this no matter the tribe's stance on it. He mutters to himself after finding something that would hopefully help in the future. The sky begins to darken, and Luca leans the toad, and rat thing as it'd probably be dangerous to eat, and he didn't have anything to carry the toad in safely. Regardless, he didn't think the pond would move, so just left after memorizing its location. 26. Politics are boring. It was midday, and Luca had just come back from another hunt when he spots a commotion near the outskirts of the village. Getting close to observe whatever was happening, he spots one of the tribesmen covered in blood and loudly pleading with some of the other hunters that were present. "Please, they killed my son and took my wife. Find her, please." He begs them and even slaps away their efforts to try and tend to the numerous wounds covering him. Luca can tell from past experience that they are most likely from an animal. He'd bet that the Karaskir and their damn wolf pets are the perpetrators. However, he decides to continue to watch from a distance, as getting involved may be seen as him volunteering himself. Eventually, Sarvon and Sarina make their way to the man, the latter immediately applying herbs and wrapping his wounds with large leaves. Sarvon looked down at the man with a gentle expression, despite his eyes looking similar to those rabid wolves, bloodshot and darting around for someone to grab a hold of. "Calm down, I have heard about what happened. You say you were going to trade with the Jafria." The man nods. "My wife wished to see the new tools they had made in the other village and trade for some. On our way back, we were attacked by someone." Sarvon growls. "Who was it? Did they have any animals with them?" He mutters, clearly suspecting the same people as Luca. He shakes his head. "No. I don't really know what happened, but my son was heavily injured and my wife was gone. They came back for him and I tried to fight them off, but I was." Sarina pushes a small bowl into the man's hands. "Calm yourself and drink this," she says kindly, though her voice is strained with worry. Sarvon looks around angrily and gestures for the hunters. "Well, go, find them," he shouts, causing them all to rush off to grab their weapons and leave. Luca shakes his head. While he feels sorry for the man, it wasn't enough to risk himself. Even if he couldn't die, it hurt a damn lot. Let's not mention the strange things that happen if people found out about his peculiar condition. The next few days were tense. Not only were the Karaskir getting bolder since they hadn't had any casualties lately, but there was clearly a third party taking advantage of the conflict. Not a trace of the unlucky man's family being found. Luca had heard much about the surrounding tribes, but didn't have any personal experience. All he knew was that other tribes were also missing people, even if they were peaceful and not fighting with anyone. Most drew this up to the ruler of the forest, but with its death, they now knew something else was up. Rumor had it that the Gutizia tribe had something to do with it, as their leader Jayastuk had died, and his mantle had been taken by his son Gaztok. Those that knew the boy had said he was spoiled by his father due to his privileged position, and was incredibly arrogant and narcissistic, to the extent that a few thought that he killed his father for the position. The Gutizia tribe was very wealthy after all, them being the only source around for a huge distance to get salt. Everyone needed salt, It flavored food, preserved meat, tan hide, was useful for pottery, and could even be used to make soap, though this was usually exclusive for tribe leaders' wives who wished to indulge or increase their status among their peers. Due to this, the Gutizia was easily one of the more powerful clans, next to the Almnar, who mostly controlled the Great River, at least until it splits into two and running into the Tomnal control. Truthfully, the reverence for salt was a bit jarring for Luca, who used to always have access to it, and thought of it as a throwaway thing used for cooking. Luca also found it fascinating how the tribes had split off from each other and specialized in specific things to the region. For example, the Almnar produced a huge amount of fish that they traded for other things. The Karaskir had used to be the biggest producer of pelts, game meat, and other similar products, though most tribes had stopped trading with them after their aggression towards the Suajiki, a tribe renowned for its fairness and respect for nature. Obviously, for the Suajiki, they traded wool with the other tribes and had used to provide spiritual guidance to those who wished for it. However, this was stopped when Sarina's mother passed away, as the other tribes weren't familiar with her, and Servon was very wary about sending her out. Luca was also curious with what else was around these lands. All he'd seen were the tribes, but was it possible that other societies were around? He'd heard of foreigners wearing some mystical fabrics coming to visit and trade for specific things, the most prominent being information about minerals and other things. Maybe these foreigners were his ticket back to England. However, as always, if things seem to be going well, it's because you don't know what's happening. Not long after the commotion with the man who'd lost his family to unknown attackers, Luca was yet again drafted to fight against the Karaskir, who'd broached a little too close to their territory for Servon's comfort. Cthulhu had been waiting inside his hut's entrance with his arms crossed as Luca finally woke up. "You will have to fight again. Get ready. We leave now," he states as he walks out. Luca rubs his face and curses his undying life and slowly gets up, throwing his bare pelt over his patchwork leather clothes and grabbing his worn-looking spear along with a few pouches that he may need. He also made sure to take the bag full of white powder, deciding if shit hits the fan, maybe becoming a junkie isn't all that bad, especially if he could just kill himself and reset his body or however else it functioned. Walking outside, he spots Ledu and the other teens that he'd previously fought with already there, with him being the last one. Not many words were said before Cthulhu started heading into the forest. Luca makes small talk with Ledu, but the conversation doesn't go anywhere. He isn't involved with the politics of the tribe and only had a few acquaintances he occasionally spoke to. Truth be told, he barely remembered anyone's name in this place, which wasn't much different from before, as he'd never really cared about those he couldn't get something from. Regarding their task, Cthulhu stated it was just another ambush to try and push out the Karaskir again. Luca didn't know why, but he felt that trying the same tactic twice was likely to result in some unfortunate situation. Though that was logical, it was probably reverse psychology. If the Karaskir suspected a different kind of attack, and they did the same thing as before, maybe they'd be caught off guard. Luca shakes his head. That just sounded like wishful thinking. Hopefully he wouldn't die today, though. 27. Power-up. Elsewhere. A large group of men accompanied by their animal companions slowly stalk through the forest, occasionally retrieving small prey from the mouths of the wolves. However, this isn't a typical hunt that they'd usually do. Instead, this was a hunt for men. "Gundulf, you sure they gonna come for us? They would be stupid to do it," asks a man with a thin face, short black hair, large pointy nose, and skinny frame wearing various wolf hides. A tall, muscular man with curly black hair growls at him. "Faemrir has planned this. I was there to advise him." This plan is sound if you think about the Suajiki tribe's past conflicts, rarely ever going on the offensive except when pushed. "But how would they know we are here?" he exclaims, wondering if they'd fall into some kind of poison trap, as they are already quite deep into Suajiki territory. Gundulf smacks him in the face with the back of his hand. "Shut your mouth, Sithel. If you had a brain to comprehend anything other than food, our tribe, or women, then you would realize that the Suajiki are reluctant to fight, but when prodded they strike back like a bear out of hibernation." Sithel rubs his jaw, wishing that he could overpower Gundulf and teach him a lesson, Alas, the man was almost as prominent as Faemrir, without the notoriety of other tribes due to his relative inexperience, of course. Fine, but if shit goes to the wolves, then I am running with Basie, he states, receiving a harsh glare from Gundulf. SHH, quiet. I think I hear something. His words cause the group to fall silent. In the distance, they hear the cracking of twigs and branches that they'd liberally planted as a warning system. They tripped our traps. Luca had been trailing behind the group with Ledu. He was reluctant to come, but knew he had some sort of duty to the village that taken him in, even if he disagreed with some of their methods. Men at the back, catch up. We are approaching the end of our territory. We need to be together for us to all come back. Cthulhu's voice calls far ahead of the duo from a place not visible. Ledu nods unconsciously and runs ahead, leaving Luca alone. He sighs and starts walking with a quickened pace. Except as soon as he started moving, he began to hear the foliage around him rustling heavily. Fear takes him as he grips his spear so hard his knuckles go white as he starts surveying the surroundings. Sounds of horrific screaming start coming from the group ahead of him. He can recognize some of the screams as those given by the teens after they use the drug. However, he could also hear Cthulhu's voice shouting in what seems like agony. Luca feels as if his heart is about to escape his chest and slowly starts backing away, wishing to abandon the people he'd come with, though his story for Servon would be different. Growwll. A sound he had hoped he wouldn't hear was coming from a bush next to him. He turns around with speed he hadn't thought possible and points his spear towards it, only to find something hit him in the back. His back flashes with intense pain as he rolls over and sees a large gray wolf with a lump of flesh in its mouth. His flesh. Luca frantically kicks the wolf off of himself and scrambles to get up, the surroundings going silent momentarily. The tension is thick, and the pain in his pain causes him to wince and tear up, deciding that he'd rather not feel anything right now. A situation where he'll likely be ripped apart. He retrieves the pouch full of white powder and pushes his face into it, breathing in heavily and coughing out a cloud of what looks like flour after he pulls out. Immediately his world starts turning, as if the sky was the ground and the ground was the sky. The pain in his back was gone and he felt as if he could lift a mountain. Suddenly nothing mattered anymore. The fear he knew he should be feeling simply wasn't there, and instead, resting in its place was fury. Where the fuck are those wolves? Come here, you bastards! He roars as he sprints into the bushes with his spear. However, Luca's charge is halted as two pairs of jaws wrap themselves around his calves, causing him to fall to the ground. Luca begins to fall, but turns his body so he lands on his back, his spear still in his hands, and a euphoric smile on his face. The wolves' noses wrinkle as if they'd smelt something vile and back away while growling up a storm. Luca tries to get to his feet, but finds the strength in his legs are somehow gone. Looking at the wounds on his calves, he sees mangled and lacerated flesh. No, I hate you fuckers more than ever those squirrels right now, he screams as he pulls out the bag of powder again and pushes his face into it, and taking a deeper breath than before. Once he's done taking another dose of whatever this good shit was, he pushes himself off of the ground and stumbles slightly as his legs aren't working the way he wants them to. The wolves stay back and continue growling at him warily, and Luca heads towards them to stab them with his spear. However, they keep backing away at a speed he can't manage. Furious at the wolves' apparent cowardice, he starts picking up sticks and stones from the ground and throwing them at the wolves. A few hit but don't seem to do all that much damage to them, eventually though his legs give out and aren't able to support his full weight anymore. But for Luca, that's just fine. He'll just tear them apart with his bare hands. Dropping his spear, he begins to flail his body towards them in an erratic mess. However, despite how it looks, he manages to catch up to one which whines and tries to fight back, causing Luca to try and pry its eyes out with his fingers and thumbs. He laughs maniacally and bites the snout of the wolf as it tries to escape, his teeth causing blood to flow from the sheer force of the bite. PETIR, where what the fuck? Suddenly an angry voice comes from behind Luca, though he continues to try and kill the wolf with his hands and teeth. That is, until Thwack asterisk. Crack asterisk. Thud. The world goes black. 28 Kafrasker. Luca wakes with a start. His ears are ringing and head throbbing in pain. He was on his back. No, he was being dragged. He was still so disoriented that he couldn't really tell. He was in pain due to the stones, sticks, and other debris that were digging into his back as he was being pulled by the leg. Luca turns his head and looks to the side, only to see a wolf walking next to him. It snarls as him, which makes him flinch away, which causes the man holding his leg to drop it. "Oh ho ho, he is awake," he laughs. Luca groans from the floor as a few other people crowd around above him. "He is a skinny one, that is for sure," one snarks. "At least he will give them a struggle before it ends," one remarks. Luca grits his teeth. He remembered that he'd snorted the powder, but everything after that is fuzzy, if not completely blank. "Get your fucking hands off me," he exclaims while trying to kick out at them, though he finds that he's completely unable to even move his legs. "Haha, Gundulf, looky, he is a fighter." A tall man with curly black hair walks towards them and bends over to get a better look at Luca. "Yes, fighter. Or at least, he would be if he had not tried to run at the first sign of combat. I think I will use your hair as Thread's boy," he says with a sadistic grin. Luca spits in his face, causing everyone to go silent. Gundulf wipes the spit from his face slowly, looking at it drip from his fingers before furiously looking at Luca. "Oh, you will be the first to see Murin," he says gravely. Gundulf fiercely kicks Luca in the face, causing the teen to cough up a few of his teeth in the process. "Keep dragging him. I want to watch what Murin will do to this one," he shouts, causing the others to continue. Luca is being dragged yet again, though this allows him to check the situation. Obviously, they'd lost the battle, though he wasn't sure where everyone else is. He checks his body and realizes his bare skin is gone, along with his spear, pouches, and everything else, with the exception of his necklace. They must not care about it, or have something else planned. He looks around for a while and finally spots other people being dragged through the forest, Cuthlu and Ledu being among them. He can't really get a good look at them, though, due to the foliage and distance between them. Eventually, he starts to see signs of civilization, trees thinning until they reach a huge clearing with many huts inside. Children play with wolf cubs while people go about their days idly. The place is significantly more relaxed than the Suajiki is, though the atmosphere tenses up when people spot them. Most people who see his bloody, injured state look on somberly, while others leer and cheer at him. They're dragged in front of a larger hut, and one goes inside while the others wait. Two people leave the tent, one being a large man with rugged long white hair and a thick beard. His body is incredibly muscular despite the wrinkles and has one eye missing. He scans them like a chef would for ingredients. The man called Gundulf addresses him with respect. "Faemrir, we captured them as they were trying to ambush us." The old man nods. "Take the dead ones to the kennel and the others to Murin for information." I'd like to volunteer the redhead to go first with Murin," Gundulf adds, though Faemrir shakes his head. "No, the adult will go first. He will not last much longer, so we must gather as much information about the Suajiki as possible," he says and ducks back into his hut. Luca, who'd heard his words, looks over and sees that Cuthlu had indeed been heavily injured, completely missing his right leg from the knee down and most of his fingers. He looked pale and had Luca worry for his own safety. He was immortal, but if they found out that fact, they may just use him as an unlimited food source for their wolves. Gundulf doesn't look pleased at his leader's response, but can't do anything about it. He growls at the men carrying the bodies. "You heard them, to the kennel," he says as he grabs Luca's leg and starts dragging him through the village. "You will go second, boy, I will make sure of it," he says threateningly. Luca, while in an incredibly dangerous, still feels prideful and refuses to be talked down to by some kind of primitive savage. "Keep talking, cunt. I'll get my revenge for this." Gundulf laughs and gives another sadistic smile at him. "Oh, you have no idea what you have gotten yourself into, do you?" Luca doesn't reply, and so doesn't get an answer. The man called Gundulf seemingly satisfied at knowing his fate. The Suajiki tribesmen are eventually dragged in front of a slightly smaller hut than the chieftain, though his was still bigger than the majority of the residents in the Suajiki. Luca looks over at Cthulhu, who's barely conscious and being dragged into the hut. He wants to try and say something, but his words get stuck in his throat as he sees the man glaring at him. He probably knows that he tried to escape as the fighting started. Ledu is still out cold, though a few of the other teens who are still alive scream and shout at their captors, only to be bound and gagged and viciously beaten by them. If it doesn't knock them unconscious, it shuts them up for sure. A few minutes our Cthulhu had disappeared. Horrible screams start coming from the hut, though it is soon joined by the cackling laughter belonging to someone else. Gundulf starts chuckling. "You are next, boy. I want to see how long you can go before you spill your guts." Cthulhu's screaming continues for another hour until someone from inside calls for the man to be dragged out. When Luca sees him, he almost vomits. The man is covered in delicate cuts and is missing a large portion of his skin, revealing the muscle underneath. The fingers that remained after the battle are no longer there, along with his toes. One thing that made Luca feel bile in his throat was the man's crotch. It was bloody and missing a vital part of what makes a man a man. He looks up to Gundulf, who's grinning maliciously and pleads with his eyes, shaking his head. "What, feeling scared now? Well, too late. Hey, Murin, I got you a feisty one," he shouts while dragging the squirming Luca inside the hut. Immediately inside entrance, Luca was hit with the potent scent of blood and rot. Looking around, he sees a dirt floor completely stained black from dried blood. Standing there naked and covered in blood is a fat, pot-bellied man with thin, balding brown hair. Luca can't help but the man seems to be aroused, though for what reason he doesn't to think about. "Gundulf, yo Murin, you smelly bastard. Do what you want with the kid, I just want to watch," he says as he drops Luca to the floor in front of the deranged-looking man. Murin tilts his head and smiles, revealing black rotten teeth. "Ow, you ow. He is a handsome one. I love his hair," he says as he bends down and roughly grabs a handful of Luca's dark red locks and stuffs his face into them, taking a loud sniff as he does so. Luca tries to push the man off but finds himself too weak to achieve it. "Get off me, you psycho." "Oh ho ho, you are so fun. Let me play with you, boy," he exclaims excitedly, a large blush finding its way onto his face. 29. Murin the Mad. Luca tries to crawl away from the madman, but finds himself being dragged further in the room by his injured legs. He feels sick to his stomach when he looks up and sees Murin pulling him over the awfully smelling, stained black dirt. Smack! Out of nowhere, Luca is kicked in the ribs, which forces the air from his lungs. He curls into a ball on the floor as Murin laughs at his reaction. "Ha ha ha ha, do it, cry for me, sing," he exclaims as he kicks Luca again, this time in the back, causing the teen to grunt loudly in pain. Gundulf grins at the side. "Boy, you have no idea how much worse this can get. I am looking forward to you pleading for death." Murin sends him a glare. "Do not scare my toy, that is my job," he says, stifling a manic-sounding giggle through it. Luca groans in pain. "Fuck off, I don't know anything, so just let me go." Murin laughs. "The chief may have just killed you for being useless, but you still have many uses to me," he says grimly as he and Gundulf lift Luca up by the arms and throw him into a primitive-looking seat. They then tie his arms and legs to it with rope. Luca begins to sweat profusely as he thinks about what they're about to do to him. He tries to scramble out of the restraints, but finds they are too tight for any movement whatsoever. Murin tosses a variety of stones before Luca. Some are blunt, some are sharp with lips, while others are strangely shaped. All in all, it's a horrifying sight considering the situation. "We can talk this out. I can be useful." He tries to negotiate, despite the chances of it succeeding being incredibly low. Murin shakes his head and picks up a large, blunt stone while standing above Luca. "Anything else you wish to say before you lose your voice?" he says with a sadistic grin. "Lose my voice? How would you go about doing that?" Luca asks frantically. Murin laughs. "It is not me who will be taking your voice. It will be yourself, and all that screaming you will be doing," he says as he pries one of Luca's fingers away from his clenched fist. The fat man brings the blunt stone up. and Luca closes his eyes to try and brace for the pain. Luca doesn't feel anything and opens them to check what's happening, and only then does Murin bring the stone down. The finger that's hit produces a horrific squelch as it indents, distorts, and bends in the wrong direction, Luca unfortunately watching as his finger is mutilated. Stop, he screams, his throat releasing the loudest sound it ever had before. The only other thing Luca can hear apart from his own agonizing screams is Murin's laughter, the man giggling like a schoolgirl every time he brings the stone down. Gundulf stands at the side with a smug, satisfied smirk. Usually he'd stay far away from Murin's tent, but for this piece of shit kid that dared to spit at him, he enjoyed every second of it. Once Murin was done with one finger, he moved on the next, and the next, then the next. Eventually, the man had crippled every single one of Luca's fingers, the teen throat feeling torn up from all the screaming he'd done, his pale, clammy skin looking remarkably different to how it usually does. Murin kneels down, making Luca tense up. However, when the man pries out one of his toes, tears begin to form in his eyes. Luca pleads in a rough, hoarse voice, "No, please," only for his sincerity to be laughed at by the fat, bald madman. Murin laughs louder than he had before, apparently taking pleasure at Luca's hopeless expression. "You know what? You remind me of myself when I was younger," he says after his laughter ceases. Luca perks up at this. The man revealing personal information probably means that he'll be able to manipulate him into stopping the torture. Murin continues, "Yes, I probably had the same expression as my mother watched my father pommel and screw me. Oh, those were the days," he says with a smile that doesn't extend to his eyes. Luca holds his grimace and tries to reason with him. "Why, oh, doen't need to be like them?" He manages to get out, his throat feeling as if he was swallowing glass with every word. Murin's smile fades. "I know that, but I want to, he exclaims as he brings the stone down on Luca's toe, delivering the same treatment that he'd given to his fingers. Luca feels his toes being crippled one by one, his reactions to each becoming less and less prominent, until the man smashes the last toe and receives no reaction from Luca, who'd fainted from the pain. Murin grins at this and begins tying tight knots around the boy's fingers and toes, his actions delicate and graceful when compared to the brutality he'd just displayed. Half an hour later, Gundulf returns with a bowl of water that he throws over Luca, which wakes him. After waking, he looks around and is horrified to find himself in the same place as before. Fortunately, his mangled and crippled fingers and toes didn't seem to be hurting as much anymore. He looks down at thee and goes pale when he sees them looking unnaturally pale. Murin grabs a handful of red hair and forces the boy to look him in the eyes. "Welcome back. Look at this, I prepared it earlier for your enjoyment," he says with a giggle. Luca doesn't say anything and just attempts to struggle out of his restraints, though he doesn't manage to do anything, same as last time. Murin brings out a different tool this time, a large rock that's been ground into a sharp edge. Luca can already tell what's about to happen and struggles harder and harder. The fat man brings the stone down, which severs his fingers. Not much blood comes from the wound due to knot tied around the base, the stone going through them easily due to the bone already being completely smashed. Luca doesn't scream. Instead, the only sound that comes from him is a whimper. Murin continues and severs every digit from the teen until he's left with nothing. Luca knows that if he can get out of here, he'll be safe and regain everything he'd lost. But this torture wasn't just physical, but mental and emotional too. Being forced to watch Murin perform every sick thing that comes to his mind on him. "Now, you know I used to have amazing hair before it fell out," he says with a giggle. "Would you be willing to share your with me?" he says as he brushes his fingers through it. Luca grimaces at his touch, but thinks that having a haircut doesn't seem all that bad. Maybe the man will stop if he agrees. He nods his head quickly, drawing a sick laugh from Murin. "Good, then I will not be polite," he says as he pulls out a thinner, sharper stone and digs it into Luca's forehead, the boy going even paler as he realizes what the man had meant. Gundulf holds Luca's head, still, as Murin begins to skin the flesh from his head, revealing the top of the teen's skull as he skins the flesh with red hair growing from it. Tears stream from Luca's face as he feels the stone grind against his skull, the pain indescribably awful. He had never imagined something like this, and yet it was happening him. What had he possibly done to deserve this? 30. Loyalty and savagery. A couple minutes later, the procedure is finished. Murin slapping the flesh with red hair on his bald head and wearing it like a hair prosthetic or a wig. Luca's head in slump down, blood streaming from the huge wound on his head, almost catatonic from the pain. Murin giggles. "Oh, I think I broke him, ha ha ha." Gundulf snorts and spits phlegm at Luca, the disgusting mixture of snot and saliva landing painfully on his open wound. However, the teen doesn't react, the stream of blood concealing the tears cascading down his face. I think we are done for today. If he is still alive tomorrow, then bring him back. I am sure he will have more pleasant reactions the next time," Murin says as he exits the tent, leaving Gundulf alone with Luca. Gundulf unties the boy from the chair and drags him by his arms outside, the Suajiki tribesmen screaming in horrified anger at the boy's state. Ledu, who's now awake, stares wide-eyed at Murin, who's currently wearing the bloody, fleshy wig made from Luca's flesh and hair. Monster. Murin laughs and kneels next to the boy, grabbing his face and turning it side to side as if to inspect it. "Ooh, or I am done with your friend, you are next," he says as he laughs and walks away. The men who dragged the hostages here begin taking them deeper into the village, Gundulf getting someone to make sure Luca isn't getting injured by the rough treatment. He really wanted to see the boy live to see tomorrow. Eventually, they're thrown into a hut before being barricaded inside. Even after that, the group can still hear wolves patrolling around the hut, presumably looking to see if any of their food would try to escape early. Ledu weakly crawls over to Luca and examines him, almost vomiting when he sees the extent of his wounds. He weeps as he sees the teen's fingers and toes missing, the stumps still tied to prevent bleeding, and can't believe what's before his eyes when he sees the large patch of missing flesh on his head. "What have those animals done to you, Luca?" he mutters, wondering if he'd get the same treatment tomorrow. He doesn't try to wake him up from whatever state he's in, feeling as if it's a kindness to let him ignore the pain instead of drawing attention to it. However, everyone else in the hut is terrified by what happened to Luca and Cthulhu. No doubt many of them would happily give up any information they have just to have a swift death. The night was long for those in the hut, the howls of the wolves making most unable to sleep. This, along with the smell of blood, rot, piss, and shit coming from Luca, made the night seem like the longest they'd ever experienced. Until finally. Slam! Murin strolls in, limp red hair still resting on his bald head as he eyes the room, causing everyone to shrink under his gaze. Eventually, he notices Luca, and a sadistic smile comes to his face as he grabs the boy's neck and hefts him up with the help of another man. "Ooh, I think today will your last, boy, he, he giggles. Ledu had been unable to sleep, causing black rings to form around his eyes. However, the almost hollow-looking eyes focus on the man and his friend. He shakily gets to his feet, ignoring the pain of his broken leg, and leaps at the man, almost making him drop Luca if it weren't for another Karaskir tribesman kicking the young boy in the stomach. Ledu falls to the ground and vomits while holding his stomach, only to have his head pushed into it by the angry Karaskir. "You will regret your actions, boy," he says as he uses some sort of rope to strike him, causing a red mark to appear on Ledu's body. This goes on for a couple minutes, the other Suajiki not daring to disobey their captors. However, Luca, who'd been almost unresponsive since having his scalp removed, twitches at the sight. Murin, who notices the movement, grins and hands the boy to someone else, retrieving a sharp rock from his pouch and leaning over the restrained Ledu. "So you wish to save your friend? How interesting. Would you die for him?" Murin asks with a grin. Ledu scowls at the man. "You will pay for this," he shouts furiously. Murin's grin only widens. "I take that as a yes, then." he states as he holds down Ledu's face in his own vomit while approaching the boy's eye with the sharp stone. He struggles to escape, but he's unable to overpower both of the men. The others just watch in horror as the event progresses. Luca's heart beats quickly as he watches this happen, his breaths becoming heavy. Please stop, he rasps out. Murin quickly pulls his arm back and almost leaps in the air in excitement. Hey, I knew you couldn't resist. After all, you are all the same, acting selflessly for someone else at death's door. Luca continues to glare at him, his hatred for this single man overtaking every other emotion. Everything else seemed trivial in the face of such hatred. He only wished he had the capabilities to act upon these thoughts and feelings. Murin giggles. Oh, I hope you resist this much later, he says as he walks out, pulling on his foot as if to command the Karaskir tribesman carrying the boy with it. Luca's eyes tear up when he's brought back to the same hut as before, the blood he'd shed now adding to the black staining the dirt floor. He's taken in, and the torture begins anew, his newfound voice being taken away again, but the screams that are torn from his throat. A couple hours later, his state returns to the same catatonic one he'd assumed yesterday. However, as soon as Murin sees this, he requests for the guards to bring Ledu here. The teens squirming to try and get out of their grip, and getting viciously beaten to prevent any more resistance. He shouts Luca's name when he sees him tied to the chair with wounds covering him, his nipples and crotch bloody from having new parts removed. Luca doesn't react, but this isn't the case for long as Murin starts operation on Ledu. Again, first beginning with his fingers, scalp, ears, nipples, and then crotch. Ledu stayed conscious throughout it all, screaming for help for his mother and father the entire time, though this only seemed to excite Murin further. Eventually, he was in the same state as Luca, both not responding to anything the man did to them. He didn't even ask them questions, seemingly only there to cause pain. Murin cuts into Ledu's flesh again, but grumbles as the boy doesn't react. Fine. If the fun is over, then so is your life. Take them to feed the kennel, he says with an angry expression. The two teens don't react as they are carried to the large wooden structure, eventually taken to the hole that's used to drop meat in, the stained, bloody sides indicating that anyone who fell inside would definitely meet their demise. The duo are propped up against the wall next to each other as one of them men tapped the wood loudly, signaling that food was about to be served. Luca turns his head painfully to the side and looks at his bloody and mutilated companion. I am sorry, he mutters, not really sure as to what to say. If only he were stronger, he'd be able to stop what was about to happen to them. Ledu doesn't respond, having apparently lost consciousness due to blood loss. Luca can only thank whatever gods exist that the boy won't have to experience getting eaten while awake. Not soon after steps are heard, a familiar face looking down at Luca, Gundulf. I think it's unfortunate that Murin cannot find another way to gather information from you. At least I will be able to hear the wolves tear you to pieces, he says with a chuckle, grabbing Ledu and kicking him in the hole just before he does the same to Luca. Gundulf laughs as the teen falls. Good luck, and may nature be with you. 31. All bite with a lot of bark. The hole to the world above quickly retreats from Luca's vision as he falls. He hits the floor heavily, which knocks his head against it and disorients him. He tries to find his bearings by feeling around, but the agonizing pain he feels as his scabbed-over stumps run through the dirt, only causing more chaos within his mind. He grits his teeth and resists the pain and looks around for Ledu. He fell immediately after him, so they shouldn't be far. Luca shakes his head and looks around, and immediately regretted doing so as he sees himself completely surrounded by wolves. The pit he's currently in is surrounded by waist-high passageways that seem designed for wolves to travel through. The animals peer out from them at him, and he feels the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Taking another glance around, he finds Ledu unconscious behind him, the boy's legs seemingly broken from the fall. Truly, they were fucked. Even if he came back to life here, what would he do? Get eaten again? And that's not even mentioning Ledu. Growlul. Luca backs up until he's in contact with Ledu's body as a wolf begins to approach, its nose twitching in his direction. His heart beats furiously as the adrenaline starts flowing through his veins. "Fuck off, Scooby cunt," he says as he gives a quick kick to the wolf's snout. It hits its nose, which causes the wolf to whimper and retreat into the passageway. However, as soon as Luca kicked the wolf, the others jumped into action, like a piranha feeding frenzy. One comes up from behind and bites Ledu's face, sinking its teeth into his nose. Luca sees this and pulls himself over Ledu's body while giving a weak punch at the perpetrator, his digitless fist scaring it off momentarily until it turns and bites his wrist. "Hurg, get the fuck off!" he shouts, and he slams his other hand into its eye, forcing it away. Luca groans loudly again as he feels another mouth wrap around his ankle. Looking back, he sees a smaller wolf throwing its head around crazily in some kind of attempt to tear the flesh away from his leg. He kicks it in the face with his other, but the weakness of it seemed to have emboldened it, the wolf jumping forwards and biting his thigh. The teen is about to whack it away as he had done to the others, but two more wolves come in and start trying to get at his neck. He manically tries to push them back, but it's no use. He doesn't have the strength to resist as more and more come into the pit. A strip of flesh is torn from his arm as the wolf responsible scampers off to devour it, though a few others try and steal the meat from out of its mouth. The smell of fresh blood seems to have triggered their hunger as they all begin savaging him. "Ahhhhhhh! Ahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh They tear his intestines out while others play tug of war with his ligaments. Outside, Faimrir is sitting in his hut with Gundulf, listening to the screams, the latter with a satisfied smile plastered across his face. The elder looks at Gundulf with an appraising expression. "You seem are enjoying today's entertainment." Gundulf nods. "Today it was personal." Faimrir shakes his head. "Every day is personal. That is the reason I find your interest in that boy's suffering peculiar." "I do not know either. All I know is that I hate that boy with my entire being. Must be his attitude and how he tried to flee from battle," Gundulf reasons. "Cowards do not deserve the mercy of a swift death. That is one justified use for the kennel, even if some wish for the screams to relent for at least a day." Inside the kennel, Luca had lost consciousness as what looked like his liver was torn out. Now he's awake again, and still surrounded by wolves. Under where he'd earlier perished, Luca looks at Ledu, or at least what used to be him. It seemed that while he was dead, the wolves had continued. Most of Ledu's flesh was gone, leaving visible bone in its place. One boon, though, is that he was no longer in agonizing pain, for the moment at least. His hair was back, even if he didn't have time to examine it. Not to mention his genitals that been cut away by Murin had returned. He can't do anything anymore for Ledu, and so tries to get up and move through one of the passageways, only to have a wolf bite him on the calf. They apparently hadn't eaten enough yet. Feeling stronger and more confident, Luca brutally kicks the beast in the face, distorting its nose and snout before turning and attempt again to leave. He bends down and looks into the passageway. His mind stops functioning when he sees many drooling faces staring at him hungrily. Before he even gets a chance to step back, one leaps at his face, making him fall onto his back while more gather and start biting at him. Luca fights them off as best he can, but it isn't enough. He has no weapons apart from his fists, and while he might eventually win in a fight with a human, he stands no chance here. The wolves move smartly and tear out the tendons in his arms to prevent him resisting. Yet again, he screaming resumes, surprising the Karaskir, who assumed he had died, though it wasn't the first time someone had had a second wind mid-being eaten. The wolves weren't kind, biting off his ears, nose, and other easy-to-access, delicate areas. Luca cries and shouts in pain as he crawls towards a passageway with only his legs as his arms had been crippled, but to no avail. He breathes his last breath as strong jaws close around his neck and tear out his jugular. 32. Escape. Luca continued to be savaged and eaten over and over again. He tried to fight back, managing to strangle a wolf unconscious, but he was quickly killed by another as he tried to finish it off. He falls down in the middle of the pit after come back to life yet another time, He looks at Ledu's body and tears up when he sees most of the flesh stripped from the carcass, leaving only the skeleton. A wolf bites him and he gets up to try and retreat, getting dragged back to the floor by another, causing him to land on Ledu's bones and breaking a couple. Luca looks down and sees that one of his friend's thigh bones had snapped and created a sharp point which had jabbed him in the side, drawing blood. He groans in pain and pulls it out as a wolf continues to rip and tear at his leg. In a fit of indignant anger, he uses the bone and stabs at the wolf, penetrating its neck and killing it. Luca examines the bone momentarily, mentally thanking Ledu for helping him yet again as he stabbed at another wolf that attempts to approach him. This continues until the wolves get organized and all rush at him, pinning him to the floor and tearing out his throat as he shouts in pain. However, when he returns to life, he grabs the bone and starts stabbing away again, taking out all his frustration, his anger, his fury on these mindless beasts. Many deaths later, Luca is panting heavily while resting atop a large amount of wolf corpses, their dimming warmth and blood-matted fur providing an adequate seat for a temporary rest. Luca himself shakes and shudders as the situation finally hits him, his time being tortured, being forced to watch the same be done to Ledu, being dropped into this pit of hell. Tears stream down his face as he softly whimpers at how much he'd suffered, the memories of it still clear and fresh in his mind. The pain of being torn apart, it was all too much for the young boy to handle. A young wolf enters through one of the small entrances, and Luca subconsciously stabs it in the throat, ending its life quickly. He looks down at the corpse and realizes that this wasn't all of the wolves and he needed to leave swiftly. This could very well be his only chance as the conditions for his escape were perfect. He gets up and limps slightly. One of the last remaining wolves had bitten his leg, making it difficult to walk on it. Regardless, he crouches down and limps through one of the short doorways while still tightly gripping Ledu's leg bone. After a while, he manages to leave the structure, the night sky glaring back at him with thousands of brightly lit stars and a full moon. He ducks low to conceal himself from the moonlight as 4 Karaskir tribesmen walk past. "That kid has finally died. Thought I would never get to sleep tonight," one growls. "At least he put up a fight. Most do not last this long. I am sure our wolves will come out stronger from the struggle," another adds. Luca grits his teeth but doesn't make a sound. There was a time for vengeance, but now wasn't it? If they found him still alive, his secret would surely be discovered. Untold agony awaited him if that happened. He creeps low and locates the tree line facing the direction of the Suajiki tribe, having remembered it from earlier. Luckily, the huts were spread out enough that he was able to slowly make his way past them. Halfway to the tree line, Luca spots the tent of Murin, the man he despised most in this world. He struggles with himself at whether or not it would be worth the risk to try and kill him. He'd be sleeping by now, and this might be the only chance for revenge. He twitches slightly at remembering his scalp being cut off and worn by the sick bastard, as much as he would like to kill them. He didn't think he could. The fear of the man was implanted deep, and he shook at the thought of him. Luca shakes his head and quietly walks past, deciding he'd get his chance someday. For now, getting back home would be the best course of action. He slips past the last patrol, blocking his way to freedom, barely avoiding getting caught before pushing his way into the foliage, a place that made him feel incredibly safe despite its close vicinity to the monstrous Karaskir. Once he was around a mile away from the village, he started quickening his pace, not minding the sound his stumbling steps made. He was driven by a singular goal, escaping the Karaskir at all cost. They'd have noticed the lack of their wolves' presence by now and checked the kennel, by extension finding all of the beasts' corpses. He had no idea how long he'd been limping, but the sun was already beginning to rise by the time he got back into familiar territory. "Lou," a familiar voice shouts, causing his exhaustion to finally affect him. He drops to the ground heavily while quick footsteps rush to him. "Ine?" he asks hopefully. He feels someone gently lifting his head and he sees her face. Her eyes are red and moist, seems as though she'd been crying a lot. He raises his hand and brushes the back of it against her cheek, only now realizing she's wearing his bearskin. "You came looking for me?" he asks, feeling a complicated mixture of powerful emotions. She nods and cups his hand between her own. I had to. I could not bear to leave you alone, she says absolutely. Luca pushes himself into a seated position while tears slide down his cheeks, this time not in pain, anger, or despair, but gratitude. They tortured us, killed Cthulhu, killed Ledu, he says between heavy breaths. Her expression turns somber as she tries to comfort him with a hug, Luca taking this as a lifeline and reciprocating as tightly as his arms could muster. We will hold a funeral for them, then we will get revenge. I promise, she whispers quietly into his ear. Luca gives a shuddering nod as slowly gets to his feet with her assistance. Sarina wrapping them both in the bearskin to keep them warm in the night as they slowly make their way back to the village. 33 Animals. Sarina leads Luca into the village, while the tribesmen who spot them bow their heads low, knowing instinctively by the haunted look on Luca's face that the others weren't coming back. Luca spots Kedu watching him be escorted by Sarina and looks away, not daring to meet the young boy's eyes. He grips the bone in his hand tightly as he's led to Servoln's hut. Once inside they spot a few men speaking with Servoln. Dastu frowns at his leader. We should invade their village and find them. Zulmisha shakes his head at Dastu. No, sacrificing more of our fellow brothers would do nothing but put the tribe at risk. Servoln claps his hands and stands with a furious expression. Daughter, how dare you disobey me? He says angrily. The others turn and are shocked to see her escorting Luca into the room. He raises his head and looks into Servoln's eyes. Their gazes meet and Luca's trembling stops momentarily, before the strength in his legs give and he collapses to his knees. Lu, she asks worriedly, trying to help him down gently. Zulmisha leans down and helps him into a comfortable sitting position where his weight is not distributed on his injured limb. Servoln looks down at the injured boy and lowers himself back in his seat, his anger at his daughter slowly dissipating but still simmering under the surface. Sarina, how did you find Luca? He asks. I found him trying to get back to the village near the border of our hunting grounds, she says. Dastu scowls at him. Fled from battle, did you? He asks with a growl. Luca grits his teeth and looks up at them. I was captured by the Karaskir, he says, feeling guilty about trying to flee the initial battle. Dastu shakes his head. Then where is Cthulhu? Where are the others? Sarina stands in front of Luca and confronts Dastu. You will not interrogate him. He has been through much for this village, too much for your disrespect. This weakling probably left our brothers with the Karaskir. I would not be surprised if he is spying for them now. Slap. Dastu touches his red cheek. Having just been slapped by Sarina, she glares at him furiously with tears shimmering in her eyes. Cease arguing here, Dastu, or you leave. Luca, tell us what happened. Servoln gives a brief warning before turning his attention to the injured boy. Luca slowly nods. The Karaskir ambushed us, taking those who didn't die to their village to take information from us. Did you speak? Dastu asks, more restrained than before. Luca shakes his head. I know nothing, what could I say? He spits back at him. Did anyone else survive? Asks Servoln. Luca thinks back to those who wouldn't dare stand up for Ledu or himself, instead letting the Karaskir bully and torture them. No, I watched as they killed Cthulhu and their wolves tore apart Ledu, he says gravely. The room goes silent. Sadness for their lost brothers and rage at how the Karaskir had treated them is experienced by everyone. How did you escape? Zulmeshi asks, breaking the silence. Luca thinks for a moment on how to explain. His mind felt clouded, so he just says the first logical thing that comes to mind. I played dead after they tortured me. As they were about to feed me to their wolves, I snuck away. I managed to poison the wolves' food as I left, he says. Those present look at Luca with respect. Even Dastu had to admit the bravery it would take to sabotage their food before escaping. However, there was always something to nitpick. You used poison, such a disrespectful tactic, Dastu says, not really believing in what he was spouting. I think in the situation, it was normal for Luca to want revenge for his trials. Zulmiche says. They turn to Servon to hear his thoughts. He scratches the stubble on his face. I think under the circumstances where our enemy uses despicable tactics against us, we are allowed to bite back with poison. We will not, however, continue this. Do you understand? He says absolutely. Luca slowly nods along with everyone else, his rage and fear for the Karaskir still hot in his blood. He wished nothing more than to burn their village to the ground. Eventually, after a few more questions are asked, some for the exact location of the Karaskir camp, important structures, and patrol routes, though Luca couldn't answer most of these. Sarina and Zulmiche helped escort him to the former's hut. Once they place Luca down on a comfortable spot, Zulmiche leaves, and Sarina quickly begins to apply medicinal herbs to his injuries. His calf was heavily damaged, and Sarina was forced to use the strange magic to assist its recovery. Once she'd coated the rest of his cuts and scratches in a medicinal paste and wrapped them, she sat down, exhausted. That should do it, Lou. I am not sure how long you will take to heal, she says anxiously. Luca sits up, grimacing as his aching muscles and injuries flare at the movement. No, thank you, Ine. I'm feel better already. He attempts to comfort her, though each moment was getting more and more painful now that the adrenaline was wearing off and the lactic acid was kicking in. She sits next to him and looks conflicted momentarily. I do not know whether father is right about the Karaskir. Should we not fight them at their level? We cannot allow them to think of us as weak and let them continue to do despicable things against us. Luca gives a shuddering nod. You don't understand, Ine. Do you think it makes us worse people if we protect ourselves against those sick bastards? He exclaims. Sarina slowly nods. No, I do not. But these rules have been taught to us for generations, she says with a frown. Luca shakes his head and presses. Times change. You should not treat them as equals. The Karaskir are animals and should be hunted into extinction. For what they did to me, Ledu, and everyone else they captured. They had their wolves eat Ledu alive. Do you believe that people like that deserve to live? He says quickly, anger filling every word and affirming his own conviction. No, I don't, she slowly says, wrapping her hand around Luca's. 34. Emotional turmoil. The next day, Luca woke up with a start in Sarina's hut, recovering on a raised table with his leg wrapped up. He quickly glances around, cold sweat sticking to his skin as he relives his nightmarish time in the Karaskir. No, I'm fine now. I'm home, he mutters to himself, despite still not actually considering this place his true home. Luca attempts to lift his leg but winces from the pain, the wound still raw and mending from Sarina's treatment. He moves his hand to his side, finding the bone spike he'd taken from Ledu's skeleton, gripping it tightly, bringing his other hand to his neck where his mother's necklace rests, and breathing a sigh of relief. He felt it was a miracle the titanium link still firmly sat around his neck. The Karaskir probably didn't care for it or thought they'd collect it once he was devoured. The two objects provided comfort, despite the former being a grim reminder of his lost companion and the time he spent being devoured. MMHMMM. Luca almost jumps at the sound, whipping around and spotting Sarina sleeping in the corner while wrapped in furs, allowing his rapidly beating heart to slowly return to a normal speed. He pinched himself at his reaction, having been so scared at the smallest sound, it another unfortunate effect of his recent experiences. His spear is leant next to the table, and he uses it to slowly get up, minding not to disturb the leaf wrapping around his leg. He tries his best not to disturb Sarina's sleep, but accidentally knocks over a stone pestle that's used for grinding herbs. Clank, 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 thud. It bounces against the floor before finally stopping, the produced sound almost deafening in the quiet hut. It was more than enough to wake Sarina. MHMMH. Lou, she mutters, rubbing her eyes, pushing herself up, and accidentally giving him an eyeful as her loose hide outfit drapes down. Luca blushes slightly and turns away, deciding not to answer and attempting to leave the hut. However, before he's able to leave, she stops him. "Wait, Lou, you are injured, you need to rest," she shouts, almost falling from the heap of furs as she scrambles towards him. "There are things I need to do, just go back to sleep," he says, speeding up his hobble towards the exit. However, in his haste, the spear accidentally slips, scraping against the floor and causing him to tumble over, giving a loud groan as he tries to protect his injured leg. "Lou," Sarina calls as she dashes to his aid, hovering over him and checking his leg. "Are you hurt?" Luca winces in pain but tries to put up a strong front. "No, I'm fine. Just give me a minute," he says. Sarina gives him an angry look. "You will stop being stupid and let me help, or I will wrap you up and leave you here until you get better." Luca sighs, knowing that she probably means what she's saying. He allows her to help him, and she leads him back to the table. He sits on it, and she takes another look at his leg, frowning while explaining he'd affected the healing, which would make it take longer. "I can't stay cooped up in here, Renee. I have a plan to help deal with the Karaskir," he quickly says. "You have a plan to get yourself killed. Stop and realize you can barely walk. When you are better, you can do whatever you want," she says placatingly. He frowns, grinding his teeth as he considers not doing anything against those who'd harmed him. "No, I will not let those fucking monsters destroy anything else. Now help me up so I can do something about it," he shouts, his anger now flaring. Thud. Luca's head is thrown back, the punch sent by Sarina to his face causing his body to lie back onto the table. It wasn't just the impact to his head that left him shocked. It was the fact this girl that meant so much to him had just put him on his ass. He growls and sits back up, blood starting to drip down his nose as he gives a baleful glare to Sarina. Why are you doing this?" is all he could say, anything else likely to send him into an angry tirade. Sarina looks at her fist, not having intended to punch him. The intense situation just causing her body to act on instinct, she tears up realizing that she might have hurt him. When Luca leans up and questions her, fury clear on his face, she doesn't know how to answer. Sarina knew he was hurting. He hadn't been acting right since he'd come back. And the conversation they'd had last night, where he talking about destroying all of them. It scared her. She agreed with him to some extent, against her father's wishes, but this wasn't the same boy she'd brought back to her tribe. Luca, hearing no answer, was about to spit an insult and start shouting at her, but he found himself unable to as his lips were taken. Sarina had kissed him. After it ended, he gave a shuddering breath as she looked into his eyes, tears threatening to escape them. The tension between them was palpable, neither knowing really what to expect, both having numerous thoughts flooding their minds. Luca's focus changed from her eyes to her flushed cheeks to her lips. He hugged her, his anger dissipating as he began to softly cry into the crook between her neck and shoulder, Sarina doing the same. It only lasted a couple of minutes, but Luca felt refreshed afterwards despite his red eyes and bloody nose. "I won't let you kill yourself. The Karaskir will get what they deserve, but we must be patient," she slowly says, determined to keep him from doing anything stupid. "I know, but I must help in some way. If you won't let me do it myself, then maybe you can do it for me?" he asks, stroking her cheek with the back of his hand. "As long as you are safe," she smiles, holding his hand against her face. "Then, my plan, your father would be strongly against it," he cautions. "My father doesn't agree with much," she says, both of them chuckling at her words. I found a pond, not far from the hunting grounds filled with poisonous creatures." Sarina gives him a surprised look. "The cursed waters." The what now?" he mutters. "The cursed waters. A monster is said to live within it, immortal and unable to be hurt by any weapon. No one dares go near it for fear of being eaten whole," she ominously says. Luca has a memory of a large creature in the pond flash in his mind, but he waves it off as a folk story. "It was fine when I went there," he says, brushing off her wariness. 35. Getting licked. "It was fine when I went there." Sarina glances down for a moment before a look of determination overtakes her. "If that is what it will take to keep you here safe, I will go to the cursed waters and retrieve what you need." A couple hours later, Sarina was sneaking through the forest, bow slung over her shoulder, and flint knife clutched tightly in her hand. While she believed that Luca was telling the truth about the cursed waters, she couldn't help but feel she was walking into a trap. Her mother had told her many times that this place should be avoided at all costs. It's unfortunate she had to come here to protect Lu, the tribe, and fight off the Karaskir. The sound of croaking signaled her arrival at the cursed waters, the trees giving way to a large pond filled with algae, various bugs, flies, and birds passing above it. "Slow, be calm," she mutters to herself as she steps forth, glancing around for the particular toad that Luca had described. "Holes on back that leaked puss scream like croak, green skin," she repeated as she looked around, still not daring to approach the water. "Cruelek." Sarina looks around for the origin of the noise, it almost drowning out everything else. She gets goosebumps, a chill going down her spine as if she were being glared at by a predator. Further at the other side of the pond, she spots two lilipads with circular yellow flowers bulging from them. At least that's what she thought at a glance. A moment later they were gone, as if they'd never existed at all. "Something is not right here," she mutters, backing away, almost stepping on a small creature had it not given a scream like croak. "Wait." Sarina quickly bends down and catches it, being careful not to touch its back as it immediately begins to ooze with disgusting-looking pus. "Aha, you are mine," she exclaims happily. Splash. The sound of something massive leaving the pond causes her to drop her catch. Looking over, she sees something truly monstrous. A huge toad, it seems to be around 10 foot tall with large, horizontally slitted yellow eyes. Its skin is dark gray and almost leathery, seeming more like hide than skin. "Cruoek." The same sound from earlier hammers against her eardrums. It hops forwards, creating a tremor in the earth which knocks Sarina out of her stupefied wonder. She turns and bolts, attempting to flee the scene, but finds something thick, meaty, and wet wrap around her ankle. Sarina falls to the floor face first, grabbing at her belt for the flint knife as she's slowly pulled towards the giant toad's gaping maw. She grabs a handful of the tall grass to stop herself being pulled any further and swipes down with her knife at the tongue, slicing a small cut into it and causing thick red blood to drip from it. The toad doesn't give up, however, continuing to pull, using its body weight to get some extra momentum which causes her to lose grip of the grass. She scrambles and grabs another bunch, chopping away at the tongue as the toad pulls. "Get off," she exclaims, delivering another chop to the tongue, the toad pulling at the same time and tearing it in half. "Croak." It writhes in pain at having its tongue literally torn apart, Sarina not wasting any time and sprinting out of the clearing, still clutching the bloody knife. Eventually, she reaches the Suajiki village, breathing heavily from shock and the fact she'd run all the way back. Gilga spots her hurry and intercepts her. "Is something wrong, Sarina? Have the Karaskir attacked?" he quickly asks. Sarina shakes her head. A monster from the cursed waters. It attacked me. I barely escaped," she quickly says, looking down at her ankle and grimacing when she spots the large, grotesque tongue still stuck to her leg, a black mark beginning to form from how tightly it had gripped her. Gilga follows her gaze and gapes. "Is that the tongue of the beast?" he asks, receiving a nod from Sarina and slowly prying it from her leg. He then holds it in front of himself, it stretching 6 ft to the floor and still seeping blood from its wound. "It must have been huge. Come, we must speak with your father," he exclaims, pulling her towards Serval's hut. Sarina is reluctant but can't find a reason to object, eventually being pulled inside as Serval is smoking some kind of herb. "Daughter?" he asks, surprised at the duo's sudden entrance. Gilga steps forward, presenting the tongue. "Your daughter has fought off a beast of the cursed waters, and even brought back a trophy," he exclaims excitedly, like an uncle whose niece had just walked for the first time. Serval's eyes bulge open. "What were you doing near the cursed waters?" he shouts, furious, his previous calm produced by the burning herbs enveloped by worry and anger. Sarina shrinks under her father's gaze, tempted to just tell him the whole truth. But her truth and belief in Luca prevented her from spouting their secrets. I was trying to find a specific herb to help Luca's recovery," she quickly says, staring defiantly into her father's eyes. Servon grits his teeth. Then, why did you not request any hunters to go with you? You know how dangerous those waters are. I heard mother's stories, but she tries to argue but is interrupted. And you still went, he shouts, not believing his dutiful daughter had become so rebellious in a few short months. Sarina stands, all the while grimacing due to the injury on her ankle. I did, but I survived my encounter and have proved that the monster within the cursed waters exists. You cannot keep me locked up within the village, father, he says, airing her issues with how Servon dictates everything she does and can do. Servon slams his hand on his knee. Enough, go see to Luca. I will think of an adequate punishment for your stupidity. Leave, he commands, sending Sarina marching out. Gilga is left in the hut, still standing before Servon. He tosses the tongue on the floor in front of him and grins. She's strong, you need to stop worrying so much. She isn't going to leave any time soon, he says before leaving. Servon looks down at the tongue, giving a heavy sigh and nodding to himself. I know. 36. Reminisce. Sarina makes her way back to her hut where Luca is resting, still bitter towards her father's reaction. She walks through the entrance and feels like screaming to air her frustrations, only stopping herself when she sees Luca propped up on the table and looking at her. You okay? He asks, happy to see her return in one piece. Sarina storms up to him and hugs him. No, she states. Luca wraps his arms around her, unsure of what to really do or respond with. He really wanted to know if she'd caught any of the poisonous frogs in the pond, but decides to leave that for later as she looked pretty upset. Lou, she asks, still holding him. Yes. Tell me about your father. Her words surprise him. He'd not thought of his dad since he'd come to this place, nor how the old bastard would react to his disappearance. We didn't spend much time together. He was always working and focused more on his career than his family, he says diplomatically. Career, she asks, unsure of what it is. He focused more on building things. He corrects himself, having forgotten that Ine didn't know many modern words. Was he a good man, she asks. No, he was not. He would steal food that I found and ignored me when I had none. He did not blink an eye when my mother passed away, taking care of me out of some sense of obligation, he says, thinking about the past. Sarina holds him tighter when he speaks of his mother, having personally felt the same pain. Tell me about your mother, she asks, more gently than she had done when asking about his father. She was an amazing person, somehow always knowing what to say to make everything better. The only bad thing I can say about her is her choice of husband, he says with a forlorn look. The duo continued to talk about their pasts, friends, and family. Luca learned a lot about many of the hunters around the tribe. Hearing about them from someone else's perspective really brings to light how little he'd cared to talk to them. Luca himself spoke about some of the people he used to know in England, obviously leaving out the modern things that confused Ine. She was very interested to learn about other people. This is likely due to how social the tribe itself was, Ine probably knowing every name and face in the Suajiki. Sarina spent most of the day within her hut, preparing food and caring for Luca. No one needed her services, which left the duo alone in each other's company, Luca eventually managing to get her talking more in depth about the magic her and her mother used. Night quickly came and the duo drifted to sleep in the other's arms, neither being bothered by it in the slightest, simply enjoying the comfort it brought. The temperature rose as small shafts of light shone on Luca's face, his eyes fluttering in irritation until he finally awoke. He tries to sit up but finds himself being held down, Sarina's arms wrapped around his waist. Usually something like this wouldn't trouble him, but the bedraggled clothing that allowed her to press her breasts against him had his other head waking up. Sarina, feeling Luca shift, slowly woke up a swell, momentarily noting that something hard was jabbing into her elbow. Morning, Lou, she says with a yawn. Morning, Ine, he replies, the torture he'd experienced only a few days ago already feeling like the distant past. Sarina sits up, accidentally putting pressure over Luca's bandages and quickly pulling her hand away with an apologetic expression. Sorry. Did it hurt? She asks. Luca frowns, looking down at his leg and shaking his head. No. Sarina places her hand back on his leg, looking at his face to see if he's in pain at all. Upon seeing no reaction apart from a small blush, she starts unwrapping the makeshift bandages. You should not be healed yet. Maybe I did something wrong, she mutters, wondering if she'd accidentally paralyzed his leg or something. When the leaves as slowly pulled away, the duo looked down confused at the leg. Other than a jagged scar running along his calf, it wasn't injured at all. Wow, Sarina mutters, tracing a finger along the scar. Maybe it was your magic, he wonders aloud. Sarina shakes her head. No, I am not as good as Mother yet, it must be you somehow, she says. Luca extends his leg slowly, feeling it to be completely fine and internally wondering if he died in his sleep or something, though the scar would suggest otherwise. He eventually gets up, walking over to his bare pelt and throwing it over himself and grabbing his spear. I should get us breakfast. Wanna come? We could talk about what happened yesterday, he offers. Sarina quickly nods, haphazardly pulling her clothes on and retrieving her own equipment. Not even an hour later, the duo had left the village and were prowling their territory, keeping in mind to watch out for wolf tracks or anything unusual. So, how did the plan go yesterday? He suddenly asks as they walk. I was attacked by a huge monster by the cursed water, she exclaims, realizing she'd not told him yesterday. Wait, there was actually a monster? He asks, cold sweat beginning to drip down his back. She nods rapidly. It was a giant frog. It tried to eat me, but I cut off its tongue, she says, her cautious expression turning into a triumphant one. Luca sighs. Then my plan, he mutters. Sarina jabs him in the arm playfully. I think it is time you created a bow, she says with a thoughtful expression. A bow? She nods. It might be early, but I think after you have trained, the both of us together can conquer the cursed water. Are you sure? You know I'm not much of a fighter, he admits, his combat abilities not matching even the weakest tribesman. I trust you, Lou. With both of us together, there is nothing that we cannot face, she points at the bare pelt. Being able to wear that is a sign of your strength, your potential. I believe that you can match or even surpass anyone in our village, she says with a cheerful yet serious look. Luca smiles. Thanks. Then how do I go about making a bow? He asks. Sarina points at his spear. Start with this. Luca looks over the spear, noting its ever-present slant that had been created when they'd been throwing themselves at the sapling used to create it. What? Sarina walks up with her flint knife, chopping down on the tip of the spear to remove it and create a blunt end. Luca is about to object, but she cut down again, creating a small vertical cut in the newly created end. I will not make it for you as our tribe forbids it, but I can help a little, she says with a rebellious grin. I've corrupted you, haven't I? Makes you feel like when you were teaching me, doesn't it? He says, struggling to contain his laughter. Sarina smiles as she remembers but ignores him and runs a finger down the slant. We will bend it the other way and tie the bowstring, she states, making Luca realize her methods of bringing down the tree in the past weren't completely random. 37. Alteration. And so Luca's training under Sarina began again. This time around they'd both knew each other well, allowing them both to adapt to what they'd learned previously. Sarina made sure that her instructions weren't as vague as the ones she used to give, and Luca would double-check if he didn't understand something she'd said, not letting his pride get in the way of his progress. As soon as they started training, they both knew they were in for a long haul. Luca definitely wasn't suited for a bow, every one of his initial arrows not going anywhere near the tree they'd been using for target practice. The first few couple of hours of attempts yielded no results, causing both of them to get frustrated. Luca knew what he had to do. Sarina had shown him everything from grip, posture, stance, and even how to aim, but nothing seemed to click. Thud. Luca sighs to himself as yet another arrow hits the ground, still nowhere near his target. He was beginning to think it was his bow if it weren't for the fact Sarina had used it and easily hit the targets he'd have given up by now. "Ine, what am I doing wrong?" he asks, hoping she'd have an answer. Sarina frowns. "I do not know, it is like you have two left hands," she says, cheering Luca up slightly at the unintentional proverb. Luca shakes his head and gets back up, ignoring orange sky signaling how late it is. "I'll keep practicing, you should go in and get some sleep," he says. "No, I will stay and watch. Maybe I have just forgot to teach you something," she mutters, not willing to let him stay out here alone. Luca nods. "If you want. Just don't blame me if you're too tired to hunt tomorrow," he says, knocking another arrow and firing it, missing for the nth time today. Peck, 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 peck. The sound of arrows hitting the forest floor echoes through the area as the sun gradually sets, enveloping the place in darkness and making it even more difficult to see what's going on. Luca glances at Sarina, who's currently illuminated by moonlight, having fallen asleep some time ago. He shoots the last arrows he has, not bothering to check where they landed before wrapping his bearskin around Sarina and lifting her into a princess carry. She's heavy, but his honor as a man wouldn't let him drop her, or show how much he's actually exerting to carry her. He walks out of the area they'd been using to practice, unfortunately unaware of the arrow that pierced the tree. They'd be able to see it the next day when they would practice, were it not for the squirrel jumping on it and dislodging it. If Luca had witnessed this, he'd be cursing his existence, as well as the squirrel's right now. It's been 3 days since Luca started practicing his archery, and the improvements have been dramatic. Luca raises his fist in the air and cheers. "I did it! You see that, Ine?" he exclaims, rapidly pointing at the target. Sarina slowly nods. "Yes, I saw it," she mutters, looking at the tree that has a single arrow lodged in it with almost 100 broken ones littering the floor below. "Now you just need to do it again." I don't think that's possible," he says, feeling like it was better to end on a good note. "It is, you just did it. Just do it again, Lou." Thud. I don't think I'm suited to use a bow," he says, looking at the arrow that missed the target by a large amount. The duo return home, Luca already thinking up ways to forego the initial plan of fighting the monster in the cursed water with just the two of them. It was obvious he had no talent for the bow, and if they waited until he was proficient enough with it to properly use it, then they'd miss the opportunity to put his plan in place. The whole point of it was to protect the village against the Karaskir after all. "Ine, I think we should look at our other options," he says, laying against the many furs in her hut. "What options?" Sarina asks, sprawled out next to him. "I think we should ask the other hunters for help. Zulmisha and Gilga would be willing to help without telling your father, I think," he questions, feeling like he could trust those two as they'd treated him relatively well in the past. Both are strong but still loyal to father. I do not know if they will tell him of our intentions. I do know one person who would be willing to help, though." "Who?" Luca asks, wondering if he'd met them before. Sarina looks him in the eyes. "Dastu." Luca almost chokes on his own saliva upon hearing who she had in mind. "That guy? He hates me. He'd rat us out almost immediately." She shakes her head. "No, he would not, if I asked him." "Of course he would, you know he likes you right," Luca says, feeling jealousy start to rise in his chest. Sarina nods. "I know that is why he would help us." "I don't know. Wouldn't you feel bad for manipulating him? Not that I have a problem with it," he adds, not wishing to let go of this chance. "The fate of the village is more important than his feelings for me. Besides, I do not feel the same for him," she says, blushing slightly as she glances at Luca. Luca smiles and stands, holding his hand out and helping her up off of the pelts. "Let's get to it then. There's still daylight left." Sarina nodding, taking his hand and leaving the hut with him. The duo search around the village for Dastu and eventually find him next to the river, skinning a rabbit he'd presumably caught. "Dastu," Sarina calls, waving at him to get his attention. Luca follows behind her as she walks up to him. He could have stayed back and let her do the talking, but something within himself wouldn't allow her to talk to Dastu without his being there. Yes, Sarina, Dastu says, looking up from his task and frowning when he spots Luca. Did you hear of it? She asks, looking down at him. Dastu slowly nods. Your encounter in the cursed waters? Yes, the whole village is aware of it, he says. Sarina huffs at this, crossing her arms and feeling slightly put out that word of it had gotten so far so quickly. It had only been a few days after all. I wanted to ask for your help. I want to hunt the monster and show Father I am not as weak as he thinks, she says with a determined look in her eyes. While she might be manipulating Dastu, her words held some truth in them. Dastu glances at Luca, who'd been standing behind Sarina quietly, not making his way into their conversation. And him? Surely he would not be any help against such a beast. Sarina can't help the frown appearing on her face as she hears this. Luca will help. We were planning to go face it alone, but felt we should share the glory. She lies easily, her innocent demeanor no longer present. Luca speaks up. Regardless of your dislike of me, I think we can do this. With the monster gone, we'll be able to hunt in the territory around it. This will help with the food shortage the Karaskir have imposed on us. Dastu glances between Sarina and Luca before sighing. I refuse. You should give up. The cursed waters were forbidden for a reason. The monster's presence there is not a coincidence. Nature itself must be telling us something, and I intend to listen, he says, getting up and leaving. HMPH, let us go, Lou. Clearly Dastu has lost his nerve, Sarina says, walking off in search of Zulmashev and Gilga. 38 Gilgun. The duo leaves Dastu to continue skinning pelts, instead heading off in search of Zulmeshi and Gilga. Both were pretty sure they'd either be out hunting or scouting for Karaskir. Regardless, it was better they check before venturing out to the hunting grounds. They wander around the tribe for a while, taking a look at the places you'd usually find Zulmeshi or Gilga. They also asked around to see if anyone had seen them. Sadly, even the flint nappers hadn't seen them, and those guys spend all day sitting in the middle of the village. Sarina looks to Luca and sighs. They must be out hunting. We should look for them. You sure? I can't imagine finding them will be easy. Hunters don't usually want to be seen, Luca mutters, feeling like they'd have a better shot just waiting for them to come back. Plus, we gotta watch out in case the Karaskir try anything again. She nods. The Karaskir have not bothered us recently. The hunters feel that they are preparing a large attack against us, but for now we are safe from them. She adjusts her bow that's resting on her back, gesturing for Luca to follow her as she heads towards the most bountiful hunting grounds. There's a well-worn track that'd been accidentally made by the thousands of times the tribe had tread over it. This made it easier to locate the separate popular hunting grounds, but also made the wildlife warier of their presence. Only the most experienced hunters would use these sites, not because they are difficult to hunt in, but because they needed to carefully select their prey. Killing pregnant or young animals was counterintuitive, as they'd eventually lead to more animals being born. The hunters mainly targeted older animals or weak males. Hunting effectively was already a difficult task. Adding other restrictions to it made it all but impossible for anyone but veterans. This was also partly the reason why the Karaskir wolves were so bad for the territory. Their indiscriminate hunting usually led to them killing the strong males that try to fight them off, or the young and pregnant ones that were not able to flee. The duo crept around the hunting grounds, making sure not to disturb the wildlife in case a hunter was stalking it nearby. Last thing they wanted was to annoy the people they needed help from. They met a couple curious people during the trip, most more likely to immediately report what they were doing to Sarina's father. Eventually, though they stumbled into the furthest bountiful hunting ground from the tribe, the path was there but grown over due to disuse. However, there had been rainfall recently, which allowed Sarina to spot a relatively large human footprint on the path. It had almost been obscured by other animal tracks, but not completely. The duo immediately started heading in the direction the track was heading in, crouching low when the tracks start to seem relatively fresh. Their mood was getting better and better the fresher the tracks seem. They'd wandered into a relatively dark part of the forest, the foliage around them still dripping slightly from the recent rainfall. We should be close now, these tracks seem very fresh, Sarina mutters quietly. Luca nods in response, closely observing the tracks, how Ine found and determined what they were. This skill would probably come in handy in the future, so he might as well get started. He was already relatively familiar with tracking animals, but people were another matter. Though something about these footsteps was off, they were unlike how he expected a hunter to move. They seemed almost clumsy. Sarina had followed the tracks, but they stopped facing a tree, which confused her momentarily. However, she'd already drawn her bow and nocked an arrow when a shadow jumped off of the tree above them. Luca's body froze when he heard and felt something drop from behind and grab him, placing a flint knife to his neck. He sends a wide-eyed look at Sarina, hoping she'd stop yet another death. You should really be careful who you're following, never know who you might stumble upon. The intruder whispers to them. However, upon hearing the voice, Sarina drops her guard and glares at them. Gilga, you should not scare us like that. What if I shot you? She exclaims, mad that he'd pranked them and that they'd fallen for it. The knife comes away from Luca's throat as the man lets him go, letting Luca turn to look at them. Gilga was the same as always, 6FT with long brown hair, tanned skin, and makeshift hide clothing. I didn't think you were the type for pranks, Gilga, he mutters. Gilga shakes his head. Pranks. Pranks are the things children play on each other. No, this was me teaching you survival skills. He looks to Sarina. I thought we taught you better than that. I know you want to show off your tracking skills to Luca here, but following obviously deliberate human tracks will get you killed, he says, causing Sarina to blush slightly at the mention of impressing Luca. Whatever. Look, we actually came to ask you for help, Luca says, hoping to convince him disobeying Servon's orders was right. Gilga tilts his head to the side, wondering what they could need help with. Eventually shaking his head at them, No, I will not help you ask for Servon's daughter. He'll skin me. What? No, that's not what we're here for, exclaims Luca as he turns his head towards Ine to see her reaction, finding the atmosphere becoming awkward when she quickly glances away. Ha, of course not. You will need more accomplishments before he acknowledges you as suitable for her, even if she feels the same, he says, sending a knowing look to Luca. Luca sighs. He knew Gilga was trying to help him understand his situation, but being reminded of it right now was pretty annoying and slightly disheartening if he were honest. Look, we need some help doing something quite dangerous, something Servon definitely wouldn't approve of, he explains. Gilga sends a glance to Sarina to see if she's on board with it, feeling that it was weird for the usually loyal and dutiful girl to suddenly get a rebellious streak. Go on. We're recruiting help to try and hunt the monster in the cursed waters. Sarina has already fought against it and come back, as you know, but that only means that it isn't impossible to kill. Gilga stays silent for a moment before speaking. Why? He asks simply. Sarina steps forwards. I want revenge against the beast that almost killed me and has killed many of our tribesmen in the past. I fear that me and Luca are not enough to face it, she mutters. Gilga sends a look at Luca, wishing to hear his answer. Exactly what Ine said, he states, feeling that any lie he could come up with wouldn't match hers. So this is how you want acknowledgement then, Gilga mutters to himself before straightening his back. I will come with you, if only to keep you from doing something even more stupid and reckless. 39. Notes of the Forest. The Du are both relieved when Gilga agrees to accompany them, though now they just needed to see if Zulmisha would come too. They'd be willing to go with just Gilga, but having another set of hands to assist would be appreciated, especially since this concerns life or death. Well, for everyone other than Luca. Fortunately, Gilga knew the vague location of Zulmisha, since they'd arrived at the hunting grounds together before splitting up. Apparently, they did this to drive any escaping prey into the other, maximizing their success rate. Luca thought it was a good strategy, even if it required excellent coordination to pull off, as well as a good sense of where the other would be at all times. Gilga leads them to the adjacent hunting grounds before pulling something out from the pouch on his hip. A bone? No, a flute fashioned from one. He places it to his lips and starts playing a single rough note, changing it to another after a few seconds before returning to the previous one. He continued this until he was out of breath, the notes having been played continuously without break. What's that for?" Luca asks, his curiosity piqued. Gilga grins at him. "It is so we can contact each other, see how I played it. That means that he should come to me immediately," he explains. "Would that not make it easy for any Karaskir to find you?" she asks, the threat of the other tribe still fresh on her mind. Gilga nod. "It would, but finding the origin of the noise is difficult without practice. That, and we have other sounds that alert each other to enemies. You do not live to our age without being careful after all," he says with a light smile. The sound of rustling leaves and branches draws the group's attention, the relatively short form of Zulmisha coming into view, the man walking in with his bow at the ready and an arrow already knocked. "HMMPH?" he murmurs questioningly. Gilga chuckles and gives a light punch to his chest. "Words Zul use them." "No," he states, getting smirks from Sarina and Luca. Gilga looks at them. "Do not worry about him, he would never say anything if he could manage it. No one knows why and he will not say," he shrugs. He sounds nodding at the two while glancing at Gilga. "They are here to ask you whether or not you wanted to try and kill the monster of the cursed waters. I have already agreed to join them." Zulmisha just nods and pats his bicep, looks like he'd also be accompanying them. Luca didn't know how strong he was as he wasn't all that intimidating compared to the other hunters. He was relatively short with a thinner build than most. He probably made up for it with skill though, he thought to himself. "We can head there now if you are ready. Better to finish it before my father starts asking questions," Sarina says. "It depends on if you both are ready. You must be completely sure that you are in the best condition to fight. I will now lead you to your deaths, not just because I care for you, but because Servon will make me follow you," Gilga explains as he gives them an appraising look. Luca could tell that any sign of weakness or hesitation, and he'd send them straight back to the tribe. "We are ready. We'll kill the monster and drag its corpse back to show everyone our accomplishment," Luca states with a determined look. He'd not allow his home to be destroyed by those wolf-fucking savages. And if that meant he'd have to kill a giant frog, then so fucking be it. Sarina walks beside him and holds his hand, nodding at Gilga. "We can do it." "So be it. Lead the way and tell us anything you know about the monster," Jigga says after finding their resolve satisfactory. As they walk, Luca explains to the two more experienced hunters that they should do their best to avoid any fluids produced by the frog. Most of the inhabitants of the cursed waters were incredibly poisonous, so it was likely that anything from the monster was just as bad or perhaps even worse. Sarina also told them about her own encounter with it, the fact that its tongue was incredibly strong, accurate, and able to stick to things it touched. She wanted them to keep their knives ready in case they get caught by it, as they'd stand no chance breaking free of its grip without severing the thing. She didn't even know if it had grown back after her last confrontation with it. It wasn't a natural creature, so she wouldn't reject the theory of it having incredible healing capabilities. They also suggested good places to target the creatures from Sarina's descriptions. Its large, bulbous eyes would be an easy target for one. Damaging its hind legs would cripple its movements. And if they also severed its tongue, then it'd be a sitting duck, allowing them to bombard it with arrows until it eventually perished. Luca honestly couldn't help but feel anxious as they got closer and closer to their destination. Strangely, he didn't think it was due to fear for himself, but for the rest of his group. His immortality made worrying about any threat to himself rather pointless. It was weird to feel like this for someone else, so perhaps it was just pre-battle jitters. In his high-alert state, he did notice that Gilga and Zulmisha were sending glances to one another and smiling as if they'd just been told a joke. He hoped that whatever was so amusing to the duo wouldn't affect their hunt. Sarina looks to him and gives a nervous smile, apparently echoing his sentiments. "We will be fine, Lou," she reassures him, though by the way she keeps checking the condition of her arrows and bow, she wasn't all that sure herself. 40 Mother Frogger. The lighting dimmed the further they got into the forest, the foliage above them getting thicker and thicker, providing a fitting atmosphere for what they were about to face. Sarina gripped her bow tightly as the telltale sounds of a nearby pond made itself known. The croaks and ribbits of amphibians, buzzing of dragonflies, and sound of ripples in disturbed waters was all too familiar to the group. They were nearing the cursed waters. Eventually, they were able to spot the clearing which contained the large pond. Luca could already spot a few frogs hopping around near the water, as well as what could only be a large amount of amphibian eggs. They looked a lot larger than normal, but he didn't know if the monster was able to reproduce. If it was then it's lucky they came to destroy it. He couldn't imagine the amount of damage they'd cause if they started spreading. "We need to destroy those eggs," he whispered, pointing at the eggs on the water. Gilga nods. "It breeds. This is bad news indeed," he mutters, knocking an arrow while crouching low behind the bushes. "Any idea on how to draw it out?" he asks the duo. Luca shakes his head. "It didn't appear when I was here, only attacking an A." "Maybe it likes women," she jokes despite her pale expression. Luca gets a grim thought. "I wouldn't put it past it. Those eggs are too large for any normal frog to lay. Unless the monster can procreate without a mate, it must have found a substitute." Gilga shakes his head. "I do not think that is the case. I have never heard of something like that ever happening." "What, you've seen a huge frog before then? This is not the time for common sense, Gil." Luca is interrupted as the ground starts trembling slightly. The group thought it must have been a small earthquake, but by the dislodging of large amounts of foliage, it was clear that wasn't the case. It had arrived. The monster was huge, the size of a monster truck, bulbous, sickly yellow eyes and dark green skin covered in pustules. It was revolting to look at, and the thought of getting close to it almost made one want to gag. It slowly crawled into the clearing with a large deer in its mouth, though only the hind legs were visible from its closed maw. Its front legs were stubby, but any thought of severing them were lost when they saw how thick its skin seemed to be. The back legs looked muscular and powerful, as if it could jump from one side of the pond to the other with relative ease. Gilga looked at the rest of the group as it slowly clambered towards the water. "We should strike now before it submerges. This is the best opportunity we are likely to get," he quickly says. The rest of them nod, all readying their bows and aiming towards the creature's eyes. Twang asterisk. The sound of the arrow leaving the bow somehow alerted it to their presence. It closed its eyes as if it were waiting for an attack. Gilga, Zulmisha, and Sarina's arrows strike true, but don't deal any permanent damage, the arrows just lodging themselves into its eyelids. Luca's falls shot and hits it in the throat, doing no damage whatsoever. The toad turns towards the group and croaks at them, the sound significantly louder and more intimidating than expected. It hops a couple times as they fire another volley, the beast closing its eyes again as if it knew what was coming. They hit but still are unable to pierce its eyelids. Luca changes his targets from the eyes to the back legs due to it being easier and more likely to hit. His arrow flies and pierces the webbing on its foot, finally drawing blood and causing the creature to croak in pain. However, before they're able to fire another round, the beast opens its move and shoots its tongue at them. Everyone dives for cover and successfully dodges it, the tongue sticking to a tree. They'd thought it might be stuck like that, but the toad wrenches its head backwards and literally breaks the tree in two due to the force. Luca fires an arrow at its eye, but it falls short again, instead flying into the open mouth of the creature. Seemed he was onto something as it quickly backed away due to the pain and laid its focus on Luca. "Shit," he muttered as he dove behind a tree as the tongue shot at him. The tongue hit the tree and shot back into its mouth, taking a large amount of bark back with it. The monster was still almost completely unharmed. The only damage that'd been done was superficial, so the odds weren't looking all that great at the moment. The monster shot its tongue at Luca again, hitting the same tree as before. However, this time the others had been ready, shooting arrows at the tongue as it's tried to tear down the tree. Gilga and Zulmisha's arrows struck too and pierced just below the sticky tip of it, thoroughly enraging the giant toad as he retrieved its tongue. It had apparently had enough of just trying to eat them, and instead starting hopping towards the group, no longer firing its tongue. Luca had to retreat as the creature jumped against the tree he was hiding behind, causing the thing to completely collapse. The other kept trying to hurt it with their arrows, but achieved almost nothing from their efforts. Luca continued to run and tried to find cover behind another tree, but felt something strike him in the back before he could get to safety. "Luca!" Sarina shouted as she saw the beast's tongue hit him. Luca only realized what happened when he started to be tugged towards the toad. He dropped to the floor and started grabbing anything he could to keep himself from being eaten. Getting eaten alive by a bear hurt enough, but slowly digested within a giant toad. "Fuck no. Someone shoot this fucking thing," he exclaims, as he struggles against it, his arms already exceeding their limits as he tries to resist the creature's strength. Gilga throws his bow over his shoulders and gets his knife out before sprinting towards them, ready to cut the damn thing's tongue out, only to find that someone else had beaten him to the punch. "Dastu!" Sarina exclaimed in surprise as the young hunter jumped from a nearby tree and severed the toad's tongue with his knife. "I hope I am not too late," Dastu asks as he quickly helps Luca up. "Any longer and I'd be frog food. Thank fuck you came though," he says. The two aren't able to continue chatting though, as the enraged monster looked as if it was about to jump on top of them. 41. Committing suicide. The monstrous toad rears back as if it were about to jump on top of Luca and Dastu, the former paling slightly before finally shouting, "Run!" The dupe run in opposite directions, the toad going cross-eyed momentarily as it tries to focus on both. In the end, it decides to attack Dastu as he was the one who severed its tongue. Twang! An arrow leaves Gilga's bow and hits it in its left eye as it tracks Dastu. The sudden and out-of-nowhere strike only anger it further. Without second moment, it leaps towards Dastu, colliding with a tree that crashes to the forest floor, almost crushing the young hunter who quickly sprints away. The toad follows, leaps towards him and breaking most of the trees it collides with. Arrows hit its back, but most do almost nothing. Some hit the pustules dotting its hide, but don't seem to do any damage, instead just causing white liquid to squirt out. Everyone steered clear of whatever the substance was. If regular frogs were poisonous enough to kill you if you touched them wrong, they couldn't imagine what kind of poison this thing would have. Luca knew his arrows would do effectively nothing. He swallowed the terrible fear he was experiencing and sprinted towards the side of the frog. If they wasted any more time, Dastu might just get eaten by it. Once he was close enough, he tried to shoot an arrow at its powerful back legs, but the toad hops away, causing him to hit dirt instead. Shaking his head, he plants his bow into the floor and takes the string off, using it to tie his flint knife onto the end of it to make a slightly bent spear. Hopefully his hastily tied knot would keep the knife steady when jammed into its flesh, but he doubted it. He quickly caught up to it as more arrows rained down on its back. The rest of the group were chasing after the beast while shooting their bows at anything that might hurt it. Luca charged the creature, reached it before it made its next jump, and ramming the flint spear into its knee joint. The resistance was impressive considering the force he was putting behind the strike. He could see his flint knife shatter, but fortunately enough the remaining shards were sharper than his initial knife, allowing it to penetrate its hide. The toad tried to jump towards Dastu again, but flopped to the side. Its knee was too damaged to jump effectively anymore. Its brash actions tore the remaining flint from Luca's spear, leaving him with just the wooden shaft. Dastu noticed the creature's plight and stopped his retreat, instead knocking an arrow and firing at its remaining eye. It croaks loudly in pain, but is still somehow aware of its surroundings, blinking just as the arrow is shot and blocking the projectile with its eyelid. The toad flexes its damaged hind leg a few times, but this only causes more damage due to the flint shards still lodged in its wound. It rapidly turns around to look at whoever had caused its injury. The remaining right eye focuses on him, and Luca felt like he could feel the monster's anger made manifest. He quickly backs away, but the monster opens its mouth and shoots its tongue at him. It collides with his chest like a thrown bowling ball, knocking him to the floor winded. Fortunately, Dastu had cut the sticky part from it, preventing him from instantly being devoured. However, that didn't stop the creature from slowly crawling towards him, intent on eating him with or without its tongue. Luca tried to get up, but is stuck by its tongue again, this time hitting him in the face and causing the world to go fuzzy for a moment. He could vaguely hear Gilga shouting orders, but his mind was currently frazzled, not being able to make out the words properly. He felt an arm wrapping around his side and picked up the familiar scent of herbs and sweat. His vision rapidly cleared up as Sarina helped him get to his feet, ignoring the fact they could hear the ragged breath of the giant toad behind them as they retreated. The creature seemed to be getting accustomed to only having on effective hind leg, its movement speeding up the longer the fast went on. The others noticed its pupil contract, as if it were able to fire its tongue again. They were ready this time, though, Zulmisha and Gilga both firing arrows at its eye just as its jaw tenses up. CRROOAKK. They hit, the two arrows lodge deeply within the squishy optical organ. The toad goes berserk at being blinded, both legs rapidly splaying out in random directions, ignoring its own injury. "It's going mad, we need to run," Sarina shouts. Unfortunately, it's only then that the group realized that while it had been blinded, it hadn't been deafened. It rearranged itself and started rapidly jumping towards them. Its leaps were much smaller than before due to its injury, but the rate it was going it would soon catch up. Luca quickly looked around for something, anything that might be able to finally kill the thing. His eyes jumped around the clearing until he saw an area the toad had previously been through, a broken tree still somehow standing despite its top half being broken off. It had been broken in a way that resembled a spear point. It was at that moment he knew what he had to do. "Get back and shoot at it, I'll distract it." "Gio," he shouts, no letting her argue against him. He runs to the side and turns to face the toad. "Oi kermit? You ugly bastard, I'm right here," he shouts, hitting his spear against a stump to encourage it further. It seemed to take his bait and started hopping after him, ignoring the arrows that lodged themselves in its hide without effectively achieving anything. Luca was already exhausted, but ran as fast as his legs could carry him, almost getting crushed by one of the creature's more impressive leaps, but eventually reaching his destination. "I'm right here, come get some," he shouts at the top of his lungs underneath the broken tree. The toad follows, hopping a short distance before making a final leap at him. Thick dark blood explodes from its soft belly as it lands heavily against the spear-like broken tree. The blood completely covers Luca, and he hopes to God it isn't poisonous. He'd experienced dying like that before, but he couldn't imagine what being covered in a poisonous substance would feel like. The toad's body was slowly sliding down the tree's length. The shock of his plan working quickly wore off when he realized he'd be crushed if he stayed here, sprinting away just as the toad's body hit the ground, the tree piercing completely through its body. 42. The Bloody Luca. Luca just stares blankly at the toad's massive body, its blood still slowly dripping down his face. Then it finally hits him. We did it, ha 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 ha," he shouts. The others come rushing in, at first giving him worried looks due to him being covered in blood, but eventually relaxing and beginning to cheer too. "Ha ha ha, it is dead," Gilga exclaims. Luca is about to give Sarina a hug when she arrives, but stops as he realizes the blood might still be poisonous, even if it's unlikely at this point. She just gives him a funnily look before enveloping him into a hug, ignoring the blood now staining her front. "Lou, we did it. The creature is dead." Zulmisha walks up and places a hand on Dastu's shoulder, nodding with a grunt at him. Dastu just shrugs with and steps towards Luca. "That was smart, Luca," he says reluctantly, unsure of their relationship at this moment. Luca turns to Dastu with Sarina still on his arm and shows a sheepish smile. "Dastu, you saved me. Thanks. We belong under the same traditions. I should not squabble over such things while we are at war. I do not know your purpose for defeating this monster, but I am glad I was here to witness it." He takes a sour glance at Sarina, who's on Luca's arm, and shakes his head. You deserve something for this feat. A name. Bloody Luca. Gilga laughs at hearing this. Bloody Luca. A suitable name, he says, gesturing at the boy covered head to toe in the toad's slowly coagulating blood, the smell of which was slowly getting worse by the minute. Hang on, I don't want whatever name you guys are giving me, he quickly says, not wishing for something so morbid. Would you prefer Toad Slayer? Gilga asks with a huge grin plastered across his face. No, Luca admits. Toad Slayer sounded Morel like an insult than anything. Then Bloody Luca it is. Now, let's cut this one's head off and bring it to Servon. I wonder what he'll do when he sees it, Gilga says as he retrieves his knife and hands it to Luca. Apparently, they wanted him to behead it. He didn't really know where to start, though. Where do a toad's neck end and its head begin? Where do I even cut here? He asks in exasperation after a futile moment of examining it. Gilga shrugs and gestures towards the general area of its head. He had no idea as well. Deciding to just get this over with, Luca plunged the flint knife in a general area where he'd assumed the neck to be, slowly carving through its thick hide and avoiding the pustules on its back. Of course, the knife he'd been given had broken, but Sarina, Zulmisha, and Dastu chipped in their own. Luca wondered why they didn't just help him instead of lending him their knives, shaking his head and continuing regardless. He'd made a couple mistakes while beheading it first. It seemed he'd misjudged where the neck was. He'd underestimated how far he'd have to go. He made some more cuts just above where he reckoned the shoulder blades would be, eventually finding where its spine connected to its skull. After severing that, it was a tiring effort to cut the flesh and muscle around it. It took an hour or two, but he eventually managed it and was standing there struggling to hold the huge, bloody head of the monster in his hands. Its mouth hung limply open with the remnants of its huge tongue lolling out of it. Arrows littered its face and were piercing its eyelids and eyes themselves, giving a clear indicator of how brutal and drawn out the battle had actually been. He actually needed the help of Gilga and Zulmisha to carry it. Luckily, they didn't seem to be squeamish about holding a severed head. The group slowly made their way back to the tribe in relative silence. Nothing needed to be said as they were relieved but exhausted. A few hunters noticed them and began following behind like a procession. Shouts of wonder and awe of the tribesmen, once they entered the village, could immediately be heard. People gave way as the group carried the huge bloody head. Eventually, it seemed Servon had learned of the commotion and come out to see what it was. His eyes bulged as his mouth gaped as he saw them. His elite hunters, daughter, and young warriors standing there victoriously with their trophy. The area quietened as they awaited his response. "Daughter, what have you done?" he says in a low tone. "What do you mean, father? We killed the monster if the cursed waters," Sarina exclaims triumphantly. Servon scowls. "Yes, and you went against my orders to do so." "Gilga, Zulmisha, what is the meaning of this?" he loudly asks, wondering why they disobeyed him and followed his daughter into a life-threatening situation without stopping her. Gilga sends him a relaxed smile. "I believed Sarina was ready to make her own decisions. She'll be our leader one day. I believe she's proved herself worthy of it now." He gestures towards the head. Servon grits his teeth and glares at Luca. "And you? It was your plan, I am guessing. Only an outsider would do something so reckless." Dastu snorts at this. Bloody Luca dealt the finishing blow to the creature using a broken tree to pierce its heart. "It was a hard-fought battle," he says, immediately causing tribesmen to begin whispering amongst themselves. Luca himself could only hold his tongue and try to ignore the sudden attention he was garnering. In the past, he didn't dislike it, but now that there was no guarantee to his well-being, it was more an indication of potential danger. "It was Lu's plan, and it is because of Lu that we were successful, father," she states proudly. Servon puffs some air out from his nose and turns. "Come, Luca, Sarina, I need to speak with you. The rest of you hang the head somewhere the Karaskir scouts will see," he says as he enters his hut. Luca sends a sheepish glance to Sarina before following the man. Hopefully, whatever he had to say wouldn't be as painful as he suspected. 43. Plan executed. The duo enter Servon's hut and stand in the middle of it silently as the large man sits in his chair. He seems to be ruminating about what to say, but it was clear to all that he was absolutely livid. Why, eventually asks, not specifying what he was referring to. Because Luca tries to explain, but is interrupted by Servon. Not you, daughter. Why did you go against MYWISHES again? He roars, slamming his hand down on a nearby table and causing it to collapse. Sarina continues to stare at her father with a defiant glare. Because you are not always right, father. There are things you cannot see or will not see. We killed the monster for the good of the tribe. What good would come from slaying that thing? He asks in a low tone, a frown marring in his features. Sarina glances at Luca and he nods. That monster had laid eggs. If it was left alone, soon creatures similar to it would begin taking over the forests. It was hard enough to kill the one. I can't imagine fighting more than that. He quickly explains, not letting the man know of his other plans. Servon seems to take this answer. It wasn't incorrect either. It just wasn't their intended reason for being there. It seemed like he wanted to scold them further, but once he imagined huge toad-like creatures invading the tribe, he knew that they'd probably made the right decision. Regardless, even if that was so, he couldn't allow them to circumvent him on important matters such as this. Why did you not tell me of this threat? He asks. If we did, you would not listen, father. We did not know if you would imprison us and prevent us from eliminating it. Sarina quickly replies. Servon shakes his head. If this happens again, tell me. I will listen and make my own decision on it. You must remember that you are still my daughter. I will not have you dying for something unimportant. He states before turning to Luca. And you? What are your intentions towards Sarina? Cold sweat begins to drip down Luca's back. What? Servon's eyes bore into him. What are your intentions towards my daughter? He asks more forcefully this time. Sarina attempts to interrupt them, but he silences her with a gesture. I only have the best intentions. He tries to answer diplomatically, but could see Servon getting angrier the more he avoided the question. Sighing to himself, he decided to just say it outright. I am interested in Sarina, he states, the girl blushing red next to him. And is this your way of proving yourself, putting my daughter and my hunters at risk? Servon asks. Luca shakes his head. No, I told you why I went earlier, to stop those monsters from spreading. Servon grumbles to himself momentarily. This is not enough. You will need to prove yourself worthy of my daughter if you wish to pursue her. I am sick of looking at you. Leave. He states, waving at Luca, who'd only now realized he was getting blood on the man's pelts. Not you, Servon states as Sarina tries to get up and follow him. Seems like he wanted to speak with her alone. Luca left the hut and was immediately surrounded by people. Questions rained in about how he'd killed the beast, if he was scared, and many other similar ones. He did his best to answer them, but eventually got fed up and hid in his hut. He was already well reputed due to him killing the bear that invaded the village, as well as his escape from the Karaskir, but now it was on a whole other level. There was physical evidence of him slaying a mythical creature. He'd be surprised if the other tribes didn't hear about it eventually. A celebration is thrown, but due to the conflict with the Karaskir, it was limited to just dancing and singing. Sarina joined him after talking with her father, a satisfied smirk on her face that only seemed to get wider every time she looked in Servon's direction. Luca didn't dare ask what they'd been talking about, deciding to let it be a future surprise. Hopefully, it was a positive one. His relationship with Dastu had done a 180 as well, apparently. Their original squabbling was over courting Sarina, but the man seemed to have given up after seeing how close the duo were. It was a good change in Luca's opinion. Once he got to know the man, he seemed pretty chill, albeit a bit competitive. The next day, his muscles hurt from having to arm wrestle him. He lost, of course, but it didn't really matter. The tribe believed that strength also lied in your spirit, not just your body. Sarina wasn't allowed out of the village for a couple weeks under her father's orders, but there was no such rule for Luca. Once he got a chance, He immediately headed for the cursed waters. His plan of taking the poisonous creatures and dousing the traps was underway, though he needed to retest which frog and toad did what. It wouldn't do to simply paralyze the Karaskir. He needed them dead. Fearing to tread even an inch into Suajiki territory. Next to the cursed waters, he climbed a relatively large tree and strung up any creatures he caught. This would be his poison supply, as once he harvested the deadly puss-like poison it'd only last a couple of days before it became inert. As such, he'd need a ready supply to keep applying to the traps. It was fortunate he'd been taught about how the Suajiki laid traps. Otherwise, he might have stepped on some when he was looking for them. Trees had the sides facing the village marked, and the traps laid in the direction the mark indicated, though, to prevent the enemy from figuring this out, there were a few nondescript additions that imply the traps were on the other side. Luca went around smearing all the traps with poison. He'd tested it, and if only a bit got into your bloodstream, you'd die in an hour or less. The time was dependent on the person body weight and how fast their blood was circulating. It didn't really matter if they knew they'd been poisoned, though. There wasn't any cure he knew of that could save them, and medicine among the tribes was incredibly poor. The only thing that may help would be Sarina's strange healing magic. He doubted she'd help those bastards, though. 44 trapped. Faemrir Karaskir definitely wasn't a happy man. The war with the Suajiki had been going so well, and yet the tables seemed to be turning on them. It all started when they'd captured those young Suajiki warriors. It was the usual procedure of acquiring, torturing, and then feeding them to their wolves. Murin, one of the Karaskir leaders, was usually so thorough was those he operates on. But this time, his incompetence and truly cost the clan. One of the prisoners who'd been dumped into the kennel for the wolves to eat had apparently not been as weak as they'd thought. The Karaskir had noticed the absence of a large portion of their wolves, and the ones that remained stayed well away from the kennel. It was only when they'd begun to smell the stench coming from the place that they decided to investigate, eventually finding the many corpses of their companions. The tribe had been in an uproar when it was discovered. More than half of the wolves in the clan had been murdered by someone who'd supposedly been tortured to near death. The animals weren't just a fighting force. They were almost considered sacred. Faemrir had received many visits from furious people, but had to send them off unsatisfied. Resentment was building, and it wasn't answers they were looking for, it was retribution. You'd think all the anger would be directed at the Suajiki for being the ones responsible, but that was only partially right. Most of it was directed at Murin. The man originally wasn't all that liked due to the way he acted around people. He always stank of blood and wasn't adverse towards wearing the body parts of his victims. Even now, the bald, fat man was wearing the scalp of one of his victims. The body part in question apparently belonged to the one responsible for the deaths of their companions. Faemrir tapped his foot impatiently. He'd called for Murin, but the man hadn't shown up. Perhaps he knew what his intentions were. Murin was to be sacrificed to sate his people's thirst for revenge. A figure hurries into his hut, causing his companion to growl at them. Faemrir rests his hand on the large wolf's back, which causes the animal to still momentarily. The fearful Karaskir tribesmen who'd just come in looked at his leader imploringly. "Chief, one of the hunters have been found. They were caught in one of the Suajiki traps." Faemrir leans his head to the side with a scowl. What was the point of telling him this? "Then wrap their wound in medicinal leaves and let them rest. Do not come to me again for something so mean." "Chief, the hunter, they're dead." They interrupt, their heart threatening to beat out of their chest due to fear. How have the Suajiki started to create larger traps? He wondered aloud. The tribesmen shook their head. It was a small spike trap, but I think you should see it for yourself. Faemrir glowered but got out of his chair anyway, gesturing for his companion to sit tight as he followed the tribesmen out. He was led to a hut that was used to treat injuries and other similar things. Laid on the floor was a dead Karaskir hunter, though he could immediately spot something odd. There was a wound on the man's foot and leg. They looked like the typical injury that you'd received from a spiked tribe. They were designed to impede and prevent the victim from being able to continue walking. This was different, though. The bloody holes where the trap had pierced were surrounded by black flesh. Yellow and green pus dripped from the wound, and black veins could be seen expanding outwards from it. There was only one thing that could have caused something like this. Poison, he states with a scowl. The tribesman in charge of treating injuries quickly nods. I have never seen anything like this. It is extremely deadly. I fear to even get close to it, he says, gesturing towards the sharpened sticks that apparently caused the man's death. They seem to have been smeared with something, though the blood covering them made it difficult to differentiate what it was. Regardless, this wasn't something the Suajiki would have done. Servon would likely kill whoever did this himself if he ever found out. The man would rather the tribe cease to exist than have its honor trampled. Poison was seen as a coward's weapon, something people used when they weren't strong enough to face the enemy themselves. It could just be a coincidence, of course. A snake could have bitten the hunter after he stepped on the trap, but that was unlikely. He'd need to have this investigated further, otherwise they could very well lose this war. With the huge loss of the wolves and poisoned traps turning up in Suajiki territory, Faemrir was at a loss of what to do. He needed to find out who was laying these traps and eliminate them. Perhaps he could alert Servon to what was occurring in his tribe. That would get rid of the problem and allow him to finally take over the tribe. The Karaskir were currently the weakest they'd ever been. They had essentially declared war on all of the surrounding tribes, but with the recent losses, they were dangerously close to extinction. You send hunters to watch the Suajiki territory. I want them to find who is laying these poison traps, and I want them killed. Do you understand? He states. The tribesman rapidly nods. Yes, chief, they exclaim and run out of the hut, heading directly towards the hunters in order to give them their new orders. All raids into Suajiki territory was to be put on hold until they found the coward who was responsible for the poison. The tribe was also told of Murin's betrayal. He was to be killed on-site if anyone laid eye upon him. 45 War 1. Almost immediately after Luca had begun poisoning traps in the Suajiki territory, the conflict between them and the Karaskir seemed to have ended. Raids weren't a problem anymore, and the slow encroachment into their land had stopped. Many in the tribe were confused at this, while some of the more experienced members were suspicious. Not only because the change was so sudden, but because of the strangely colored corpses stuck on their traps. Servon was furious when he heard about this. It was obvious that someone had poisoned their traps and killed many Karaskir with the. He ordered the tribe to find whoever was responsible and bring them to him. Many did as they were told, but a good portion only did so half-heartedly. They considered the perpetrator a boon for the tribe after all. Where was the honor in laying down and letting you and your loved ones be killed? Luca had to limit how many traps he poisoned due to his fellow tribe members watching for the villain responsible. It wasn't all that bad, as the Karaskir didn't dare try to enter their territory anymore. With the new free time he trained with Sarina, he was shit at archery but was slowly getting better. He had no talent, but with enough hard work he'd become proficient eventually. It felt Morel like a holiday if he were honest, just hanging out with Sarina, Dastu, Gilga, and occasionally Zulmeshi. Though the latter only grunted at him, so he wasn't much fun to talk to. A couple months had passed, and everyone in the tribe was becoming confused. The poison traps had slowly been disappearing, and for a couple weeks there hadn't been any at all. Luca had stopped applying poison due to the Karaskir not coming close any longer. He hadn't even seen their scouts on the outskirts of their territory. Servon ordered some hunters to check out what happened, and the news they brought back was shocking to say the least. Flashback. Gilga gestures behind him for the other hunters to follow him as he stealthily snuck through the forest towards the Karaskir main camp. At this point, you'd usually run into a wolf or two, but that hadn't been the case this time. Instead, they saw more wildlife than should be possible. The wolves usually just killed everything off, so this didn't bode well for the tribe itself. Eventually, they reached the tree line that gave way into the Karaskir tribe. Gilga stuck his head through a bush and gaped at what he saw. blackened huts that clearly been destroyed by fire. The large kennel where the Karaskir supposedly tortured his fellow tribesmen was almost entirely ash. No doubt the bones of their wolves would be under it. There weren't all that many corpses, though. It is strange. With this much devastation, there should be bodies littering the footpaths. Instead, it was just a few wolf and warrior bodies, wounds that he couldn't identify covering them. "What happened here?" one of his hunters muttered from behind him. Gilga shook his head. "I do not know. Our war with the Karaskir has ended, though," he states. Flashback end. The news that the Karaskir had been wiped out by an unidentified enemy was met with mixed reactions. Most were happy that the war was over, but a great many people were fearful of whoever could done such a thing. The only living Karaskir member they'd ended up finding was a young, starving wolf. Gilga brought it back as a gift for Sarina, thinking that she'd appreciate it. Its fur was covered in mud and ash, and it was heavily bruised when they found it, barely able to move without assistance. Sarina looked down at it with sorrowful eyes. No creature should be subjected to this. It may have belonged to their former enemy, but the least they could do is raise it as one of their own, as a mark of respect for the tribe that suddenly disappeared. "What are you going to call it?" Luca asked as he stroked its back. The wolf shivered under his touch but wasn't strong enough to attempt to stop him. In all honesty, he was pretty wary of it. Being torn apart by its friends would do that to a person. But as long as he thinks of it as just a pet dog, his nerves are relatively calm. Sarina smiles at him. "I do not know. What do you think I should call him?" Luca raised a brow at her, knowing its gender, but shook those thoughts away. Of course she'd know. How about Fluffy?" "MMH. She sounds uncomfortably. Try again," she asks, the name clearly not to her tastes. "You want something fierce, then? How about Cujo?" he says, thinking back to the story made by Stephen King. Sarina gives him a dull look. "Cujo? That is the name of a kind of spider. No, that will no do. Sarbel," she mutters. Luca smirks. "He's part of the family now, huh?" She slaps him on the arm. "I just thought it matches him." Bal is an old word that means the strongest claw of an animal. "That's oddly specific," he says, more to himself than Sarina. She nods at him. "We used to make clubs covered in animal claws, so Bals were important to specify," she states, causing Luca to nod in understanding. The duo takes the young wolf to the river and washes all the ash and dirt from its body, revealing the almost luminescent white fur hidden under it. Even Luca had to admit it was rather handsome. Its fur combined with its bright hazel eyes made him want to grab a camera and start an Instagram account for it. They'd need to get it eating again soon, though. It was almost all skin and bones. Sarina tried a few times to heal it with her magic, but it wasn't useful at stopping starvation. She only managed to heal the heavy bruising. Other than that, it was a slow recovery from here on. The new member of their makeshift family was a welcome addition, but Luca couldn't help but feel worried about the future. The Karaskir were apparently a powerful tribe, but some group had literally walked in, killed a few people, and burned it down, presumably taking the rest as prisoners. He'd step up his training from here onward. If shit hit the fan, it might be up to him to fix it. His immortality allowed him to be a one-man army if he was skilled enough, so that's what he'd aim towards for the time being. 46, 3 years later. 20 strides ahead, behind the nettle bush. A voice whispers through the foliage. "Don't worry, I got this." Another replies, their confidence almost sounding like arrogance. They're 6, 2 FT with a muscular toned body and long crimson hair. Their blue eyes are almost piercing as they glare at something within the forest. They slowly stand and start drawing their bow, their muscling bulging at the force the string was being subjected to. Thwack. They let it go, and the arrow whizzes through the forest, luckily missing the small branches that divert its trajectory. It continues along its path until it collides with a big brown furry creature that's about the size of a car. The bear roars towards where the arrow had come from, spittle flying off as it prepares to charge them. It kicks off, sending dust and dirty into the air with its powerful legs. Now, a feminine voice shouts, and more arrows come from different directions, hitting the bear just above its ribs and in other vital places. It's flustered by the sudden onslaught but continues charging. However, it can feel its body weakening the more time progresses. Once it reaches the people who'd first shot at it, the bear doesn't even have the strength to stand, let alone attack. The two figures look down at it, one the man with crimson hair, the other a woman with tanned skin, brown hair, and eyes. Her figure is thin but doesn't lack any womanly features. She's also slightly taller than most women at 5'11" ft. Though the male still towers over her, both wear ragged-looking leather tribal clothing. The duo grins at each other for a moment before driving flint knives into the bear's neck to finish it off. "We did it in A." She nods at him. "That was a perfect hunt, Lou. It could not have gone better." She replies with a wide grin. They ignore the sound of foliage being displaced as three other figures walk towards them. Gilga, Zulmeshi, and Dastu all greet them while appraising the bear they'd just slain. The two more experienced hunter didn't seem to have changed much, but Dastu had grown bigger and more muscular than before, a calm expression ever present on his face. It had been 3 years since Luca had arrived in this land. He didn't know when his birthday was, but he was sure he'd turned 18 sometime in the past few months. The constant physical activity and training the forest forced upon him had apparently had a drastic effect on his body. He couldn't remember anyone in his family who'd ever been this tall, nor this physically endowed. With the Karaskir gone, the forests had been relatively peaceful. Of course, there were still small disputes with other tribes, but that was neither here nor there. A white ball of fur exploded out of a bush and jumped atop the bear's corpse, the group just shaking their heads at Serbal's antics. The wolf had grown to its full size and was about as big as a large person. He was definitely capable of tearing someone apart with ease. Even most of the veteran hunters were wary of him once he'd grown. The wolf still acted like a cub outside of hunts, though. This was probably due to Sarina's spoiling of it. He shook his head and started tying a rope around the bear. Dastu left to grab some more hunters to bring the corpse back to the tribe. It must have weighed half a ton, so they'd definitely need some help getting it back. The Suajiki tribe had become somewhat better off in the 3 years he'd been there. While he had tried to make use of his modern knowledge, nothing he knew was actually helpful to these people. So he just stuck to hunting to provide for them. There wasn't all that much else he could actually do. Though, he and Sarina had been doing something that went against Serval's wishes. Indeed, Luca was referring to Sarina's sacred thing. The thing her mother told her to not give to anyone else. The only people she was supposed to pass it on to was her daughters. Her magic, Luca had whittled her down, and she'd eventually given in to teaching him the basics about it. Truthfully, Luca's eyes were opened by what he'd learned. Sarina drew power from nature itself with various chants and rituals. Most were rather limited and required lots of preparation and concentration to perform, but magic was magic, and Luca was determined to learn. Unfortunately, like many other things he'd tried, Luca didn't have any talent in it, only managing to learn the easiest spell, and even that was limited. He was able to conjure the green glow that healed injuries. It took a lot of concentration, and he was forced to repeat a bafflingly long chant in order to use it, but he prided himself in the fact that no one else was able to perform it aside from Sarina. The group eventually returned to the tribe along with the bear corpse, and the tribesmen surrounded them. He was now well known as Bloody Luca. He'd become one of the most efficient hunters in the tribe, and his past deeds had even spread to their neighbors. Sometimes when he was sent to trade with them, he'd be noticed by his crimson hair alone. Some tribes even thought that it was he himself who was responsible for the Karaskir's disappearance. He wouldn't deny it, as it made the Suajiki look stronger and possibly prevent further conflicts. On that subject, he still hadn't gotten a clue as to who was responsible for it either. There were rumors of people disappearing, families being brutally murdered with some not even having their corpses found. Whatever was happening was affecting everyone. Tensions were slowly climbing, and he was sure they were nearing the breaking point. Regardless, now was a time for celebration. The group had just taken down a bear that started encroaching into their territory. They didn't need another lord of the forest, so it was best to put it down quickly. It was for this reason that Sarvon had sent him and the others. If they were capable of taking down the monster of the cursed waters, they were certainly able to kill a generic bear. And so another celebration was thrown, this time though food was abundant, as well as a certain wine that Luca had somehow managed to recreate. It was essentially just berries left in a containing to ferment. It didn't taste all that great, but you'd get drunk if you drank enough of it. This was one of the things their tribe now traded. Luca was filled with pride at the fact they were no longer just a tribe that herded sheep, but produced wine as well. It was a shame none of his other inventions had been picked up yet. He had thought that underwear might have been popular, but apparently not. Though he had to agree with some of their complaints, using leather underwear had given his balls a rash. And that's not even mentioning how sweaty it makes you. 47 from hunter to trader. Luca and Sarina had been given the task of selling some of their goods to other tribes. The wine they were producing had become quite popular as of late, and the wool from their livestock was always in demand. He was in charge of a small group of relatively new hunters that were tasked with carrying the goods to the Almnar tribe. The Almnar were a relatively large and peaceful tribe that dealt mostly in fish. Due to their location, they'd become the hotspot for trade. Being placed directly in the middle of most tribes allowed goods to be exchanged here more efficiently than they were forced to previously. In the past, you'd need to send people to the tribe to make an offer. Due to the relatively volatile relations between even the most peaceful tribes, the people sent weren't all that important, mostly just simple hunters. This meant that negotiations would have to send back and forth through the messenger, making the process take significantly longer than it otherwise would do if you had just talked face to face. In the Almnar tribe, though, everyone had come to a consensus that no violence should be committed here in order to maintain the revolutionary trading methods they currently had access to. To Luca, it looked more like a bazaar than anything. The Almnar tribe was directly next to the great river that had previously been separating the Karaskir and Suajiki. Obviously, the Karaskir was not around anymore, so it was a moot point. Why had Luca and Sarina been sent here to trade instead of someone else? Luca had a few ideas, the first being to test how he'd negotiate with other tribes. His intention to woo Sarina was now well known to Sarvon. If Luca were to actually marry her, then he'd likely be made the next leader of the Suajiki. This meant he'd need a good reputation amongst the tribes, otherwise no one would take them seriously. Of course, he already had the bloody Luca, slayer of the Lord of the Forest, and monster slayer under his belt, though he admitted to himself that his latter two titles were as a result of the creatures literally falling atop him. First the bear atop his spear, and then the giant frog on the tree. Thinking back to it, he'd not really done anything all that impressive. Sarina would also need to start learning how to interact with other tribes, as the wife of the chieftain, or if that didn't work out, the shaman. Eyes were already on the group as they entered the Almnar tribe. It looked markedly different than the Suajiki and Karaskir did. Instead of living in huts, the Almnal decided to make shack-like buildings entirely made of wood. Perhaps being so close to the river made using wool unreliable, especially in the winter. Luca glanced around and could see a variety of people in different styles of clothing. While the Suajiki looked more like typical barbarians, with hides sewn together covering their bodies, the others looked more refined. The Almnar tribesmen made heavy use of plant fiber ropes, tying them around their waists, biceps, wrists, and shins. They still made use of animal hide and leather, but differently than the Suajiki did. Luca could spot some men from the Gutizia tribe in the distance. Their outfits were a lot nicer than anything else people had. Their leather clothes looked to be more skillfully made than anyone else's. The reason for this was obvious. The Gutizia had access to large deposits of salt, a valuable resource no matter what tribe you were. They looked around for a while before being approached by some Almnar tribesmen. They bowed slightly towards the group before inquiring as to who they represented. The Suajiki tribe, Sarina states, getting a nod from the Almnar. Afterwards, they are led through to meet with the Almnar chieftain. Luca didn't really know why they needed to meet. Surely the Suajiki coming to trade wasn't that great of an event, was it? They are led to the largest shack in the village. The Almnar wishes for Sarina to speak to the chieftain alone for some reason, but with some persistence, Luca was allowed in with her. He knew Sarina was a beautiful woman, enough so that tribes might be willing to start a war for her. He wasn't going to let her out of his sight during this trip for this reason, among others. Fortunately, it didn't seem that the Almnar leader named Juba the Shack wanted to do anything vile to her. On the contrary, actually. He wanted to thank Sarina in place of her mother for healing him when he was younger. Apparently, he'd been afflicted with a strange disease in his childhood, one that had his range of motion steadily decline as he aged. Truthfully, Luca had been wary when he saw the large, pot-bellied Juba, getting strange feelings of déjà vu upon hearing his name. But he turned out to be of the jolly giant sort instead of the stranger danger molester variety. Sarina gives a bright smile to the man. I am happy someone outside of our tribe remembers my mother. I feel her legacy has been forgotten much too quickly. Juba nods. Lady Ine helped many during her life, even some in the Karaskir, though they seem to have forgotten their gratitude when she passed. Ah, my condolences, by the way, he adds apologetically. Do not worry, my mother is one with nature now, Sarina says comfortingly. Luca rests a hand on her shoulder and she sends a grateful glance at him. Juba breaks the silence before picking up his lost enthusiasm. You have come to trade, I am sure. The duo nod and he continues. I will have the Suajiki tribe area ready for you in a moment. I will advise you do not approach the Gutizia tribe without an escort, young Sarina. They have been more confident as of late. Sarina nods at his warning. She won't leave my side, Chafin. I will make sure of that, Luca adds. Juba and Sarina continue to talk about her mother as Luca silently watches from the side. He hadn't gotten the chance to even know the woman, so it was best to leave them to reminisce. 30 minutes later, they left the shack and were led to an area which had a small shack for storage. Next to it had a wooden roof that blocked them from the rain while they traded goods. Luca had the hunters carrying the wine and wool into the shack before he started placing some on the ground to display what they had to trade. He sits down cross-legged behind it with Sarina as people wandered past. The Gutizia tribe and Tomnal tribe were nearby trading goods, the latter mainly trading what looked like wheat, as well as many clay items such as pots, bowls, and ornamental objects. I didn't expect to become a trader when I first arrived in the Suajiki tribe, Sarina, Luca jokes. She smirks at him, and I did not expect to fall for the incompetent whelp you once were. He can't help but blush at her. He turns his head sheepishly, ignoring her even as she held his hand, a happy look on her face as she hummed to herself. 48 Will of Metal. The Suajiki tribe continued trading their goods within the Almnar territory, giving wine and wool for various other goods Sarvon had requested them to gather. Some rare herbs that only grew in specific parts of the region, difficult to craft tools from the Jafria tribe, some dried fish from the Almnar themselves, and salt from the Gutizia tribe. Luca sighed to himself as he remembered that they needed to restock their salt reserves. It wasn't the fact that he was forced to barter, something he wasn't all that familiar with nor liked. No, it was the fact he had to get the salt from the Gutizia tribe. The group was boisterously making noise not far from them, and they'd not stopped ever since Luca's group had arrived. They'd been here for 2 days now, and he found it strange that no one had taken offense to them yet, especially with how the men leered at women from each and every tribe. The group should have been going around and trading, but they seemed content to just sit and wait for people to come to them. Luca thought it was a good strategy, to be honest. Their attitude was harsh and rubbed people the wrong way, providing a rather intimidating setting to barter in. Every tribe needed salt to function properly, which forced people to go to the Gutizia and try to negotiate on their terms. Usually, he'd just allow Sarina to barter for him as she had a favorable reputation, and her demeanor suited the task. But he'd rather castrate himself than let her be leered at by those dumb apes selling salt. As such, he left her with the rest of the group as he walked over to the Gutizia. Almost immediately, all eyes were on him as he approached. Their gazes were hostile, not befitting what should be traders. "Who approaches us?" a voice says from the center of the group. The rest of the tribesmen moved to allow Luca to see whoever was speaking. The man was sitting in front of many bags of salt. They seemed to be around 6 ft with a heavy build decorated with chiseled muscle. He had short black hair and a relatively handsome face that was marred by the arrogant smirk plastered upon their lips. If Conan the Barbarian ever had a cocky piece of shit son, then this would be him. The man's intimidating physique isn't what draws Luca's eyes, though. That be the distinct copper sword that he was resting on his shoulder. You seem interested in my weapon," the man mutters, displaying the copper sword to Luca proudly. "It is made from metal, harder than any rock, any tree, bone, and flesh that exists. If you continue to stare, I might use it on you," they say. Luca isn't sure how to take this. It's the first time he'd actually seen metal during his time here. While it only seemed to be made from copper, it'd undoubtedly be more effective than any other weapon he or his tribe possessed. If the Gutizia tribe could smelt metal, then the delicate balance of the tribes would soon be broken. He eventually composes himself and draws his gaze from the sword and back to the man. "I am Luca from the Suajiki tribe. I've come to trade goods," he states. Now for some reason it was the man's turn to look stunned. It hadn't been Luca's introduction, though. Instead, his eyes seemed to be locked on something. Taking a quick glance at where he was looking, Luca's eyes landed on his own titanium chain that hung around his neck. The man takes a moment before he finally starts speaking, much to the confusion of the other Gutizia tribesmen nearby. "I am Gazestok, son of the leader of the Gutizia Gazestok. You wish to trade? Tell me what you can offer, and I will tell you what the Gutizia can do." Luca crosses his arms. "We want 3 bags of salt in return. We are willing to trade twice the amount of wool and 3 containers of wine." Gazestok looks thoughtful for a moment before shaking his head, causing Luca's heart to begin beating faster as if he was about to enter combat. "That deal sounds fair, but how about I present you with another? All the salt we have for that," he says, pointing at Luca's chest. More specifically, the titanium chain his mother had given him. The other Gutizia tribesmen gasp at this, apparently never expecting their young lord to do something so reckless. The necklace gave no practical value. The only reason he'd want it is to display his wealth. Or perhaps he wanted to melt it down to see what it was made out of. He doubted they'd be able to get a forge hot enough to melt titanium. Luca quickly shakes his head, holding back the snarl threatening to make itself known at the presumptuous offer. "I refuse to trade this," he says, resting a hand on the metal chain. "But since you find my previous offer fair, maybe we could come to an agreement," he states, his glare not faltering. Gazestok doesn't seem to like Luca's answer, accidentally gripping the copper blade tight enough to cause a light cut on his hand. "You reject my offer. We will not trade with you, fool." Luca grits his teeth and turns to walk away, but gets stopped as Gazestok calls out to him. "Wait, I have changed my mind," he says, causing Luca to sigh in relief. But as always, luck is never on his side. "The Gutizia tribe will refuse to trade anything with the Suajiki for your slight against us. Now leave before I bury my metal blade in your guts." Luca's tempted to tell the bastard to bring it. He imagines getting stabbed in the gut and not flinching from it before beating the piece of shit half to death, but shakes his head and returns to his group. This would be a massive problem for their tribe, one he'd inadvertently wrought. They'd now have to trade with other tribes as a proxy to get any salt. Sarina sends a smile his way, but he just frowns and shakes his head as he approaches. "We won't be able to get any salt from the Gutizia. They've barred the Suajiki from trading with them," he states, causing her to scowl. "Why?" Luca looks down for a moment, feeling slightly guilty at the fact that this was his fault, but finds his determination and stares her in the eyes. "I refuse to bend." 49 white gold, salt. Things only seemed to get worse after the Gutizia started refusing the trade with the Suajiki. Sarina had wanted to negotiate with them in order to fix whatever problem Luca had caused, but he refused to allow her to go. He didn't like the way they had looked at his necklace, and he might find himself unable to control his anger if they tried to make a pass at her. Instead, Juber attempted to speak on their behalf with Gazetoke, but the young leader completely refused to have anything to do with the Suijiki. Luca didn't know why they were acting so irrationally, but whatever it was it'd no doubt spell trouble for them. The other tribes heard of the latest news and started taking sides, though all tribes that sided with the Suijiki did so silently as they too needed the salt that only the Gutizia could provide. Luca was forced to change tactics and started negotiating with other tribes in order to get salt from them. It'd be more expensive than buying it straight from the Gutizia, but there was nothing they could do about it. A day later, none other than Gazetoke strolled towards the Suijiki stall with a broad grin on his face. He had his metal blade strapped to his side, and a few strong-looking followers behind him. He stopped in front of their stall and crossed his arms while glaring down at the sitting Luca. "Hello, fool, have you decided to work with me yet?" he says, as if Luca had already agreed to give up his necklace. Luca just shakes his head. "I won't trade my necklace, and I won't be bullied into giving it to you. You'll have to pry it out of my cold, dead hands," he states, not mentioning the fact that even if he was killed, he'd come back like a vengeful spirit. Gazetoke scowls. "Then you will never trade with us again, nor will you acquire our goods through other tribes," he says as he walks away, taking his groupies with him. Fuck. Sarina rubs his shoulder with an understanding look. "Do not worry, Lou, we will find a way to deal with this. We always have." Luca just looks away, not daring to look her in the eyes with all the problems he'd inadvertently caused. He felt guilty, something that he'd only experienced a few times in his young life. The worst part about all of this was the fact that Luca couldn't think of a way to fix this without giving up his mother's necklace, something he'd rather die than do. After Gazetoke's latest visit, no tribes were able to be the middlemen for the Suijiki. One who tried to had received a warning that if they did so again, they'd receive the same treatment as the Suijiki. Unfortunately, even 3 weeks later, the situation had yet to be rectified. Luca and Sarina had successfully sold off all of their wares for other goods, but the only thing they were lacking was salt. With no way to purchase it, they'd probably have to find another means of getting it. Luca was tempted to try and steal some, but knew he was neither skillful enough nor had enough information for that method to even be viable. That wasn't even mentioning the risk of starting a conflict in a dedicated neutral zone. If he was caught, the other tribes would likely turn against the Suijiki. The war between them and the Karaskir was still in recent memory. The losses both sides had suffered had weakened them significantly. The Suijiki losing many valuable hunters, and the Karaskir being completely annihilated. Luca had never considered it before. His only previous interactions with war had been in one of the many video games he'd played. Now he felt he had a better understanding of it. It was needed in some instances, but there'd be no winners. Only those who'd suffered heavier losses. Eventually, the group had to return back to the tribe with the bad news. Luca had no doubt that Servon would be furious. It was whether or not his anger would be directed at the Gutizia or himself that left him wondering. Luca and Sarina got back and reported what happened to Servon, who was rightfully pissed. "You show me what you thought was worth straining our relations with the Gutizia." Servon growls out while pointing towards Luca, who slowly unclips his titanium necklace and hands it to him. Servon looks it over for a while, squinting at the engraving in it and testing its strength, his face going red as he tried to break it apart with strength alone. "This is metal," he mutters to himself in wonder. "Can you make more of this?" he asks Luca, who shakes his head. "No, it was an art which was lost," he states. Servon reluctantly nods, having not one clue about how to go about making such a thing himself. "Fine. The Gutizia has always been known to be greedy, but their actions insult all of us. We will not trade with them again, but we must find another way to acquire salt. Illness awaits those who lack it after all." Luca nods. "I caused the problem, so I'll dedicate my time to discovering some. Surely the Gutizia cannot control all salt deposits in these lands," he says. From what he understood, the Gutizia controlled a large territory south, most of which was rocky and slightly mountainous terrain which probably allowed them to find salt deposits easier. Servon waves him off and sends him away, looking to the other hunters that'd been present to discuss the situation further. Truth be told, Luca's necklace wasn't worth the conflict, but the Gutizia had been getting more aggressive as time had gone on. Servon himself knew that it was only a matter of time before they started trying to claim more territory. The Suajiki hadn't completely recovered from the war with the Karaskir, but at least in this circumstance, the other tribes would be able to see who was the aggressor in this instance, especially with the original commotion being caused within the Almnar neutral zone. It looked like they'd need to start preparing their warriors again. Hopefully, this time they'd have the aid of the other tribes. If they weren't fools, then they'd understand that the Gutizia wouldn't be content with what they have, continually pushing for more advantages until they get it, or were wiped out. 50. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. With the tribe soon to be in a dire need for salt, Luca takes it upon himself to start searching for any salt deposits near or within the Suajiki territory. Sarina wanted to accompany him, but he'd somehow persuaded her to remain in the tribe. His argument included the tribe's need for her abilities in case someone gets injured, and the fact he'd be taking Sarbel with him. Dastu, Zulmeshi, and Gilga all wanted to come with him too, but he'd refused as they were needed to provide enough food. They were, after all, some of the most efficient hunters the tribe had. So that's how Luca ended up silently walking through the western part of the Suajiki territory, his bearskin sitting over the rest of his makeshift leather clothing, his bow hanging around his chest and on his back as he wielded a spear. A large bundle of pure white fur traveled next to him, Sarbel's usually excitable nature being subdued by his predatory instincts. Luca truthfully had no actual knowledge about where salt deposits might be. He knew that places where large masses of salt water used to reside might contain some, but as far as he could tell, he was in the middle of whatever continent he'd found himself. So that left him with randomly searching until he got lucky. Though he had watched some documentaries in the past, one thing that immediately sprang to mind was the fact that animals required salt as much as humans did. He remembered watching as goats and other creatures would gather around salt deposits and lick them until they received their required amount of minerals from it. He was thinking he might be able to follow some animals until they traveled to where the salt deposit was, but eventually realized that was a stupid idea. How long would he have to track an animal to find the salt? Days? Weeks? Months? He really had no clue, so instead he'd try to find it himself. The first area that would probably be a good place to look would be the rocky region he'd found that strange fruit and basin of water. If nothing else, he'd be able to properly investigate the area to see if anything else was hidden there. After all, he highly suspected that his immortality stemmed from either the water or the fruit he'd ingested. That, and his strange ability to comprehend any language he comes across. Luca followed the vague route he'd come through to eventually get saved by Sarina. He passed by the field where he'd been devoured by the bear, and eventually spotted the tree where he'd been defeated by a squirrel. Sarbel seemed confused when Luca had set up a snare trap under the tree. Luca didn't doubt that if any people were watching, they'd be confused as well. He didn't intend to return to collect any creatures caught by it. It was more just to spite the little furry bastard who'd stolen his apple. At least now he had the means for some payback. Soon enough he reached the area where he'd originally fallen inside the cave. Sunlight now beamed down into it, revealing the cracked basin and the empty branch that once held the fruit. The branch itself seemed to have started rotting with absence of the fruit, which was strange considering that's not how any other plant on Earth that he knew of worked. Fortunately, Luca had brought a good bundle of plat fiber rope that allowed him to descend down into the cave without having to swim through that underwater passage. Once down there, he pulls out a stick with tar staining the wood before lighting it on fire. He raises the torch to illuminate the area and is immediately baffled by the many carving that were now revealed in the walls around him. Even the basin itself seemed to be marked by them. If Luca didn't know any better, he'd say that most of the marks came from cavemen, judging by how primitive they looked. Luca glances over to the slowly decomposing tree and has a rather silly idea. What if he tries to heal the tree using the magic Sarina had taught him? It was worth a shot right. Nodding to himself, he begins chanting the strange, indecipherable language Sarina had managed to stuff into his mind. A dim green glow appears in the palm of his hand as he presses it against the tree. He feels some resistance but continues, pushing harder and chanting louder. The tree seems to gain some color and vibrance back as time goes on, and just as Luca is sure his plan had worked, the surface of its bark starts to crack and crumble, turning black at a fast pace. Luca quickly tries to heal it, but once he starts trying to chant, the words get stuck in his throat as if something was choking him. He gasps and reaches for his throat, quickly backing away as the tree continues to disintegrate. It doesn't take long before the tree is reduced to nothing but flakes of black bark, which then break into ash, then dust. Afterwards, Luca isn't able to track it, as the tree seemingly disintegrates from existence entirely. That wasn't everything, though. The stone basin suddenly cracks loudly, the stone dropping to the floor as the carvings seemingly start moving on their own. Luca has no idea what's going on. The stone suddenly starts flowing like water, seeping into the ground and disappearing. Luca quickly tries to grab it and pulls out the slimy former stone material. It starts seeping through his fingers, but he cups his hands together to keep it off of the ground. He grimaces as he feels a prick on his hand. The swirling patterns on the stone start moving quicker than before, turning a dim, dark crimson. His brow almost reaches his hairline as he feels the need the material. It was a strange idea considering the slimy stone was still stone. Regardless, he followed the strange feeling that was guiding his movements. The slimy stone seems to become more firm as he worked it, his hand pulling, rolling, compressing, and folding it. Luca had no idea how long he'd done this, but he'd noticed that the substance in his hand was slowly taking shape into something. A knife. The blade was around 30 centimeters long, a similar length to Bowie knives he'd seen in the past, but the shape itself was curved. Like a mini scimitar. No, the sharp side of the blade was on the inside of the curve, making it more akin to a carambit or a kukri. It was heavy. This was probably due to it still being made from stone, though the rough texture had become smooth like marble. The handle was ergonomic and seemingly tailored to Luca's hand. The swirling symbols on it were still present, but their movements had slowed to a crawl, leading Luca to believe they'd eventually stop. He glances at where he'd felt the prick of pain earlier and spots a deep gash on his hand, though the skin around it looked dehydrated. It wasn't even bleeding. Shaking his head, he gives the blade a couple test swings and nods at how it felt. It was balanced despite it looking top-heavy. There was one thing Luca knew about stone tools, though. They were rather brittle and easily broken. To test this, he gave it a tap against the stone wall of the cave, fully expecting the blade to crack or chip from it. He lets go of the weapon and glares at it as it stays embedded into the wall. Had it really just cut through stone with a little tap? Shit. He tugs on it to pull it out and feels no resistance, and he follows his hand out of the stone. He decides to fully test it out, whacking the wall as hard as he can. Shik. His hard swipe was less skillful than he'd hoped, as he had no actual practice with large, heavy-bladed weapons. But the aftermath had almost made him drop the weapon. A large, clean cut had been left in the stone wall. Luca looks down at weapon in shocked awe. Whatever that basin had been made from must have been something supernatural. There was no other way to explain it. Before, Luca might have refused to believe it. But now that he'd learned some magic for himself, he was sure there was more to this world than meets the eye. He'd been trying to ignore it until now, but it was becoming harder and harder to believe that he was still on his world. He must have been sucked away to another dimension that had magic or something. Right. 51 Seasoning. Luca's discovery of this new mystical weapon had all but made him forget about his original reason for coming here. He just continued to stare down at the weapon, with his gaze occasionally flitting at where the basin and tree had been. Fortunately, there was someone who could break him from his thoughts. Bark, bark. Luca finally managed to pull his attention away from his new weapon and looks up at the hole where he'd entered from. Cerbal had stuck his furry head over the ledge and was barking at him as if he were saying, "Hurry up! I'm bored." He wraps some leather scraps around the weapon to stop it from accidentally cutting anything before tying it firmly to his belt. Looking up, he waves at Serbil. All right, I'm coming," he says before beginning to climb up the rope he'd previously set. It's only after he'd clambered up that he realizes just how long he'd been down there. The sun had been firmly out when he'd entered the cave, but now it looked like the dead of night. This was probably why Serbil had gotten impatient. He rubs the wolf's head as an apology before looking around the area. Obviously, he couldn't see much of the landscape, so he'd probably have to resume his search in the morning. He drops the fur he'd been carrying on the floor and rolls himself up in it. That combined with his bear pelt gave him another protection from the elements to comfortably rest. Not to mention the large, furry Serbil who laid next to him. The next day, Luca was on the move again, continuing to walk west in search for that life-giving white stuff. He'd already been searching for a couple hours now, but still nothing. His determination was fading into apathy the longer he searched, feeling that it was pointless. After that, the apathy became anger against the Gutizia tribe for causing this problem in the first place. As always, he's brought from his thoughts by Serbil, who was gently tugging on his arm. He turns in the direction the wolf was pulling him, and his nose twitches blood. From the years he'd spent as a hunter, he'd become more sensitive to certain sights and smells. Feces, blood, urine, all markers of where potential prey may be. Of course, Serbil would always be superior to him in that aspect, as wolves were simply designed for it. As such, he followed the wolf as he started making his way through the foliage. As they went, Luca spotted various splotches of dried blood and signs that something had passed this area. While yes, this was a distraction from him searching for salt, he didn't mind though. It saved him the trouble from having to personally hunt for a meal. Eventually, Luca and Serbil stopped their advance and hid in some bushes. He could vaguely hear the heaving pants of a dying animal, and by the sound of it, it seemed to be a deer. Creeping closer, Luca finally saw it lying on the floor with a large wound in its hind leg. It was strange and didn't look like anything a bear, wolf, or even a hunter could inflict. However, that wasn't the thing that caught his attention the most. Covering the deer was some sort of white powder. It looked sandy in its fur and clung to each individual hair. Luca waited a few more minutes to see if the deer was strong enough to move, but it just continued to pant exhaustedly. Luca stood and started walking over to it, stroking Serbil's head once to stop the wolf from sprinting in and tearing the deer apart. The deer noticed their presence but didn't even try to get up, as if it had accepted its fate. Now that he could get a closer look at it, he saw that the wound in its hind leg was leaking pus. The wound wasn't old enough to already be infected, which meant that it was likely poisoned, which was strange since he didn't know of any venomous creature in the forest large enough to inflict such an injury. Shaking his head, he ran his hand through its fur and took a closer look at the white powder covering it. It looked suspiciously like salt, but it could be any other manner of substance. Regardless, Luca knew he'd survive any damage it could cause, so he took a few cautionary licks of the white substance. Salt, but the problem now was finding where the creature had come from. This was not too hard since they could just follow the blood trail to it, but Luca was wary of running into the same beast that injured the deer. He knew he'd survive almost everything, but Serbil was still at risk. He sighs to himself and starts thinking of a way to send Serbil back to the tribe without him. Soon enough, he has an idea. Standing off of his haunches, he strokes Serbil's head before pointing at the deer. "Go Sarina, Serbil," he commands in a stern voice. He repeats it a couple times before the wolf tilts its head to the side and whines. He says it one more time before Serbil finally picks up the barely alive deer in its mouth and starts dragging it east. The wolf sends one last look at him before disappearing into the forest. Luca knew the wolf would be fine. It was a gentle giant when around he and Sarina, but when hunting it turned into a ravenous monster. Honestly, he'd rather fight that giant frog again than face Serbil. Now let's see where that salt came from, he mutters to himself before he starts backtracking and following the trail of blood. 52. Satisfied. Luca had been following the trail for 2 hours straight now. Of course, this wasn't due to the distance of his target, but instead how difficult it was to follow the trail back to it. The blood trail got less and less prominent the further he tracked it, which was counterintuitive when you come to think of it. He wasn't an expert by any means, but Luca suspected that the deer had accidentally made its wound larger than it originally was. It wouldn't be strange for it to overexert itself in a panic after being attacked. Plus, it was possible the poison injected into it worked as an anticoagulant of some kind. Regardless, he'd needed to backtrack multiple times after following the wrong trail, making the journey take markedly longer than it probably should have. The blood spatters he found on the floor, trees and plants were nothing but droplets at this point, so he doubted anyone would blame him for getting slightly lost. Luca stumbled out from a tree line after being blinded by a ray of sunlight. He blinked his eyes for a moment as he stared blankly at what was before him. A good distance away was a tall rocky outcropping that wreathed everything beneath it in darkness. If Luca didn't know any better, he'd say that it was ready to fall over at any moment, though the thing that caught his eyes was the color of the rocks in the armpit of the rock. It was white. He slowly stepped towards it, spear in hand as he approached. He was sure the deer had been injured around this area, though with the lack of a blood spatter on any of the white rock that might not be true. His eyes were drawn towards a large entrance. Strangely, light seemed to be emitting from within it. Could the origin be magical? Luca shakes his head. It probably wouldn't be good to get into the mindset of, if I can't explain it, then it must be magical. His modern knowledge separated him from the rest of the people living in this region, allowing him to create and consider things they wouldn't think possible. Soon enough, he steps onto the white rock and finds that it has a tiny amount of give to it, softer than most other rock he knew. He licks his finger and drags it across the stone, coating it in a light layer of sandy white minerals. A taste confirms his suspicions: salt. Well, that more or less solved the tribe's salt issues. The only problem now was securing it. He needed to make sure it was safe to mine and transport materials from this area. Not to mention, he still hadn't found whatever had injured that deer. His attention was once more brought to the illuminated cave entrance. He had a bad feeling about that place. The worst part about it was he couldn't encourage himself with the fact that monsters didn't exist. He'd fought and killed one after all. Chances are that the giant frog wasn't the only one that existed. Luca mustered his courage and approached the cave entrance while gripping his spear tightly, ready to strike at any threat that may appear. He walked further in and had found the source of light. A large crack above him allowed a ray of light to illuminate a good portion of the cave. It wasn't magic after all. Crack! Luca, upon hearing the sound, leapt backwards and pointed his spear forwards threateningly. He scanned the area and found nothing. Probably just a pebble or something. He mutters under his breath to try and ease the adrenaline pumping through him. He starts moving again, passing through a narrowing part of the cave before coming out into a cavern of some sort. Again, cracks above allowed sunlight through, giving him a degree of visibility. However, the hairs on Luca's neck were standing on end. Why? Because this area looks suspiciously like a boss fight room. He takes a cautious step forward and almost tumbles over himself from the sudden change of the ground's texture. Looking down, he sees that his foot is firmly entrenched in salt. It wasn't like outside the cave where it was firm, hard, solid. No, this was like sand instead, finely ground, almost like table salt. Rujumblali. The salt beneath him begins vibrating, and Luca has no idea what might be causing it. He steps back, off of the salt bed, and the rumbling ceases. Could something be beneath the salt? To test this theory, he uses the pommel of his recently acquired stone sword and slams it against the nearby wall, cracking it and extracting a large chunk of salt from it. Luca picks the salt up and throws it as far as he can into the salt bed. It gives a large asterisk thump, while kicking up some salt. And just as Luca anticipated, the rumbling began again. However, it ceased a moment afterwards, probably because the chunk of salt was stationary and not moving. He hums to himself while a few ideas pop into his mind. The most brute force one would be to walk across the bed and try to kill whatever was hiding beneath it. Obviously, Luca was less than thrilled to attempt that method, so he'd try to lure it to the surface by creating constant movement on the top of the bed. Crack. He smacks the wall again and gathers a small pile of salt chunks. Once done, he begins slowly tossing them a good distance away, making sure to not wait too long before throwing the next chunk. The rumbling began anew, but this time it didn't simply stop, instead, increasing in intensity the longer it went on. After 10 seconds of this, Luca was beginning to get second thoughts. Unfortunately, by this time it was too late. Crash. Something explodes from the salt, kicking up a cloud of the valuable white substance. It was long and thin. At first, Luca thought it was a snake, but the bulbous spiked tip and exoskeleton lent it more to some sort of insect. Though Luca had never seen an insect even approaching the size of this one. The tail shot towards where he'd been throwing the chunks of salt, piercing one of the pieces without mercy. The chunk exploded without having a chance to resist, and Luca could see a small spray of fluid being pushed from the tail. He was slightly angry that it was contaminating the salt, but another thought became prominent in his mind. That's what injured the deer earlier. The creature, upon finding that its target was not by a chunk of rock salt, pushes a part of its body above the surface of the bed. Salt streams off of it like a fluid, as Luca realizes its many black eyes were looking directly at him. Trying not to panic, he slowly stands from his crouched position and tries to back away towards the exit. He was beginning to suspect it was blind, but found that he was under the misapprehension that it was just an unintelligent beast. Something explodes from the bed near the solid rock he was standing on, and red-hot pain makes itself known across his body. He isn't even aware of what just happened until he looked down at the tail piercing his gut. Shit, he mutters as what felt like lava intruded into his veins. He could feel it spreading from the wound, liquefying his organs as he was helpless to do anything. He backs away, pulling himself from the barb that been injected a profuse amount of poison into him goes to escape. His limbs feel numb and unresponsive, but from sheer force of will, he throws his body into the narrowed section of the cave. He was sure the creature wouldn't be able to reach him here. It was simply too large to get through the passage. Unfortunately, even if it couldn't reach him, the damage had been done. His chest heaved as he hyperventilated, his eyes dilate to an almost scary degree as he losing control over his body. Even if he wanted to move now, he wouldn't be able to. Fuck, he rasps out, using the last of his strength to utter the curse before his heart finally stops. It had been a while since he last died. 53. Revival. On the white stone floor of a cave laid a body pale as ash. It was illuminated by sun rays passing through the ceiling. Black veins were clearly visible across the corpse's skin, and blood has begun trickling out of its mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. It just continued to lay there lifelessly, not moving an inch as, of course, it was dead. However, small changes began to occur in it. The veins filled to the brim with the deadly substance began clearing, their black coloration slowly fading as seconds go by. The blood that leaked from its orifices began crawling backwards as if time was reversing, flowing back into the body. The large wound on its gut began knitting itself back together, strands of blood shooting towards each side of the wound before pulling itself taut. Unnoticed by any mortal observation, the currently dead internal organs began regaining their vitality. After a few minutes of this, the heart thumped, as if introduced to an electric shock, forcing it to begin beating again. With blood now flowing again, the body's pale skin slowly returned to its regular tanned state. The only thing needed for the body to regain full functions was to wake up. Gasp. Luca desperately drank in the air as he suddenly woke up, his eyes snapping open as he glanced around the area to see if he was where he should be. He rapidly sat up and patted himself over, quickly noticing that the wound inflicted on him by the giant scorpion had disappeared. He breathes a sigh of relief upon finding that he was still alive and healthy. Yes, he'd been immortal for quite some time now, but it didn't change the fact that death was incredibly scary, and most of the time painful. There was always the fear of not coming back, fear that whatever was causing his immortality would fade and stop protecting him. After a moment of recollecting himself, he gets to his feet, thoughts drifting to the scorpion and how to defeat it. Unlike the giant frog, Luca was sure that regular weaponry would be unable to even damage it. Its pale exoskeleton would render most attacks useless. The only thing he could think of that would actually damage something like that would be massive blunt force trauma, but something like that would be incredibly hard to do. His hand brushes against the stone sword he'd found. Yeah, this thing might be able to get through its exoskeleton. But as much as he disliked admitting it, he didn't think himself capable enough to kill it in a frontal assault. Sure, he was good with a spear and almost as proficient as that with a bow, but those skills didn't automatically transfer to use in a sword, or more accurately, a kukri. He didn't think he could just run at it and wildly swing until it dropped dead. He wasn't the protagonist of some story. He'd most certainly die a long and painful death. Deaths. Well, if he couldn't defeat it straight on, then he had to think of another way. Fortunately, his time spent as a hunter had prepared him for something like this. He'd become very proficient with prepping traps and even constructed unconventional ones that many had not thought of before. Not to mention the fact that he spent many days thinking about the battle against the giant frog. He'd thought about ways of defeating it that didn't include getting very lucky as had originally happened. He glances up at the ceiling of the cave where the sun rays were penetrating through and nods to himself. Yes, he could think of a few ways to handle this. Brushing himself off of salt, he leaves the cave and heads for the tree line, searching for the largest, most healthy-looking tree in the area. He finds it after a couple of minutes and brings out the stone sword and starts chopping at its base. The sword is capable of cutting deeply into stone, so cutting through wood proved almost too easy. After 15 minutes of chopping, the tree comes down, landing heavily with a thud. With that done, he began cutting the branches and other foliage off to make it into one massive log. Luca looks down at his work and frowns. It must have weighed a few tons at least. If he was going to use it for anything else, he'd try to cut it into pieces to make it easier to carry. But he needed its weight to get through the scorpion's exoskeleton. He looked up at the large stone structure that contained the cave and wondered how on earth he was going to get this log up there. First things first, though, his single bundle of plant fiber rope isn't going to hold a couple tons of weight, so he better get to work on making more. A couple hours later, Luca had laid down so much plant fiber across the rock that to someone else it might look as if he were trying to decorate. The reason he'd left it strewn across the floor was because the rock was warm and directly in the sunlight, making it easier to dry the plant fiber. With that done, he began cutting down other trees to begin creating struts that allow him to slowly push the log up to the top of the stone plateau-like structure. He'd looked around it and spotted that the back of the structure was more hill-like than the front. This would allow him to slowly roll the log up without forcing him to gather extra help. Why was he not willing to ask the tribe for help in this venture? There were two main reasons for it. The first being that he felt responsible for causing the issue in the first place, and thus needed to solve it himself. Whether this was due to pride or a sense of responsibility, Luca couldn't tell. The second reason was he didn't want to risk anyone getting hurt in this. One graze from the scorpion likely meant death via its poison. He had no doubt that Sarina, Dastu, Zulmeshi, and Gilga would jump at the opportunity to help slay another monster. So, he'd not give them the option in the first place, dealing with the problem himself. 54 logged on. Soon enough, after much trial and error, Luca had finally gotten the log to the top of the rocky plateau. Honestly, there were many things he could appreciate while up there, one of the many being the view it gave over the nearby forest. Another would be the gentle breeze blowing through the area, making the rather warm weather a little less bothersome, which was appreciated considering he'd sweated his bollocks off pushing that damn log up here. The top of the plateau itself looked like a regular mountainous area, with small rocky inclines and an overall rough surface. It did have some differences, though, the main one being the small cracks in it, allowing sunlight to peek through and reach the cavern where the giant scorpion had been. He'd taken a cursory glance around the place to find a hole big enough to allow him to potentially drop the log through, but all of them were either too small or too unstable to properly hitch the log through without collapsing a large portion of the rock around it. Since he wanted to make use of the salt contained within the cavern, opening the place up and rendering it vulnerable to potential rain was the last thing he wanted to do. So he'd have to resort to good old-fashioned hard labor. Luca walked to the middle of the plateau and found a hole that was directly atop the middle of the salt bed. Once there, he began using the stone sword to chip away at it, slowly making it larger. This would be significantly easier had he brought a pickaxe or something similar, but he was unfortunately stuck with the stone sword. Sure, it was sharp enough to cut into rock, but it lacked the weight and leverage to truly be effective at anything resembling mining. After an hour or two of this, Luca was sure the hole was around big enough to allow the log through. He'd been forced to make the hole itself smooth on its sides to prevent the plant fiber rope he'd eventually thread through it from cutting against it. With that done, he turned his attention to the log he intended to use as a weapon. It had been sitting in the sun for a while, so it was much easier to manipulate as opposed to when it had been freshly cut. The first thing he did was cut a couple of inches into the circumference of the log. This to be used to help secure the rope tightly and prevent any mishaps that may render all his work useless. Next on the list, he stepped to the end of the log and began sharpening it. There were a few options he could take with this, making it taper up to a fragile top, or simply have it blunter but a lot more reinforced. Luca chose the latter option as it wasn't supposed to cut or pierce. No, it was intended to crush the scorpion's exoskeleton, killing it at best, or weakening it enough for him to personally deal with it at worst. With that done, he began to make the final preparations, creating proper places on the rocky plateau to secure the log to, bundling the plant fiber to created rope, and planning out the defeat of the beast below. A day later, everything was complete. He just finished tying the last knot of the rather intricately designed rope system, designed to grant the rope enough leverage and reinforcement to hold the weight of the log. With a huff of effort, he raised the log slightly and tipped it towards the hole in the floor, slowly sliding it inside once it was threaded through. Once it was far enough in, gravity handled the rest. Luca was wary of the rope suddenly snapping due to the impact the slacked rope suddenly going taut. So he did his best and used all of his strength to slow the momentum as much as possible. Luca held his breath as the log hung from the plant fiber ropes. Looking through the hole, he could see it swaying from side to side over the salt bed. It was a good thing he'd remembered to smooth the hole, otherwise it'd definitely have been cut by sheer force. He got to his feet and checked the ropes, making sure none were at risk of slipping. He'd done it. Everything hadn't collapsed yet, but that didn't mean it wouldn't eventually. So he quickly prepared himself and started the next step. He crouched over the hole and began dropping small pebbles into the salt bed below, an action that mimicked what he'd done previously before getting stabbed by the scorpion. He continued this for a couple minutes until the scorpion tail pierced one of the pebbles he'd dropped. It was almost time. Luca watched with rapt attention as he kept dropping pebbles in, waiting for the scorpion to unearth itself so he could cut the rope and drop the log on it. Come on. Just a little longer. Thuk thuk thuk. Luca's eyes widened to an almost comical degree when he spotted arrows being fired at the tail, presumably from the cave's entrance. He couldn't see it from his vantage point, but knew whoever was attacking it could put his plan in jeopardy. Not only that, he had a very bad feeling about the situation. Deciding to not risk whoever was stupid enough to fire at the scorpion, he carefully slid down the rope leading to the log, grimacing at the creaking sound the rope was giving. He landed on the log and looked to the cave entrance, his face contorting into a look of horror at who was there. Sarina, Gilga, and Sarbel were at the entrance, the former two firing arrows at the scorpion with determined looks. The large white wolf barking at it and unintentionally alerting the scorpion to the group's location. Fuck, Luca growls as he rapidly thinks through what he should do. Adrenaline was already pumping through his veins at the fact he was likely about to do something stupidly reckless to save his friends. His plan was already in ruins, as the scorpion had begun moving towards them. the tail showing its location while looking poised to strike at any moment. Not wasting any more time, Luca began swinging the log back and forth in the direction of the scorpion, pushing off of the wall to gather momentum faster. The rope sounded like it was going to give up at any moment, but he couldn't stop now, not while his friends were at risk. He continued this for a couple seconds. The scorpion looked as if it was about to stab at someone with its tail, and he couldn't wait any longer. He had no idea if he'd gathered enough momentum yet, but he didn't have a choice. Though, this statement was made even more true due to the fact that the rope snapped just as the apex of one swing. The log swung through the air towards the still submerged scorpion, Luca giving out a girly squeal at the sudden change in the situation. Halfway through the arc, he'd lost his grip of the log and fallen off, plunging towards the salt bed below. 55 crack and clap. Both the log and Luca fly through the air, both slamming down into the salt bed at the same time. Smash. Fortunately for Luca, the salt bed provided a relatively soft surface to land on, preventing any crippling injuries. In fact, the only damage he'd taken was some whiplash, his neck feeling very sore after being wrenched around by the sudden change in momentum. Luca quickly shakes his head and gets to his feet, the stone blade already in his hand as he looks towards where the giant scorpion had been. A cloud of salt dust was slowly settling. Luca looked on nervously, gripping his weapon tightly. He took one glance over to his friends who were standing there with incredibly surprised expressions. Apparently, they hadn't been expecting him to fall from the sky accompanied by a tree. He locks eyes with Sarina for a moment before having his attention drawn towards a screech and skittering sound. Gritting his teeth, he stuffs his fear deep down and starts walking towards where the scorpion should be, along with his log. By the sound of it, the creature wasn't completely dead yet. Hopefully, it was injured enough to weaken it. The salt dust eventually cleared enough for him to see through. His log had indeed hit the scorpion, but not in any lethal way. No, instead, it had landed straight on the base of its tail. He could see black blood oozing out from beneath the wood and was pleased that its main form of attack had been crippled. Luca didn't think he'd actually be able to fight it if its tail was still active. That thing moved faster than his eyes could follow, let alone defend against. He continues to trudge through the salt and walks in front of the scorpion as it squirms around in an attempt to dislodge the log. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Arrows shoot from behind him and clatter against its exoskeleton, doing literally no damage whatsoever. Luca sends a glance over his shoulder at his friends and slowly approaches the scorpion, stone blade bared. Its beady eyes all focus on his, and its large pincers begin clicking with the intention to rend his body apart. Its mobility seemed to be restricted due to the log on its tail, but that didn't mean it was powerless. He began stepping towards it and was mindful of its potential range. The scorpion bent forwards and snapped a pincer at him, the appendage not even being close to reaching him. It continued to try and attack him to no avail, allowing Luca to track exactly on much range it had. Once he was fairly confident, he steps just outside of its range and slammed his stone blade on its extended pincer. Crack! The blade dug into its exoskeleton, drawing some black blood before the monster pulls its limb back. It tries to snap at him again, but is just out of reach, allowing Luca to strike again. Crack! His attack hits around the same area his earlier one had, breaking off a large piece of its exoskeleton and revealing its pink and rather gooey flesh beneath. Thwip! An arrow pierces the now defenseless flesh, causing the monster to screech in pain and thrash about as if it were attacking an invisible enemy. Luca got a couple of hits in, but began to get worried at the sound coming from the base of the log trapping the creature's tail. It wasn't anything he recognized, but it sounded as if some material was being strained. Of course, it wasn't the log that was having its durability tested, though. With a final asterisk reap, the scorpion falls forwards away from the log, the flesh connected its body to its tail having been torn apart by its frenzied rampage. Profuse amounts of black blood flowed from its wound, and the creature screeched in terrible agony as it writhed about. However, soon enough it turned its beady eyes towards Luca, and he was sure he could feel the full force of its anger towards him through its glare. Without wasting another moment, he leaps backwards, just as the scorpion lunges forwards and grabs the air where he'd just been with a pincer. A line of sweat drips down his face as he imagines how badly that would have hurt had he been caught. Arrows begin pelting the creature with increased fervor now after seeing it escape, and Luca was worried it'd turn its attention towards the others. "I'm here, you crappy spiderello oklike. What's wrong? Not as so tough without your tail," he shouts, luckily bringing its glare back to him in full force. It changes him, and it's only by sheer luck that he manages to duck under the first pincer strike. He knew the next one would come next, so instead of allowing it an easy combo, he throws himself atop its extended right limb. He'd grabbed on just behind the pincer and almost lost control of his bowls when the scorpion attempted to bring its limb closer so its mandibles could bite into him. Luca held on tightly, though, and managed to work his way onto its back. Without its tail, it had no way of directly attacking him, so instead elected to shake him off. Luca slammed the stone blade into the exoskeleton on its back and used it to hold on for dear life. He could see Sarina, Gilga, and Sarbel all getting ready to run into the salt bed to help him. "No, stay away," he shouts, causing them to halt mid-stride. With renewed determination, he wrenched the stone blade out of the crevice he'd created on it back and gripped it with his free hand instead, using the blade to try and dig through its armor, like he had done the rock above the cavern. The scorpion had apparently had enough, however, and instead reared back and thrust itself into the salt bed. It wormed its way through the salt, and Luca was forced to get off of it before he followed it beneath the sand. Soon enough it was gone, the only thing indicating that it was still around being the grinding sound of it moving underground. He quickly looks towards his friends and points at them. "Stay off of the salt, it'll kill you before you know it," he shouts, running towards the log to try and confuse the submerged threat. Once atop the log, he looks around for something heavy enough to lure the monster. He considers getting the others to fire arrows at the salt bed, but doubted it would be enough to trick the creature. Arrows just weren't heavy enough to mimic himself. Fortunately, he still had his quiver on his back. While one or two arrows might not be able to attract the beast, a quiver of them might. He unslings it and tosses it onto the salt bed, shielding his face as the sound of grinding explodes, the scorpion bursting from the ground and clamping the quiver in its pincers, breaking it into pieces. Leaping off of the log, Luca manages to get back on top of it, bringing the stone blade high above his head and back down again, right into its face. The blade chops into its face, destroying a few of its eyes and causing even more black blood to spew out. He momentarily wondered if it'd die of blood loss, but shook his head, pulling the blade back out and striking down again. Thud, and again. Thud, and again. Thud. With every strike the scorpion jolted, the blade burying deeper into its head. After the first strike, it had tried to shake him off, but second, third, and fourth, it stopped moving, becoming completely lifeless. Huffing, Luca fell onto his ass. The stone blade was still buried in the now-dead scorpion, but he was too out of breath to do anything right now. "Heh, second monster down. Hopefully that'll be it," he mutters as his friends run towards him. 56. Overload. Luca looks towards his friends that were hiking through the salt bed to get to him. He sighs to himself and tries to suppress his roiling emotions. He knew they were unjustified and would be considered overbearing and controlling, but he just couldn't help himself. "Lou," Sarina shouts happily with moisture collecting around her eyes, but is cut off before she can say anything else. "Are you guys crazy?" Luca suddenly roars, getting to his feet despite his exhausted condition before pointing an accusatory finger at them. "Are you trying to kill yourselves? Do you know how dangerous fighting that thing is?" "You need to calm down, Luca." Gilga tries to mediate but quickly finds himself under verbal assault as well. "Calm down. I am calm. It's you lot who are running to your deaths against a giant fucking monster. he cries, stomping on the scorpion's hard carapace to hammer his point home. Afterwards, he loses the strength in his legs and falls onto his butt again. Sarina and Gilga look to want to support him, but he just holds a hand out. "Didn't I tell you? I would deal with the problem alone. I would solve our salt crises without any of you risking yourselves. And yet, you guys wandering off into untamed lands for what reason? To help me?" he asks, his question meaning to be rhetorical, but Sarina shouts the answer anyway. "We thought something had happened to you. Cerbal returns with a heavily poisoned animal and there is no sign of you for days. What do you expect us to do, Lou? Let you die out here alone?" He growls, "I expect you to trust in my abilities. We've been training together for years, and yet you still don't think I'm able to handle myself. Then what's the fucking point of everything?" he shouts, unconsciously airing not only his frustrations on the current situation, but the whole one Luca had found himself in. He'd been taken away in his sleep by some magical force, depositing him in some god-forsaken continent that lacked any and all technology that he'd previously relied on. Everything he knew was either thousands of miles away or in an entirely different world altogether. He didn't want to be here, but he had no choice in the matter. And so all of his frustration culminated in this shouting match. The fact that the person he relied on the most, respected the most, loved the most, considered his efforts and subsequent abilities not enough. It hurt more than he'd like to admit. That wasn't all, however. The thing that really exacerbated the problem was the fact that Sarina, Gilga, and even Cerbal were incredibly close to being eviscerated by the monstrous scorpion. If he hadn't by a stroke of luck disabled its tail, they all would have died here today. He releases a long sigh and looks down at his bloody hands. "Do you understand what would have happened if I hadn't gotten lucky and dropped that log on it?" he whispers, the silence of the cavern allowing the group to hear him regardless. "We were doomed, we know this, Luca. Look, I tried to persuade Sarina to leave, but after seeing that bloodstain outside, no chance," Gilga explains, Luca's eyes slowly widening at that information. Sarina looks at Luca, the dam finally bursting as tears start falling from her eyes. "I thought you were dead, Lou. Luca's hand finds its way above the hole in his leather clothing where the stinger had previously hit him. Ah, so it was his fault this happened again. First, she almost dies at the hands of the frog, then by the scorpion. Was he cursed to harm those around him? He shakes his head and sucks in his frustration, sliding off of the scorpion's corpse and landing with a groan beside Sarina. She pulls him into a hug and he reciprocates. I'm sorry," he admits. He regretted that he'd said that to them, even if he did feel it was somewhat true. "I'm sorry too," Sarina cries, tightening her hold on him. Gilga sighs as he watches the duo, looking down at Cerbal and muttering, "You want a hug too?" The wolf glances up at him before turning away, apparently wanting to investigate the giant scorpion instead of standing there awkwardly with Gilga. "Fine, be like that." Gilga pouts and bends down, taking a handful of salt and tasting a few granules. Amazing," he mutters. Luca and Sarina continue to hold one another, whispering apologies in an endless loop. While this is happening, Cerbal licked up some of the fluids dripping from the giant scorpion's corpse, immediately coughing and hacking it up onto the salt bed. Gilga pats the wolf on the back and raises a brow at the vomit on the floor. "Never seen you spit anything out before, Bal. Must be poisonous." He turns to the lovebirds. "Hey, you two. I think we need to remove any salt stained by this monster's blood. I think it might be deadly to eat. Even Cerbal had to puke it up," he says, gesturing to the gross puddle. Luca sighs, "Really? We'll gather the others and store the tainted salt elsewhere. I think I know what we should do with it," he says, a small smile appearing on his face as a plan slowly formulates. Sarina looks to Gilga. "I will take Lou back and tell Father what has happened. Can you stay here and protect this place?" she asks. Gilga shrugs and nods. "If you wish, Sarina," he says before looking up at the ceiling of the cavern. "If we want to start using this salt, we should block the holes that may allow rain through. Bring enough carpenters to make it so." Sarina nods and tries to lead Luca toward the entrance, but he shakes his head and walks up to the scorpion's corpse first, grabbing the handle of the stone blade still lodged in its head and wrenching it out. "All right, let's go home in A," he says sweetly. 57. Saboteur. It had been a couple of days since Luca and the others had slain the giant scorpion. A celebration was thrown once the tribe had been told about the vast salt deposit they'd found. Luca could have sworn he'd even seen Servon smile. Though, if he did, the man made sure to quickly hide it again. Afterwards, the village scrambled to secure the resource before anyone else could. Though salt wasn't the only valuable resource that was currently there. The body of the giant scorpion itself was seen as a treasure, its exoskeleton being tougher than most types of stone, while also significantly lighter. It was difficult to get the corpse out of the cavern, but they eventually managed it. Of course, they were forced to mine at the entrance for a bit to widen it enough, as well as cutting off the scorpion's limbs so it could fit through. Afterwards, they brought many jars clay pots they'd purchased from the Tomnal tribe to gather up all the poisoned salt. Luca had tested the scorpion blood-tainted salt on an animal, and it immediately became sick from it, dying a few hours later. Of course, he had force-fed it quite a lot, so it might not kill a human using an average amount, but it was still incredibly dangerous. Luca took control of the tainted salt and stored it away where the other villagers wouldn't be able to access it, though Servon and the other hunters were still questioning on what he actually wanted to do with it. Luca made up some half-hearted excuses, as they definitely wouldn't like what he intended to do with it. Once the scorpion's corpse was dragged out of the cavern, the tribesmen got to work building makeshift roof panels to put over the holes in the cavern's ceiling, to make sure no rain reached the salt bed and ruined any of it. Servon, once he heard about the giant scorpion's exoskeleton, wanted to harvest it and replace the tribe's weapons with it. Something Luca wouldn't argue with. It would give them an incredible advantage over the other tribes should another war start. Of course, flint tools weren't able to do anything to the exoskeleton, so Luca was forced to chisel away at it with his stone blade. Other tribesmen wanted to try and use it, but found it was too heavy for them to lift. Something Luca had no problems with. Must be some sort of magic. Nobody really questioned the new mystical blade he seemed to have acquired. His relationship with Sarina and other great feats, such as killing the Lord of the Forest, Giant Toad, and Giant Scorpion, made it seem relatively normal, all things considered. Soon enough, the tribe had acquired many spearheads and arrow tips made from the white exoskeleton. They were difficult to sharpen, but once the effort was put in, held the edge incredibly well. There were also many tools made from it, white axe heads, shovels, shears, and even a pickaxe, though the latter belonged to Luca so he could experiment with minerals. Truth be told, the new material was very, very noticeable, and it wouldn't be long until the other tribes noticed the white-tipped weaponry the tribe was using. Sure, some would think they were just using bone as opposed to flint or stone, but the curious few who found the truth may be tempted to try and steal some. Servon had obviously thought of this, and had majorly increased security around the storehouse, where they kept the unused exoskeleton and tools. Now that the tribe had acquired salt, the conflict with the Gutizia tribe wasn't all that big a deal. Indeed, they now had an advantage over them. All of the Gutizia tribe's allies only put up with their disrespectful attitudes due to their dependency on salt. Now that the Suajiki had acquired salt, though, compared to the Gutizia, the Suajiki were known as honorable, trustworthy, humble. Something all tribes saw as respectful. Now that they had some leverage over the Gutizia, it wouldn't be long until other tribes started jumping ship and buying salt from the Suajiki. Luca had other ideas to gain an advantage, though. The other tribes were still unaware of the Suajiki's salt. This would give him time to deploy the plan he'd been brewing up. While Sarina and the other hunters were busy doing other things, he'd gathered the many pots of tainted blood and slowly been making his way to the Gutizia's territory. The journey was long and arduous, especially since he was carrying heavy pots of salt with him, but eventually he reached the outskirts of their territory, the mountainous area south of all the other tribes that solely belonged to the Gutizia. It was midday when he arrived and started spying on the tribe, the raised rocky positions making it rather easy to hide from sight. He knew his plan would be ruined if he was noticed, so he paid extra care to staying hidden. He observes them for a while, memorizing the various buildings, people, and routes. The building he needed to locate the most was their storage hut. After a few days of this, he was finally ready to move. He lit a slow-burning fire on the opposite side of the village where the storage hut was. It was meant to cause a distraction and allow him to sneak inside for a moment. Of course, it worked fantastically, almost the entire tribe running to try and put it out, including the guardsmen of the storage hut. He quickly carried in all the pots of tainted salt and replaced the good salt with them. Fortunately, the pots of the Tomnal tribe all looked the same, so no one would notice anything strange. Once he was done, he snuck back out with the non-tainted salt. Luca didn't waste time and quickly headed back to the Suajiki tribe. He wouldn't know if his plan succeeded or failed for a few days to a couple weeks. So there was no point staying to watch them put out the fire. He made sure to hunt a couple of animals on his way back, so no one would be suspicious of what he was up to while gone. He was sure Sarvon and some of the people who knew him better could tell that something was up, but weren't able to put their fingers on it. Luca himself was just relieved that everything had gone off without a hitch. He'd sabotaged the Gutizia's salt supply while acquiring some salt of his own. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to show anyone otherwise they'd realize the tainted salt wasn't well, tainted. That didn't mean he could use it himself, though. 58 Black Blood. Many weeks later, "Chief in Juba, we have a problem," a young man exclaims, quickly entering the hut to address his leader. The large man raises a brow at the sudden intrusion and places the mutton chop he had been eating back into the Tomnal pot. "It must be if you would risk interrupting my meal." "What is it?" Juba asks. "We don't know. An illness has stricken the village. Some elders and infants have already succumbed to it, but we cannot find the source of it. It is as if we have been cursed," he rapidly explains, the dire situation needing prompt action. Juba scowls. "You checked. There was no dead creature rotting further upstream." "We checked. No tainted or poisoned food. None that we can find." "Just what kind of illness is this anyway?" Juba asks, wondering what could have caused this if the usual suspects had already been checked off. "It is nothing we have seen before. First, the afflicted vomit the contents of their stomach, eventually spitting large amounts of blood. Their eyes bleed and their veins turn black. We cut open one of the many dead and found that their insides had, all but liquefied." They list off the various effects, but this provides no solace to Juba. Juba had lived through many outbreaks before, but none sounded so. Vile, numerous pox killed a few occasionally, infected wounds more so. But he'd never heard of something that literally liquefied one's insides. The fat man struggles to get to his feet before waving his hand. "Show me to them. We must find whatever is causing this and put an end to it." The young man nods and leads his leader out, towards the isolated huts that contained the afflicted. Unbeknownst to them, the cause of the illness had already spread far and wide throughout the tribes, having been trading through their village from the Gutizia. All over the region there were sightings and reports of similar symptoms, but people could not figure out where it was coming from. Elsewhere. It's been a few weeks since he'd infiltrated the Gutizia tribe and planted the tainted salts. Everything had been pretty great, all things considered. The Suajiki salt mine had finally put into operation, though Luca supposed it couldn't really be called a mine as all you needed to do was walk inside, scoop up some salt, and the job was done. It was actually quite peculiar to see what amounted to granulated salt being distributed through a primitive village. Luca himself had been using his own stolen salt to full effect, drying meats, creating jerky and other preserved meats. He'd spend these few weeks hunting, training, and spending time with Sarina. Sarvon seemed to have become more accepting of whatever their relationship was ever since Luca had discovered the salt deposit. Though it was still awkward for him to act intimate with her. It wasn't due to inexperience, however, or not in the way one would usually expect. Luca had never been in a relationship where he'd actually held affection for the other person. Sure, he'd lusted after a few girls, but he'd never held an emotional connection to someone like this before. He was interrupted out of his contemplation when someone knocked on the wood composing his hut. "Luca, the chief wishes to speak with you." Luca raises a brow at this. He had no idea what this could be. There was a twinge of fear that Servon might have discovered his sabotage of the Gutizia, but that lessened when he realized that any proof would have been found weeks ago. He enters Servon's hut and spots many veteran hunters all sitting around in a circle. Sarina was also there, sitting at the base of Servon's chair and looking towards Luca affectionately. "Ah, you are here. Sit," Servon states, gesturing over beside Sarina. Luca nods and does as he's told, sitting cross-legged next to Sarina and smiling as she lays a hand over his own. He's about to ask her what this is all about, but Servon had already begun addressing everyone. "I have received messages from many tribes asking about our status. A disease has somehow sprung up in almost every tribe, one that causes debilitating vomiting, weakness, and eventually, death. I have called you all here to ask, have any of you observed an illness similar to this?" All the hunters shake their heads and Servon continues. "Then it seems we have been spared from it. Though, I suspect that this illness is not natural. We have sent many traders to the Almnar tribe, yet none have returned with this plague. The same cannot be said for other tribes, which means we either possess something they do not, or nature itself is guarding us against this threat." Luca had already figured out what happened. Apparently, his sabotage was working far better than he'd expected. He'd thought that the Gutizia tribe would sell the tainted salt to one tribe in bulk, but this had obviously not happened. Instead, bits and pieces had been distributed all over. As to how he felt about indirectly causing the deaths of many innocent people, in all honesty, he didn't feel anything. They were foreign entities, people who sided with the Gutizia when the Suajiki had been restricted from purchasing salt. Luca would gladly trade 10,000 foreign lives for one Suajiki. Deciding it would better for someone else to figure out the cause, Luca elects to push them in the right direction. "Could it be poison? I know a few mushrooms that could have such an effect, though they would have to be taken in very large doses," he says, the others slowly nodding. Servon shakes his head, however. "That would not explain how we would have avoided it. Mushrooms are not spread evenly through the forest. It would be very unlikely that all tribes aside from ourselves would be afflicted from this." "What tribes haven't had any afflicted?" Luca asks, knowing the Gutizia wouldn't have traded the tainted salt if they knew what it was. Servon crosses his arms. "From what I know, the Baranki, Delanton, Pinskule, and Gutizia tribes have also been spared." Luca raises a brow. "I haven't heard of any of those, aside from the Gutizia." Servon nods. "That is because they are too far away to affect the Suajiki in any important way," he explains. "Huh, does this not mean that everyone who is able to trade with the Gutizia has been infected?" Gilga asks, piecing two and two together. "We do not use their salt, and the other tribes you mentioned are too far to trade with them. If this truly is poison, then it would make sense that the Gutizia would not be affected." A few hunters around the room growl under their breaths. It was now pretty apparent how was the cause of this. Some were actually sending grateful looks at Luca himself. As if he hadn't caused the tribe to become blacklisted, they would have likely been poisoned as well. Servon scratches his face. "I do not know if Gaztok would really do this. I know his personality is unlike his father's. For now, I will send some messengers to discreetly relay what we may have discovered. If it is the truth, then once they check their salt, it should be revealed." With that done, everyone gets to their feet and leaves. Luca walks out with Sarina holding his hand, but he felt that when she looked at him, she knew something was up. He couldn't fault her, though. It wouldn't be the first time he'd secretly began poisoning their enemy. Hopefully no one else would start asking questions. Otherwise, he might find himself in a very difficult position. 59. The Maddening. Gaztok roars as he kicks a pot of salt over, causing it to shatter and spew the valuable mineral all over the floor. "What do you mean?" he shouts, jabbing a finger at the messenger who just had to deliver the grave news. "To the tribes, they think that the illness was caused by our salt." The man timidly gets out, wincing back slightly as if he'd already been hit. "Impossible. OUR salt cannot do something like that." Gazetoke screams, absolutely furious that something like this was occurring. He marches out of his hut and towards the center of the village. The rest of the Gutizia tribesmen follow, expecting their leader to have something to say about the recent events. Once Gazetoke reaches his destination, he climbs atop a large stump and looks down at the gathered people. Gutizia, you will answer me truthfully and as best you can manage. Who knows anyway about this? Tainted salt we supposedly traded. Speak, or I will begin punishing those I deserving of it. He roars upon not receiving an answer. Chief, we don't know. We have never caught an illness from eating salt. It must be a curse from the jealous tribes. A skinny-looking man says, but almost no one believes this at all. Gazetoke spits a large globule of phlegm and saliva at the man to show his anger. You. He looks to some of the stronger men of the tribe. Tai HIMUP. We will feed HIM salt from the mine until we find the tainted salt. If there is none, he will be freed, he states, the skinny man quickly beginning to panic at the sudden change in situation. No, please, Gook. He silenced as blows rained down upon him, striking his face, stomach, and chest. Once he's incapacitated, he'd tied to a large wooden pole in the middle of the village. The tribe, upon seeing this, becomes much less eager to air what they think may have happened. Who knew what else Gazetoke would do to appease his anger? Unfortunately, the young chieftain won't allow them to stay silent for much longer. Well, speak, he shouts, only seeming to get angrier, drawing his copper blade and pointing at some people who he had prior disagreements with. It was the other tribes. They are lying to try and control us. A very, very sweaty tribesman says after Gazetoke points his sword at him. Gazetoke seems to mull this over, having not initially thought of it. Though he shakes his head regardless, there were simply too many reports of the illness for it to be fake. Unless all their allied tribes had suddenly decided to ally together and destroy the Gutizia. Not likely. What else? He loudly addressed the same man who looks as if he's about to shit his leathers. SS sabotage. Another tribe poisoned our salt, he replies, praying to nature as a whole to save him from a bad fate. That's it, Gazetoke suddenly shouts, deciding that blaming it on sabotage would be the best way forwards, regardless if it was true or not. If he said it was sabotage, then the tribes might turn their ire to each other, giving the Gutizia some room to breathe and formulate a proper plan in case something more malicious was happening. Our salt has been poisoned by another tribe. It is obvious to me now. Geo, tell the other tribes of our plight and warn them of further sabotage from their neighbors, he says, gesturing at the messenger. Why, yes, he shouts and quickly begins preparing for another journey. Gazetoke turns and points his blade at the man who he'd been interrogating. You. The man who thought he might get off without injuries gets a cold sweat, eventually squeaking out a yes, chief. What is your name? J. Junker, he quickly replies, hoping these words wouldn't be his last. You will come with me, we have much more to discuss, Gazetoke states, deciding to make this man his advisor for now. He'd not taken most of his duties as chief seriously until now, nor had he needed to. Now, however, he might need competent people to help him sort this new disaster out. Junker nods and follows his chieftain, cold sweat still dripping down his back as he walks. A couple weeks later, the situation between the tribes had been continually getting tenser. The sudden illness caused by the Gutizia salt had weakened most of them, which caused each tribe to become more reflexive in their actions. An example of this is trespassing in someone's territory. Previously, should someone find you hunting or simply gathering in their territory, you'd at worst receive light to moderate punishment. But now, there had been some people killed on sight, simply because the tribesmen thought that they might be under attack. Things only got worse when Gazetoke said that their salt had been sabotaged, and that someone was wishing to destroy the good relations the Gutizia had with the rest of the region. Luca was honestly surprised they'd managed to figure it out so fast, but knew there wasn't really any way for the Gutizia to point a finger at the Suajiki. Until now. The Suajiki had recently started selling salt in the Almnar tribe, a big surprise to everyone who hadn't had their head in the ground for the past few years. A few tribes sent scouts to find their source, but the Suajiki easily fended them off with the threat of immediate death. If they were simply protecting a flock of sheep, such a reaction would be seen as disreputable to the other tribes, but since it concerned salt, the white gold, it was understandable. As of now, no one knew where the Suajiki was harvesting their salt, something that enraged the Gutizia to a great extent. Dastu immediately started threatening the Almnar to cease allowing the Suajiki to trade salt, but he was laughed off like a dumb child. The only thing your tribe trades is salt. I can see why you are scared of the Suajiki's recent prosperity. I advise you to lower your prices or find another resource to trade, was his advise, something that almost caused Dastu to lose his temper and attack the man for. In retaliation, he started declaring to anyone that would listen that the Suajiki are the ones responsible for the tainted salt, something that most brushed off as the ravings of a madman. The Suajiki's reputation was a sparkling jewel amongst the region, and none would dare question their honor and integrity by believing such accusations. Indeed, the Suajiki was quickly becoming one of the richest tribes around. Their salt didn't come along with the prideful glares and overpriced nonsense that the Gutizias did, nor were they worried about being poisoned while eating it. Dastu's attitude had caused almost all of his allies to stray away, his increasingly psychotic accusations towards the Suajiki making some worried that yet another war was coming. The only thing actually keeping the tribe barely together was Dastu's new advisor Junker. The former miner had managed to stop Dastu from threatening their remaining allies and worsening their situation further. Though, the young chieftain had turned his anger inwards, having tribesmen who'd committed minor crimes to literally fight to the death as entertainment. 60 Ambush. Luca was currently walking beside Sarina while leading a small group of people all carrying pots filled with salt. His bearskin was draped over his back, and he already had his bow ready of fire at any threat that may come close. His stone sound was sitting in a makeshift scabbard made of boiled leather. There were a few reasons why they'd been sent instead of anyone else. The primary one was that they were competent fighters and would be able to defend the group against animals or possible ambushes. The second was the main one, however. They were tasked with negotiating with the Almnar tribe after Luca had suggested doing so to Sarvon. He'd suggested that they make a sort of exclusivity contract with the Almnar, so the Suajiki would be the only people selling them salt. In return, the Suajiki would grant the best prices for salt they could give. Of course, this wouldn't exclude any other tribes FRM trading with the Gutizia in Almnar territory. It was simply just for the tribesmen itself. The Almnar were actually one of the biggest purchasers of salt due to the great amounts of food they produce. Fish didn't usually keep that long, so they'd dry them in brine to last longer. This was exceptionally more important when winter neared, as most other food sources wouldn't be available. It honestly isn't strange when people in other tribes starved to death in the winter. Most weren't as good at hunting as the Suajiki were, and instead relied on foraging and small amounts of primitive farming. The food the Almnar trades at those times is usually the only thing stopping a few smaller tribes from dying out completely. As such, if they made an exclusivity agreement with the Suajiki, the profits would be astronomical. Sarvon made sure to send Luca and Sarina, as they had a better relationship with Juba the Shack than most, the man seemingly trying to make up for being unable to help when the Gutizia persecuted them. Of course, Sarbil was also with them, the lovable white giant dutifully trotting next to Sarina, though the do stop when the wolf's ears perk up and his nose raise up in the air. Luca, being incredibly paranoid after sabotaging the Gutizia tribe's salt, immediately drops into a low crouch and draws an arrow. Sarbil had the best nose out of everyone, and if the wolf smelt something and didn't immediately sprint after it, it meant that whatever he found wasn't prey. The rest of the group, noticing Luca's strange actions, fall back while looking around in alert, placing their pots of salt on the ground and drawing flint knives and other weapons. Sarina is the first one to notice someone, however. She points her bow into a shadowed tree line and shouts, "Come out, we know you are there." No one reveals themselves at first, but after some sort of staring contest between them and Sarina, a lone man steps out of the darkness with their hands held up placatingly. "Peace be, priestess," he drawls, Luca wanting nothing more than to shoot him in the face from his voice alone. "Who are you, and what are you doing in Suajiki territory?" she asks, the threat of violence clear in her tone. "No, me and my friends were just taking a look around," he says, a wide grin forming on his face. "Friends," Luca whispers before his eyes widen. He throws himself at Sarina as an arrow passes by where her throat had previously been. More arrows fly at the group, killing a few tribesmen. Some are crippled instead of killed, but they'd still not be of any use in battle. Luca looks up at the grinning man and lunges at him with his stone blade. The man tries to back away and draw a flint knife, but isn't fast enough to avoid getting his arm cut. The stone blade slices deeply and most likely severs some tendons in his arm, causing blood to spurt out in small sprays. They fall to the ground with a scream, doing their best to apply pressure to their wound so they don't bleed out. Luca is tempted to finish him off, but his mind rejects that thought before he can actualize it. He glances backwards at Sarina and spots her already firing into the tree line at the seemingly invisible ambushers. Luca grabs his dropped bow and joins her. The remaining Suajiki tribesman charges into the tree line after sniffing some white powder. Screams emit from around the clearing, but none belong to Suajiki tribesmen. Any who were injured focused on patching their wounds until Sarina could help them. The still fighting tribesmen not feeling any pain at all due to the substance they'd snorted. Luca leaves Sarina to try and help the injured and joins in the battle, spotting around 20 remaining enemies barely fighting off the Suajiki tribesmen. He fires arrows at the few ambushers that wouldn't endanger his allies with friendly fire, most hitting non-lethal areas like legs, shoulders, and arms. Once he runs out of arrows, he charges in himself, his stone blade crippling or rendering his enemies unconscious as he sweeps through them. By the time the fighting stops, half the Suajiki fighters had been killed or crippled despite their victory. Luca helps carry the injured to the clearing so Sarina can use her magic to help them. Luca also tries to help, but he's only able to heal non-lethal wounds. To be honest, Luca was somewhat ashamed with himself. His strange unwillingness to actually kill their attackers may have allowed more of his fellow tribesmen to be injured. It wasn't like he actually cared if enemies died, but something about doing it with his own hand made his body lock up in revulsion. Sure, he was indirectly responsible for many, many deaths, but looking a man in the eyes while gutting him like an animal, he didn't think he'd be able to force himself to do that. Not yet, at least. After he'd used magic until exhaustion, he helps gather the enemy corpses into a big pile so it'd be easier to burn. Cerbal even helps up by dragging some corpses he'd created, by the neck as if it was a big stick he'd found. Though before they could burn, he decides to examine each and every one of them to find just who had attacked them. They all seemed dressed in rags, but there was something off about them. The rags looked too uniformed, as if they were designed to look this way. He rubs his temples. The only reason you design clothes that look like rags is if you had no rags to use and made the rags for this purpose specifically. Already, Luca could think of a tribe that met most requirements needed for this. Motive, the Suajiki was stealing their business. Means, the rags, and ambush indicate that they knew the Suajiki would be passing by. That, or they'd been waiting in this area for weeks to ambush them. Opportunity, what better way to discredit the Suajiki's trade than to sabotage a salt shipment? This shipment was especially important to display that an exclusivity deal with the Suajiki and Almnar would be beneficial and reliable. Everything points to the Gutizia being responsible. Of course, there was no proof other than these bodies. Even if they dragged them all to the Almnar tribe and confronted the Gutizia, they'd just deny any connection and that be it. Luca sighs, despite them all living in primitive tribes, justice was still relatively similar to how he remembers. Innocent until proven guilty, unless someone wishes to throw their weight around and seek their own justice. Regardless, once everyone is patched up and the bodies are burned, they'd still be heading to the Almnar tribe. The deal was too important to miss. Plus, their injured and disheveled states would only add authenticity to their words. 61. Drastic action. Once the bodies are burned, the group makes their way to the Almnar tribe. The guards greet their disheveled and injured states with suspicion, but quickly allow them inside once they notice Sarina and Luca. Juba had made it fairly well known that they were to be treated with the utmost respect. The few more seriously injured Suajiki are led to a private shack to rest and heal up, while the others deliver the salt to the Almnar storerooms. Luca and Sarina wait beside the storeroom for Juba to arrive. Once the Almnar chieftain does waddle towards them, he jovially greets them but still holds concern for whether or not either were injured during the recent ambush. It was obvious the man held himself responsible as they were technically within Almnar territory when it happened, putting at least some degree of blame on them. "My friends, I am sorry that such a fate has befallen you and your fellow tribesmen. I promise to use everything in my power to see the perpetrators brought to justice," the obese man says sincerely. Sarina nods with a smile, seemingly not blaming Juba in the least. Luca had already shared his suspicions with her, and she couldn't help but agree with him. "We don't blame you at all for the attack, Juba, but I reckon the tribe responsible will begin getting increasingly more desperate after this. We all know who would be able to gain from eliminating us," Luca states. Juba just nods grimly, having probably come to the same conclusion when he first heard about the attack. "Indeed," he mutters before grinning. "But since you completed your side of the deal even with these recent complications, I feel that making this pact with the Suajiki would be for both of our benefit." Sarina smiles at him. "Really? I am sure Father and everyone else will be pleased to hear that, chieftain." The group continue making small talk after agreeing that Juba would visit the Suajiki tribe to finalize the terms for the pact. There wouldn't be any point agreeing to it if there weren't punishment to the side that fails to uphold their end of it. And while Luca and Sarina hold quite a deal of influence with their tribe and the Almnar, they still weren't comfortable with making promises on behalf of Servon. Eventually, they were left to rest in the Suajiki section of the Almnar tribe. The days afterwards quickly passed. The Almnar tribe began applying subtle sanctions against the Gutizia, giving the excuse that their actions in the past have made them antagonistic to the Almnar tribesmen, and therefore needed to make reparations in order to be able to trade there. Of course, once presented with this, some of the Gutizia tribesmen refused to comply, eventually attacking the Almnar men when pressed. The few men who attacked were quickly outnumbered and executed, but this event marked a dramatic change in both Almnar and Gutizia relations. Elsewhere, Gaztok slumps backwards in his chair as Junker addresses him. "I cannot work if you do not speak to me. Did you, or did you not ambush the Suajiki salt bearers?" the man questions. Junker had been steadily increasing in confidence the longer he spent in a position of power. Gaztok was almost completely incompetent, rash, and uncontrollable, making decisions based on reflex and emotion than rational thought. He knew that Gaztok couldn't get rid of him anymore, as he'd entrenched himself in the Gutizia tribe. If Gaztok were to try anything, they both knew where their people's loyalties lay. They deserved to die for selling what is rightfully ours," the boy chief retorts as if it were obvious. "Then there is nothing I can do to solve this," Junker shouts, and is about to continue when a messenger steps into the large shack. "Chieftain, the Almnar has banned us from trading in their village after a battle broke out between our men and theirs." Before Gaztok is even able to say anything, Junker gets the first word in. "Whhhhtt," he exclaims, panic clear in his voice. "Be quiet," Gaztok angrily retorts, looking at the messenger while ignoring his advisor's muttering. "What happened?" "The Almnar wished to force restrictions on us. Reparations, they called it, for our past crimes. Our men disagreed and were butchered when they tried to resist. They sent the survivors back to us with a message. We are not to ever return to Almnar land." "We are doomed," Junker says in a dull tone. "We will starve with only salt to eat. How could we let this happen?" "It was all you. This is your fault," Gaztok shouts, somehow disregarding the fact that he was the one who acted so domineeringly in the past and sent men to ambush another tribe in Almnar land. You are a fool, Gaiztoak, who will help us after all the enemies you have made. We need no help. The Gutizia are the strongest. We will survive, thrive, and conquer. Julnker, upon hearing this, just presses his hand against his face and stumbles slightly, as if he were about to pass out. I need time to think about the future, he mutters before leaving for his own shack. Yes, begone, coward, Gaiztok shouts as the man walks away, dropping into deep thought as he considers his options. Gaiztak wasn't a fool. He knew who was responsible for all of this. The poisoned salt, the other tribes defying them. The Suajiki. He looks to the messenger who was still diligently waiting there and suddenly gets an idea. A grim smile appears on his face before he smothers it. You there? I need your assistance with something important. Gaiztok's subsequent actions could be called a manner of different things: cruel, sly, desperate, dishonorable. Were most tribes aware of the sort of man Gaiztok was, they'd have went to war and eliminated him before he could start scheming. The night they received the dire news, Gaiztok forced the messenger via threats to his family to poison Julnker in his home. Once the man was dead, Gaiztok made a big racket which woke up almost everyone in the tribe and charged into the shack, killing the messenger with a swift stab of his metal sword. Afterwards, he drags the messenger's body out and carrying Julnker's as if he were a son he'd just lost. Damn it all! Traitor! Gaiztok shouts, kicking the dead messenger in the stomach while looking around at the tribesmen that gathered. My people, this is the last straw. The Suajiki have committed far too many crimes against us, poisoning my advisor in his sleep and attempting to do the same to me. I say no more. I want revenge. Blood for blood against those who have wronged us. We are on our own now. The other tribes scheme against us, plot to destroy everything we stand for. But I will lead you. We will take the fight and punish them for their actions. On my father's name, I will save us all, he shouts, and a few tribesmen give shouts of acknowledgement. Though most were very, very skeptical of this. The problem against voicing their issues, though, is that Julnker, the only person who could potentially reign in Gaiztok, was now dead. They'd likely be skinned and bled should they reject their chieftain, making most refuse to say anything. Of course, there were a few people who voiced their concerns, but they were quickly captured and put to work in the salt mines for the war effort. The way Gaiztok saw it, if they weren't going to fight, they would work to help those fighting. If only Gaiztok had noticed the few tribesmen who'd slipped away to avoid the coming disaster. They might have avoided destruction if he had been just a little more perceptive. 62. Retaliation. The Suajiki group stayed within the Almnar tribe for a couple days to sell off their goods, allow the injured to heal, and improve relations with the tribe further. However, once Servoln got word of the ambush on the group, he'd sent Zulmeshi, Gilga, and a few other hunters to escort them back to the tribe. Luca was more than thankful for this, as he didn't think their group could take another attack on that scale, let alone a bigger one. He knew the Gutizia were going to start getting desperate, so a full-on assault wouldn't be off the table. Luckily, he and Sarina had managed to persuade Juba to lend some of his own tribesmen to aid in escorting them back to safety. After all, it was in everyone's best interests if their ally and sole supplier of salt remained unmolested. Soon enough, it was time to head back. Juba stood with Luca and Sarina as the Suajiki tribesmen prepared to head back, and gifted them with a few talismans to aid in their safety. To be honest, Luca didn't think they'd do anything. It wasn't like they were magical as far as he was concerned. Sarina and he were the only people able to use such abilities. The talismans themselves were simple wood carving attached to loops of plant fiber ropes that you'd wear around your wrist, ankles, or neck. Luca, of course, made sure to put on a grateful face and performed all necessary etiquette required of him. I bid you a safe journey home, daughter of Ine, Juba softly says before looking at Luca, bloody Lucca. The duo nod and shakes hands with the man, giving their farewells as they return to the Suajiki tribesmen and make sure everything is ready. A few people still had injuries, but they weren't debilitating enough to prevent their return, though a few of the hunters were required to chip in with transporting the goods they'd traded from the almnar. Large pots of salted fish, flint tools, plant fiber, leather, and anything else they could ever want or need. Salt was so valuable that anything the tribe desired they could have. More than a few Suajiki tribesmen were happy at this turn of events. Luca pet Serbal as they traveled down the relatively well-trodden path. He was listening in as Sarina made small talk with Gilga. Though he noticed that Gilga was asking about her time with Luca a bit too much. It's just like him to be curious about their relationship, even if they hadn't taken the next step yet. The group was noisy and boisterous as they walked, happy with the spoils they'd traded and wanting to show the rest of the tribesmen the change in their fortunes. However, as they were halfway back, Luca noticed something odd. It was too quiet. Birds had stopped chirping, rodents had stopped disturbing the foliage, even those damned squirrels had seemingly disappeared. It wasn't just Luca who'd noticed, however. Sarina, Zalmeshi, Gilga, and a few of the other hunters had perked up. There were only a couple things that could cause silence in a forest, most of them being predators, though some of the tribesmen thought it just meant bad omens. Luca knew it wasn't likely to be any of those, however. After all, they'd already discovered the enemy's willingness to attack. Ambush, Luca shouts before anything happens, wanting to get the initiative against whoever had decided to attack. He wouldn't allow another barely won battle again. At least this time they had properly trained warriors with the Suajiki hunters and almnar escorts. At his words, everyone drops what they're carrying and draws their weapons. Flint knives, axes, and spears, along with bows and slings. A few almnar were carrying harpoon-like spears, but this was likely more due to their usual occupation of fishermen than anything else. Unfortunately, Luca's suspicion proved to be true. However, they were oblivious to the extent of the danger they were in. Thwip! Arrows began flying from all direction, instantly killing hunters, escorts, and traders. The defenders immediately fired back with their own volley, but they simply weren't prepared and lacked the enemy's position to properly retaliate. Another round of arrows killed more, but this seemed to be the end of it as a roar sounded out, revealing almost 100 men charging towards the group. 100 people may not seem like much in modern-day standards, but in tribal warfare, it was akin to fighting a whole country. Luca's group was composed of around 50 people, most of which were only there to carry goods. Only around 20 people were actually trained fighters, which, against 5 times their number, simply wasn't enough. Luca, Sarina, Zalmeshi, and Gilga all fired arrows at the approaching men, killing a few before they were forced to draw their other weapons. Luca draws his stone sword and barely deflects a spear stab to his stomach, using the pommel to smash the offending warrior in the face, breaking his nose in the process. Afterwards, he slashed down and cut deep into their shoulder, causing them to drop their spear. Luca is about to strike again, but stops as an arrow pierces the man in the temple, killing them instantly. He sends a nod to the hunter who was responsible, but is unable to do anything as they're run through the chest with a spear. Gritting his teeth, he gives a roar and leaps back into combat, slicing ferociously at anything nearby. The shoulder-to-shoulder brawl he'd found himself in didn't suit spears well, but his stone blade certainly showed its effectiveness. He tried to not mind the people he was killing and was able to ignore it for now. But he knew these memories would come back with a vengeance once this was all over. Right now, all he was concerned about was the safety of his friends. He kept one eye on Sarina as she fought, making sure he'd be able to assist should she require it. Though, once he was in the midst of combat, he was unsure who belonged to which tribe or even where he was. It was as if a fog had overtaken the battle, preventing him from distinguishing who was an enemy or who was an ally. The only reason he wasn't killing Suajiki tribesmen was because he made sure to only attack those that Zalmeshi or Gilga were. It also helped that his crimson hair was a beacon for trouble and attracted the wrath of his enemies. It wasn't long, however, before Luca realized that they weren't going to be the victors in this battle. The enemy's numbers were simply too great, and the Suajikialmnar contingent was rapidly losing ground. AARRRGGHH? A familiar shout of pain sounds out, attracted Luca's attention. Once he looks, he spots Gilga with a spear running through his shoulder. No, Luca shouts, running to assist, but isn't fast enough as another spear pierces through his friend's throat, sending a spray of blood over the two battling groups. No. He hears Sarina cry as she leaps onto the back of one of the spear wielders while jamming her flint knife into their neck, killing them. Suddenly, something grabs Luca's shoulder, but before he's able to retaliate with his blade, he notices that the hand belongs to Zulmeshi. The usually quiet man looks pale, and Luca could see that he was heavily bleeding. Zul, we need to get you too. No, he growls out, Luca taken a run, get her back to Servoln. Run, he shouts. No, we can. Luca refuses, but suddenly yells out in pain as a spear passes through his side and into Zulmeshi's stomach. The attack was just a flesh wound on Luca, but it was definitely fatal to Zulmeshi, who goes wide-eyed and stumbles. The hunter hasn't lost all strength yet, however, gripping the spear against his stomach and slamming a flint knife into the attacker's eye socket, killing them. He then drops to his knees and looks into Luca's eyes. Take her, run. Luca can only grit his teeth and do as he's told. He didn't want to imagine the fate that awaited Sarina should she be captured. Not only because she was a woman, but because she possessed knowledge of magic, knowledge that any other tribe would gladly kill, torture, or maim for. 63. Sacrifices. With Zulmeshi dead or dying, Luca didn't really have a choice in what to do anymore. It was either ignore his orders and die with him, or do his best to get Sarina out of this doomed situation. The answer was obvious. He sprints towards where Sarina was, brushing and bumping against both enemies and allies as he tries to reach her. He's occasionally forced to retaliate with a swipe of his blade to get past, but eventually he reached her position, spotting her continually stabbing the corpse of the man who'd killed Gilga. Sarina, he yells, grabbing her but being forced to back away to dodge the knife strike. Die, die, she screams, unshed tears obscuring her vision as she attempts to gut the closest person near her, more specifically Luca. Ina, stop, he shouts, finally seeming to bring her back to her senses. Elu, she mutters, looking down at her blood-covered hands and dropping her flint dagger in disgust. She turns and glances at the corpse she'd been mutilating and pales slightly. Luca doesn't allow her to dwell on it, however, bringing her into a tight hug while keeping an eye on their surroundings, watching out for any other enemies that may approach. Elu, Gilga, she begins to sob, but he cuts her off. I know. He grabs both sides of her face and locks eye with her. Look, we need to go. We need to get back to the tribe. This fight is lost. And no, they killed Gilga. They must pay. She breaks their gaze and looks at the fight still occurring behind them. Slap. Sarina holds her cheek in shock, not having expected Luca to slap her like this. We don't have time for this. We need to go, he shouts, spittle flying out of his mouth as he begins dragging her away towards the tree line. No. Ina, shut up and come, he exclaims, finally pulling her away. However, he doesn't forget to give a brief whistle, causing a blood-covered serval to burst out of the foliage with them. Luca didn't know where they were going. He was too disoriented by the battle to know which direction was which. But it didn't matter, as his only goal was to escape their attackers. Sarina continues trying to persuade him to go back for Zulmeshi, but Luca didn't have the heart to tell her that he'd perished as well. They kept running, but Luca would occasionally hear foliage nearby being disturbed, meaning they were likely being followed. He did spot a flesh of crimson in his peripheral, but it vanished sooner after he noticed it. He'd think on it further, but they didn't have the luxury for that right now. They kept running for almost an hour, until they eventually exited the tree line, reaching a strange plateau with a sheer cliff face leading to white rapid waters below. Shit, Luca mutters as they reach the dead end, but as he's about to change direction and head another way, their pursuers also come sprinting out of the tree line. Serval growls at them as they stop a couple meters away, and Luca feels the need to charge in a rage as he spots the cocky, blood-spattered face of Gazetoke and a few of his men. "Look what we have found, the lady shaman and her foreigner friend," the young chieftain states, still catching his breath from running for so long. His men step to his sides and begin jeering at the Suajiki duo, clearly confident in their victory. Sarina growls at them in a similar manner to Cerbal, pulling her bow from her back and knocking an arrow. So the Gutizia attacked us," she furiously accuses. "Ha ha ha ha, we did. And the Suajiki deserve it, you saboteurs, you liars, you snakes, you turned everyone against us," Gazetoke roars back at her. Luca grits his teeth, knowing that they were outnumbered and outmatched. "The other tribes will know what you did. The Almnar are already aware of your treachery. You have doomed your tribe." Gazetoke breaks into manic laughter again. "Oh, it is good we will have a hostage then," he says, drawing his copper metal blade and pointing it at Sarina. "You will be our prisoner and our new shaman, ha 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 ha. That fat Juba will not dare attack us when we hold his dear Ine Suajiki's daughter." Luca and Sarina are forced to slowly back towards the cliff face as the Gutizia tribesmen continue to approach them. Luca grips his stone blade tight enough for his knuckles to turn white, however. He's not the first one to attack. Cerbal finally loses his barely constrained patience and barks as he dashes towards the closest Gutizia tribesmen. They already have their spears ready, however, causing a few to pierce the large wolf as it pounces on top of one of them. Cerbal tears the unfortunate man's throat out before turning his gaze towards the next. A Gutizia tribesman is about to stab the wolf in the side with a spear, but they receive an arrow to the eye courtesy of Sarina. By this point, Luca had also decided to act, cutting the tip off of a spear with his stone blade before gutting the offending person. He tries to move on to the next, but receives a spear to the shoulder, almost causing him to drop his weapon. He gives a fierce punch to his attacker's face, the force of which breaks one of his own fingers, but also completely knocks out his opponent. "Ag!" he exclaims as two other spears pierce his body, going through a lung and his leg. He forces himself through the pain, though, and twists his chest, somehow managing to disarm the spearman that pierced his chest by using his ribs as leverage, stabbing his attacker in the neck not long after. Thwip! An arrow pierces the temple of the other attacking tribesman, but even with this Pyrrhic victory, the fight was far from over. Despite the wounds Luca had sustained, there were still far too many Gutizia. Arrf. The sound of a loud, pitiable whine attracts both Luca and Sarina's attention, both looking and spotting Gazetoke with a food resting on Cerbal with his sound, piercing the wolf's neck. "GRR, you fucking cunt!" Luca roars, finally losing his temper and charging the prick who just killed his dog. An arrow passes by, killing a nearby Gutizia as he pushes through the group, taking a couple more wounds as he goes. By the time he reaches Gazetoke, he was losing a significant amount of blood. This didn't dissuade him, however, as he bring his sword up to behead the piece of shit. HIH. Dang. Clatter. Puchi. Luca looks down dumbly at his stomach where he's just been stabbed, Gazetoke somehow having disarmed him, and retaliated with skillful swordsmanship that Luca simply hadn't been expecting. Gazetoke pulls his sword out and Luca drops to his knees. He's about to fall onto his back, but Gazetoke grabs his titanium necklace, keeping him upright. "I think this belongs to me. Thank you for your gift," the young chieftain says with a crazed grin. "Luca? No!" Sarina shouts, trying to fire an arrow at Gazetoke, but only manages to hit another Gutizia tribesman who throws themselves in the way of the projectile. The rest of the Gutizia charge her position and quickly disarm her, dragging her before Gazetoke and next to Luca, who was quickly bleeding out. Luca's intestines were hanging out of his body and the pain was excruciating. Despite it all, though, he wasn't willing to give up. He pulls his bow from his back and tries to knock an arrow, but is forced to block a hacking sword strike from Gazetoke. Snap! His bow breaks straight in half, falling to the ground in pieces and leaving Luca with nothing left to fight with. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Gazetoke laughs, giving a kick to Luca's cut-open belly. "I win, you lose, I win, ha-ha-ha-ha." Sarina struggles to break out of their grasp, but is unable to move while being restrained by so many people. "Lou, no!" she yells, finally breaking down into sobs. Luca spits up blood and tries his best to give her a pained smile before looking back up at Dastu. "You touch her, and I will kill you," he promises, but this only causes the surrounding men to laugh. Indeed, most would find such a statement funny. Luca was heavily wounded with his intestines hanging out, barely holding on to life. Even if Sarina's mother attended him, he'd probably still perish. But Luca held a secret they didn't know, and he truly meant what he said. Dastu just shakes his head and pulls off the titanium necklace, allowing Luca to fall onto his back and slowly bleed out. "Ha, see what I mean? All of them liars. Come, take the girl, we will celebrate our victory over the Suijiki and plan for future battles," he shouts, ignoring Luca and walking away as the men carrying Sarina. "Lu, no, please let me save him, please," she begs as they carry her away. Luca could only grit his teeth as this occurred. He wasn't able to move much of his body anymore. He looks to the side and spots the dead Cerbal, and tears start gathering in his eyes. "Fuck," he roars, the pain consuming him, giving his single working lung the power to scream. "Fucking cunts, I'll kill you all," he roars, grabbing a nearby flint knife and driving it into his own neck, allowing darkness to finally take him. 64. Revenge. Luca awakes with a start, but isn't disorientated like most other times he'd resurrected. His expression morphs into one of rage. He almost throws himself to his feet and looks around for his stone blade, raising a brow to find it already in his hand. Regardless, he was simply too angry to think about that in this moment. Dusk was breaking and it'd soon be night, yet Luca felt fresh as a daisy. It made sense. His body was completely rejuvenated after coming back to life. He doesn't waste any time checking for clues for where they may have taken Sarina. It was obvious. He sends one last glance towards the dead and butchered Cerbal before charging off in the direction of the Gutizia tribe. He was going to do what Dastu did to Cerbal. He'd skin the fucker and hang the hide where his entire tribe could see it. As he runs, his thoughts drift to Sarina, what her situation may be, and who he'd need to kill to sort it. However, the more he contemplated it, the angrier he got, his speed slowly increasing to match his sheer rage at the situation. You don't get killed and simply forgive them, even more so if they steal your woman. Had anyone else seen Luca at this moment, they'd have thought a bear was charging through the foliage. He barely even avoided trees and simply charged through plants, bushes, streams, and anything else that was in between him and the Gutizia tribe. They may have also seen his strange eyes. The usual blue irises were slowly bleeding a red shade before clearing and continuing the process again. Once night had finally fallen, Luca clambered up the hill overlooking the Gutizia tribe. The last time he'd been here, it was to sabotage their salt supply. Now, it was to retrieve what was his. He was slightly out of breath from running so far, but Luca still felt like he could go the same distance twice more should he need to, something he hadn't been able to do before. He looks down at the village at the various guard posts, or lack thereof. Apparently there had been a celebration in which everyone had participated. The few guards he did see looked incredibly drunk and high, most likely having eaten some mushrooms or herbs and drank the alcohol they'd stolen from the Almnar and Suijiki tribe. Luca doesn't wait long before creeping down into the village. He intended to head towards the largest hut that didn't resemble a storehouse. Once he was close enough to the outskirts of the village, he sprinted at two guards who were talking to one another. They weren't even able to respond, as he brought his stone blade down on one of their heads, wrenching it out of the unlucky man's skull before slamming the blade into the other panicking guard's temple. Blood spatters from their wounds onto Luca, but he was already covered in remnants of his own blood and his stained clothing, so it mattered not how dirty he was. He continued into the village, avoiding the other guards and approaching the large hut. Two guards were posted outside, but looked incredibly bored. Luca solved this by sprinting and sending a flying punch into one's face before quickly landing and thrusting his blade through the other's throat. The man falls to the ground, but Luca isn't done. He retrieves his blade and starts brutally slamming it down onto the neck of the other guard who was still disorientated. Honestly, if Luca were aware of his actions, he'd compare himself to an animal, savage and barbaric without mercy. Once the two men were slain, he poked his head through the flap shielding the inside of the large hut. Inside, he saw a large space filled with animal furs, empty clay pots of wine, and food. In the center was the man he hated most in the world, a position that was hard to gain due to the existence of Murin. Next to the sleeping Gazetoke were two women whose identities Luca thankfully knew not. He'd been dreading the worst, but seeing this meant that Gazetoke either hadn't thought something like that was worth it, or simply hadn't participated. Luca growls under his breath as he thinks this and slowly slinks inside. At the side of the furs laid Gazetoke's copper blade, Luca immediately picks it up and stands above the three residents. He raises the blades up and slams it down onto the skulls of the two women. Crack! The feeling of blood splattering on Gazetoke's face seems to wake him. He opens his eyes and sucks in a breath at the sight of a bloody Luca standing above him. He quickly looks side to side at his bed companions and almost vomits at the sight of their destroyed faces with blades lodged into them. Luca flowers down at the man and focuses on his titanium chain that was around Gazetoke's neck. "Where is Sarina?" Luca growls out, his voice somehow seeming lower and more intimidating than ever before. "Why you should be dead, how?" Gazetoke quickly asks as he shuffles backwards, glancing at the copper blade lodged in the girl's skull beside him. Luca rests a foot on the woman's back and wrenches the blade out of her skull, tossing the weapon to the entrance of the hut to prevent the idiot from grabbing it. He ignores his stone blade as its magical properties made it difficult for others to wield. Afterwards, he grabs Gazetoke by the titanium chain and punches him the face, breaking his nose in the first strike, bruising his cheek with the second, and splitting his lips with the third. "Where is Sarina?" Luca asks again, not raising his voice despite his growing rage. "She's nowhere you can reach. We killed her after ravaging her body," he exclaims, his look of fear growing into one of manic madness. "I slit her throat with my shaft buried in gook." Luca finally loses it and punches the man so hard he rolls over. Afterwards, he uses the titanium chain as a rope with which to strangle the piece of shit. "You wanted this, right? You can have it," he furiously shouts as he attempts to decapitate the man with the chain. Of course, Luca was neither strong enough, nor was the chain sharp enough to accomplish such a feat, so he only succeeds in strangling the chieftain. Gazetoke struggles to free himself, grabbing the stone blade but barely managing to lift it. It was lodged in his bedmate's skull and was too heavy to acquire. Instead, he grabs onto the chain in an attempt to get some space to breathe, but Luca continues, using all the strength in his body to kill the man. He'll Gazetoke barely gets out, but he loses unconsciousness. Luca doesn't stop, though, instead, increasing his strength and continuing to strangle the man, his eyes gleaming red with rage. 65, effort of relief. "Die," Luca growls as he continues to strangle Gazetoke. The young chieftain wasn't even begging for his life anymore. His face begins paling with a lack of blood, and his eyes bulge from his face. Even still, Luca doesn't stop. Die, you piece of shit," he spits. This continues for a couple more minutes until Luca finally lets go. Luca falls backwards onto his butt as he looks over at Gazetoke's corpse. The anger had slowly faded into a dull pain in his head. His red eyes had returned to their normal blue. He sucks in big breaths of air as he huffs in exhaustion. The fact that he'd killed so many people today doesn't even cross his mind, however, as his thoughts were all on Sarina, as well as Gazetoke's words. He clutches his head as tears begin falling from his eyes. The pain in his head becoming unbearable, all his thoughts were currently on her, and whether or not Gazetoke was being truthful. He tugs at his hair as he struggles to not drop to the floor and begins sobbing like a child. After a while, Luca wipes his face through his sniffles and looks back down at the three corpses before him. He focuses on Gazetoke, and his expression becomes harder and more determined. Luca glances around and eventually spots the two weapons. his stone blade and Gazetoke's copper sword. He picks both and uses the former to make sure Gazetoke was dead. One crushed, decapitated skull later, and Luca stumbles out of Gazetoke's hut, completely covered in blood. He cracks his neck and looks over the village. He would find Sarina dead or alive. He wore it. Luca began sneaking from hut to hut, checking inside for the residents. Usually the residents were asleep or passed out, but occasionally he stumbled onto someone who was still awake. Luca dealt with them regardless of their age or gender. He couldn't risk alerting the rest of the tribe. Even now he was on a time limit due to the corpses he'd left in his rampage. The massacre he was committing on the tribesmen was significantly more mentally taxing than before. Earlier he'd been in some sort of berserk state, not thinking about those who hurt. But now, he was strategically and knowingly going from hut to hut and butchering any that may become an obstacle. He didn't doubt that he'd killed a few innocents while he was at it, but he couldn't risk wasting time trying to find out. By the time he'd reached the correct hut, he'd slaughtered around 40 people, with women and some teenagers being among them. Blood dripped from both blades as he stepped into the dark hut. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust, but once they had, he spotted someone at the back of the hut. It was Sarina. Her clothes weren't torn, but she was bruised all over, cuts, scratches, and gashes covering her visible skin. She was bound to the wall with rope, keeping her secure for whatever torture they were performing. That wasn't what enraged Luca, though. No, that would be the man standing before her with a whip covered in thorns in hand. Sarina was clearly awake, judging by the moisture around her eyes, but she refused to give any indication of her pain. Luca didn't even need the assistance of his berserker state to push him forwards. He broke into a sprint, and before the man was even aware of his presence, he drove both blades through his back. The man falls to the floor as Luca crashes into him, a lung and his stomach pierced by the two blades. He gives out a horrified wheeze as Luca lands on top of him. But Luca isn't finished. He pulls out the stone blade and begins hacking at the man randomly, slicing off large chunks of flesh with each strike. The man tries to scream, but Luca just stamps on his head, pushing his face into the dirt to muffle his shouts. Luca isn't even targeting anything specific, simply just releasing his pent-up rage upon this more than deserving man. Eventually, Luca ends their suffering by driving the blade into the back of the man's head, cutting deep into their brain. He huffs out a few breaths and looks up at where Sarina is, spotting that she's looking at him with wide, tearful eyes. "Lou," she asks in a quiet, hoarse voice. "Ine," he mutters as he steps closer and gives her a fierce hug. Neither care that he's covered in blood or that she's covered in wounds. Both are just too shocked, surprised, and relieved that the other was okay. Sarina had witnessed Luca get disemboweled and left for dead, and Luca had heard Gazetoke talk about killing her. Was it any wonder why they were so fervently thankful that the other had lived? Lou, she cries into his shoulder. She'd hug him back were her arms not tied to the wall. But the discomfort she felt couldn't smother the happiness she felt in this moment. "Ine, I won't let you go again. Never again," he states while clutching her to his chest. They linger at this moment for a couple more seconds until Luca hears the sound of footsteps outside. Fortunately, they don't seem to be heading in their direction. He lets go of Sarina and cuts her loose. She drops weakly to the floor, but he catches her before that. He supports her with a shoulder and gives her the copper sword to use should it come down to it. They both sneak out of the hut, just as the commotion gets louder and louder. Shouts of horror, terror, and anger could be heard as people were presumably finding the bodies of their friends and loved ones. Luca doesn't wait around, though, instead just quickly moving away from the tribe with Sarina under the cloak of darkness. It isn't difficult to leave, but they had to keep moving to prevent any search parties from finding them. The Gutizia tribe would undoubtedly want revenge, so they needed to get as far as possible or even back to the tribe before they could be found. 66. Offering. Luca and Sarina continue going as fast as they can through the forest, but eventually Sarina just collapses, her body not able to take any more of this. The recent battle, emotional turmoil, and torture had a big toll on her, one that come back with a vengeance. Sarina slips and falls into the foliage, her breaths weak yet heavy. Lu, I can't go any longer. Luca shakes his head. We're almost back, come on Ine. She tries to get up but groans in pain and collapses back to the floor. I am sorry, Lou, she mutters with moist eyes. Luca just hugs her tightly. Then we won't move until you're ready. I won't leave you again, Ine. He states he'd carry her back where he not completely exhausted himself. Sarina looks to want to refuse and send him ahead, but he covers her mouth with his lips. I said I won't let you go ever, you're mine, and I won't give you to anyone else, no matter who they are, he says, kissing her again. The sudden actions of affection surprise Sarina, but it isn't unwelcome at all, even despite her heavy injuries. She reciprocates with equal if not more passion than Luca. Luca, on the other hand, was also scrunching his brows in concentration, causing a green glow to envelop his hand as he holds it over her injuries. Sarina's expression softens as her wounds slowly start healing. She continues to hold Luca tightly while slowly chanting, assisting him in his efforts. The duo just sits like this in the forest for hours, a faint green glow being the only visible thing in the darkness. Unfortunately, the sound of shifting foliage makes them all too aware that they were no longer alone. Luca lets Sarina go and picks up his stone blade, ready to cut down any Gutizia that may have found them. He could hear branches being crushed underfoot, leaves brushing by something, and most importantly, light breathes coming from behind him. Luca's eyes widen as he whips around, his arm raised and about to slash at whatever had flanked him, only to stop and fall over from the momentum as he sees who it is. Dastu. Luca, Sarina, thank the spirits, you are alive. The friendly face joyfully exclaims as he helps Luca up and brings them both into a hug. Dastu, we were attacked by the Gutizia tribe, they tortured Ine. Luca informs their friend, rage over what happened to his love still fresh in his mind. Dastu's teeth clean as he hears this. We know. The tribe found the remains of the expedition and sent spies to watch the Gutizia. Servon is already preparing the hunters for war. We thought you were dead. The trio are silent for a moment before Luca finally speaks up. We should return to the tribe. We can decide on how to deal with them later. Dastu nods and grabs one of Sarina's arms, Luca grabbing the other as both support her weight and carry her towards Suajiki territory. A couple hours later, the group finally gets back. Already there were many hunters looking ready to crack heads, all listening to Servon as he gives some sort of speech. Though his words are cut off when everyone finally spots the returning trio, cheers and shouts of anger at Sarina's state could be heard. Despite Luca's best attempts to heal her, she was still covered in wounds, though most of those had healed and formed unpleasant-looking scars instead. Servon marches over like a moving mountain and hugs all three of them, surprising Luca with this uncharacteristic gesture. Sarina grips him tightly. Father, they killed everyone, Zalmeshi, Gilga, even Serbal, she sobs into his chest. Servon strokes her hair as he tries to comfort her. They will pay for their crimes, daughter. I will have our hunters destroy them for what they have done. Once both father and daughter calm down, Sarina is shuffled off by some of the older women who wish to tend to her wounds with herbs and leaf bandages. This leaves Luca at the mercy of an incredibly angry Servon. Fortunately, though, the man isn't upset with Luca, but the Gutizia tribe instead, as well as his own uselessness at protecting his daughter. Luca looks down at the copper sword he'd looted from Gazetoke and turns to Servon with determination. Servon, he states in a serious tone. The man turns to Luca with a raised brow, wondering what the boy could want. He's then surprised to be presented the Gutizia tribe's renowned metal blade. Why? He simply asks. Luca's expression doesn't change as he locks eyes with the man. This is Gazetoke's blade. I took it after massacring him in his own room. I gift this to you, but in return I wish to ask for Sarina's hand, he states. Servon takes the blade and looks it over, noting the bloodstains and small chips in the blade. I can grant you anything else for this gift, he trails off. Luca shakes his head, which is why I am asking for your most important possession, your daughter. Boy, do you know what I thought of you when we first met, when you led the Lord of the Forest into our midst and somehow managed to defeat it. I was a whiny whelp who had no idea what he was doing, Luca asks, having the wherewithal to objectively analyze his past action and attitude. Servon glares at him for a couple seconds before bursting into laughter and clapping him on the back. Yes, that is exactly what I thought. I did not think you would last more than a year. Yet here you are asking me? He thumps himself heavily on the chest. For my daughter. Luca stands up straighter. I love Ine, I will protect her when you cannot, no matter what. He honestly states, not even a hint of deception present. Servon doesn't say anything and instead just takes the copper blade and continues readying the hunters for a raid against the Gutizia tribe. To most in the modern world, this would seem like a refusal, but it was different here. The fact that Servon had taken Luca's gift without outright refusing meant he'd given permission to pursue Sarina, something he was incredibly grateful for. 67 Leads. The next day, Luca was awakened by a sound he hadn't been expecting. Due to yesterday's events, he'd thought he would be hearing Servon commanding the hunters and other tribesmen in preparations for an attack against the Gutizia tribe. But that didn't seem to be the case today. Throwing his bearskin over his shoulders, he stumbles out of his hut and finds Servon solemnly sitting in front of his hut. The hunters around him quickly dispersing with relieved, confused, and angry looks on their faces. Luca pushes past them and approaches Servon, giving him an odd look. What happened? Not immediately getting a response, Luca continues. Did the Gutizia attack again? Did they attack the Almnar tribe? Servon slowly and somewhat solemnly shakes his head. The Gutizia are no longer a problem, he states. Luca is surprised to hear this, but the tone Servon delivers this information only surprises him further. The man is acting as if they'd all just ritualistically killed themselves to curse them. Wait, is that possible? Servon, what happened? He asks again. Servon stands and grabs his spear and gesture with it for Luca to follow him. Come, we'll look at what is left of the Gutizia, he states. Luca halts mid-step. I want to visit Sarina, though. Bah, let her rest, she has been through much, he says, continuing to walk and obviously expecting Luca to follow. Luca takes one last reluctant look at the hut where Sarina should be staying before following Servon. He and a few hunters walk through the forest towards the Gutizia tribe. Soon enough, the forest becomes slate and gravel, and the group are standing on a ridge overlooking the tribe. Or at least, what's left of the tribe. Almost every single hut had been burned to the ground, and hundreds of bodies were scattered around the place. Men, women, children, no one seemed to have been spared. The smell of burnt human flesh was thick in the air, and plumes of smoke were still drifting to the sky as if they were a signal of the atrocities committed here. Luca sends Servon a sideways glance. Did we do this? He asks, not having expected Servon to break the foundations and tradition of the Suajiki. If he was responsible, he'd essentially thrown away any semblance of honor that the other tribes so respected them for. Servon scowls and holds his new copper blade up to Luca's throat. Do not make such serious accusations. If you were anyone else, I would have cut you for that. No, it was not us that did this, he states, and Luca becomes further confused at the situation. If it wasn't the Suajiki who done this, then who was it? Wouldn't the hunters you sent out know who did this? Luca questions. Servon nods. They would if they were still alive. All of the hunters I sent to scout last night were killed, tortured and beheaded by whoever did this, he says in a solemn tone, clearly saddened by the loss of his men. Luca leaves Servon to his thoughts as he makes his way down to the camp for some investigations of his own. He wasn't the best tracker in the tribe had, but he felt that his modern knowledge and reasoning would help him find the culprit. He searches around the camp, using his limited knowledge from the past times he'd come here. The first stop was Gazetoke's hut, or former hut. It had been razed to the ground and was just a pile of wood scraps, mud, and ashes at this point. Still, after sifting through it for an hour or so, he finds a skull. Judging from all the missing teeth that Luca may have personally knocked out the night before, it was Gazetoke's. This didn't help much, but he wasn't going to say no to his new trophy. He'd nail it to his hut to show everyone that you don't fuck with him. Of course, he would have to clean the skull, as there were still dark bits of flesh, dried blood, and other gross materials stuck to it. The one thing that was clear, though, was all the missing valuables that should still be in the rubble. If the people who'd attacked the village had only wanted to raze it to the ground, they wouldn't have stolen all the valuables while they were at it. Gaztok's hut contained many antlers, horns, teeth, and other trophies from the animals he, or more likely his tribe, had hunted. But they weren't here, meaning someone had stripped the place clean before setting it on fire. The Suajiki continue scouring the burnt tribe site for hours, and eventually they recovered all of the bodies. Luca glares at the pile of charred bodies and skeletal remains with a confused look plastered across his face. "This isn't right," he mutters, loud enough for Serval next to him to hear. "What is not right? Well, speak up, boy," he asks in his usual gruff tone. Luca counts the bodies again before looking at Serval. "Are you sure these are all the bodies here?" Serval nods. "It is everyone." Luca shakes his head. "Last night there were far more people here. Even if I'm mistaken, the Gutizia tribe should be much larger than just this." He gestures at the pile. Serval raises a brow at him. "What are you saying?" Luca frowns. "I'm saying either most of the tribe ran, or someone kidnapped them," he states. Serval runs his fingers through his beard. "If this is true, then it would be easy to find the culprit. All we need to do is find the tribe holding the remaining Gutizia people." Luca crosses his arms in thought. "Doesn't this seem, I don't know, like the same thing that happened to the Karaskir?" he questions, feeling like there was something he was missing. Serval's eyes widen at his words. "Yes. Maybe this time the one responsible had to retreat faster due to us approaching." Luca rubs the bridge of his nose. I feel like this is gonna be a massive headache." 68 Wicked. Hours pass, and the Suajiki expedition eventually returns back to the tribe, but not before making a detour and collecting the corpse of Serval and the other tribesmen who were unfortunately cut down during the ambush. Luca made sure to also recover Sarina's bow. He felt like it was far more important than any other weapon he'd come across so far, excluded his own stone blade. He felt it'd be a loss if he didn't at least try to return it to Sarina. At least it would serve as a silver lining, if you could call it that considering the circumstances. It was a mournful and solemn return, one with which the rest of the tribe watched on silently. Luca took Serval into his arms and carried him away from where the pyre was being set up. He asked around for Ine, but found that she was still resting. Shaking his head, he looked down at the corpse of the faithful animal they'd saved from the ruins of the Karaskir. Serval had been an ever-present presence for years, and Luca honestly still hadn't processed his death. He had died trying to protect him and Sarina, and for that, he'd never forget it. He wanted to do something for Serval and Sarina, but after thinking through the various modern-day traditions regarding funerals and the loss of loved ones, he couldn't find anything suitable. It wasn't like he could just bury Serval like some pet and present Sarina with some flowers as if everything were okay. After contemplating it for a time, he figures that, since he was living in the Suajiki, something meaningful and blunt would do. He walks towards the stream with a knife in hand. Hours pass, and after very careful labor, Luca finishes skinning Serval, leaving it still somewhat blood-stained white fur separate from the rest of his body. He leaves the pelt with some women for them to wash it as he carries the now bloody and skinned Serval towards the pyre. It hadn't been lit yet, but the tribe had almost completed the arrangements for seeing their comrades off. He sends a nod at Serval and slowly lowers Serval onto the pyre, next to some of the corpses of the other tribesmen. It was important for tradition that they weren't too close, as human life would always be regarded higher than an animal, but he wanted to make clear how big of a loss Serval was. Going off of hierarchical structure, he'd placed Serval at about the same level as an average tribesman. Not as high as hunters, warriors, and chieftains, but enough to show that he was family. He gives a light tug at the titanium chain around his neck and rubs his moist eyes with his arm. "Goodbye, boy. Thank you for protecting us. I'm sorry it had to end this way." He gives the wolf one final pet on the head before turning and heading towards the other friends he'd lost. Zulmeshi and Gilga's bodies were laid around the center of the pyre, showing just how highly admired they were amongst the tribe. He wasn't surprised either. They were honestly good people, and the world was worse now that they were gone. Luca could say without shame that they among the few people he'd called friends. They knew him, they fought by him, and they died protecting him. They were some of the toughest pair of bastards he'd ever known, but it just shows how easily life is lost. He'd been confronted by this fragility many times, though he'd never really taken it to heart due to his condition. But something about looking down at their lifeless bodies made him feel a sort of existential dread he'd not yet encountered before. Would he eventually end up like this too? And if not, would all his loved ones? Would he eventually be saying goodbye to Sarina as well? Luca continues to blankly look down at his two lost companions, a mixture of dread, confusion, and mourning etched across his features. He almost jumps out of his skin when he feels a hand drop onto his shoulder. Taking a glance at who it belongs to, he spots Servon solemnly looking down at Zulmeshi and Gilga. They were fine warriors and even better men. Do not feel sorrow for their death, but respect for how they lived. They had a purpose, and they died not blubbering like cowards, but fighting against those who would trample us, kill us, steal from us. He quietly says as his grip on Luca's shoulder strengthens, "Now you must be strong in their place, hold what they held dear, and protect what they protected. This your duty as someone who lives, and your responsibility as their companion to remember them." With that, Servon leaves him to his thoughts, instead, concentrating on getting everything ready. Luca sighs and wonders if Servon was right or not. He felt as if the man was encouraging him to take up their role and possibly die as they had. Luca wasn't someone who was usually aware of these things, but it almost sounded like propaganda. Regardless of his thoughts, he bids Zulmeshi and Gilga one final goodbye before leaving and heading to the hut where Sarina resided. He wanted her to be awake for the funeral, and knew she'd be distraught if she missed it. The pyre wasn't just to remove the bodies to prevent diseases and potentially feeding the wildlife with human flesh. It was also to provide those still grieving some condolence that their lost loved ones were in a better place. Tradition was important, especially so to Sarina, so he wasn't going to be the fall guy if she ended up missing it. Before he heads into her hut, he picks up the now cleaned and slightly damp fur of Serval. Peeking his head into the hut, he notices a single elderly woman attending to Sarina, occasionally checking the salves that been liberally applied over her body. She spots Luca and stands, gesturing him inside while leaving to provide some privacy. He quietly walks up and sits beside the bed of furs, gently resting a hand on Sarina's head, more to reassure himself than anything else. 69. Illumination. He rests Sarina's bow next to her bed, raising a brow at the carvings covering it that started to faintly glow. He rubs his eyes, and once he opens them, the glow had vanished. Obviously, he wasn't stupid enough to think it was just a hallucination, as he'd seen far too much mystical shit already. To be honest, he wouldn't be surprised if dragons and unicorns existed at this point. He rests on his knees next to Sarina, gently rubbing her forearm to awaken her. If she wasn't well enough to wake up from some light stimuli, then she wouldn't be well enough to attend the funeral. Fortunately for the both of them, she begins to stir after a minute or so, her eyes slowly blinking open as she stares up at the ceiling of the hut. "Ine," he quietly calls out. Her ears twitch at his voice as she turns her head towards him. Her face looks blank. No expression to be seen, as if her mind wasn't present. "Ine," he calls out again, louder this time as he grips her arm a little tighter. The glazed look in her eyes slowly fades as her eyes moisten. She locks eyes with him for a moment before tears start slowly sliding down her face. He quickly takes her into a hug as she reciprocates, doing her best to stifle the sobbing mess threatening to come out. "Ine, you're safe, we're home, we're safe," he reassures. He continues to reassure her for a couple more minutes until she quietens, only now noticing the white fur of Serval sitting over his knees. Is that?" Luca nods. "Serval," he simply states, knowing any more explanation is unwarranted. He passed the damp fur to her, and she hugs it to her chest, pressing her face into it while reminiscing over the familiar yet tragic smell of their lost companion. "Ine, the pyres are almost ready to go. Do you think you're well enough to attend?" She looks up from the fur and nods resolutely. "Yes." Luca helps Sarina up to her feet while wrapping his own bare skin around her for warmth. Afterwards, he helps her out of the hurt and tee towards the pyres that already had many people gathered around. Sarina receives many greetings from people, which she receives with a small smile, but that's all. She wasn't in the mood to make small talk, and it seems that neither were most of the tribesmen. Due to it being a tight-knit community, almost everyone had lost family or someone close. Almost the entire tribe was gathered for the pyres. Servon could be seen walking over and climbing atop a raised wooden stand so he could address everyone. Luca just phases the man's words out, though, instead, focusing on the pyres that'd been lit and were slowly being enveloped in flames. Ine rests her head against his arm as she watches it all turn to ashes. She'd lost as much or more than Luca had. All he could do was hold her. Anything else, any smart words, gestures, or actions he thought to take wouldn't be suitable. Elsewhere. Clack, clack, clack. A familiar yet ugly face grins as he looks down upon his workers. The fat man brushes his fat hand through his long, dirty, crimson hair, the scalp that he'd torn from that young boy, continuing to serve as a reminder of the humiliation he'd suffered. The scalp itself had long begun to rot, creating an incredibly disgusting smell when mixed with the man's natural body odor. Obviously, this man's name was Murin, outcast of the now extinct Karaskir tribe and current leader of the Tomnal. He was currently standing on a raised wooden structure overlooking a mine that had many dirty and skinny people working in it. Among the group of people were many familiar faces, some belonging to the Karaskir and some belonging to the Gutizia tribe. Though these people were only a few of the slaves the Tomnal tribe had accumulated. The Tomnal tribe had been accruing slaves for many decades, wiping out small tribes with sheer numbers before forcing the survivors to work. It had been incredibly lucrative and allowed the Tomnal tribesmen to live in luxury. The slaves did everything, from working the farms and orchards that'd been set up, to mining the stone and clay needed for pots, to actually making and selling the pots. This had been so lucrative that almost all of the Tomnal tribesmen had become fat and lazy, only the guardsmen in charge of keeping the slaves working actually having to move about. The Tomnal tribe's laziness is actually one of the contributing factors that allowed Murin to slowly gain power. When he'd had to flee the Karaskir tribe, he'd inadvertently ended up running into one of the scout parties looking to check on the status of the Karaskir, to see if they were ready for integration. He'd been bound, captured, and interrogated by the leader of the guards, Tuckin. The man had quickly taken an interest in Murin, his wisdom, attitude, and stories. And after much talking, tentatively persuasive arguments, and big promises, Tuckin had helped Murin seize control over the Tomnal tribe. It was actually hilariously easy if both men were honest. The fat and lazy Tomnal tribesmen couldn't even put up a fight, instead quickly surrendering to preserve their current lavish lifestyles and quickly putting Murin in charge. Of course, due to all of this, Murin had been put heavily in Tuckin's debt, which is why he revealed a secret only he seemed to know, the secret of Luca, the immortal. Murin had only had theories of Luca's abilities, the fact he'd regrown his scalp and somehow managed to escape the Karaskir's kennels without debilitating injuries while also slaughtering most of the wolves inside was pretty convincing on its own. But his suspicions were confirmed when he'd spotted the boy sprinting through the forest while being chased by the Gutizia tribesmen. Murin had watched as Luca killed himself and returned back to life not long afterwards getting up and charging in a rage towards the Gutizia tribe. Murin had not been so giddily happy in a very, very long time, but this sight made him incredibly excited. That boy was immortal, but what happened if you consumed immortal flesh and blood? Murin suspected the same properties would be granted. Even if he was wrong on that front, he was sure it would grant other supernatural abilities. After witnessing the immortal boy charge towards the Gutizia tribe, he'd immediately return to the Tomnal to gather his forces to raid the Gutizia. The immortal boy would no doubt slaughter his way through their forces, making it incredibly easy for them to enslave the survivors. And if Luca was killed during the fight, Murin would easily be able to collect his corpse. 70 Outsiders. It's been about a month since the funeral pyre and things had been relatively quiet. There had been no sign of any remnants of the Gutizia tribe, and all the other tribes seemed to have no idea what actually happened. This was very worrying considering 2 tribes had already disappeared, that they knew of. Who was to say that some of the smaller tribes in the outskirts of the territory hadn't disappeared too? It was too difficult to contact them to confirm that they were still around, and that wasn't even mentioning the more nomadic tribes who'd move from place to place whenever it suited their needs. There had been a few people accusing the occasional visiting outsider, but such things were quickly refuted. The outsiders barely spoke their language, and their drastically different clothing and weaponry would make it very easy to tell if they were responsible. The destruction of both the Karaskir and Gutizia had clearly been caused by another tribe, yet no one knew which. People had actually started to suspect the Suajiki tribe, as both tribes that disappeared were at war with them. Indeed, even some Suajiki tribesmen started pointing fingers, more specifically towards Luca, who'd been one of the last people in both tribes before they vanished. Fortunately, his close relationship with Sarina and Sarvon had given him some degree of protection from further criticism. Not that he minded it, their intervention was more to stop rumors from getting out of hand than anything else. Speaking of which, Luca's relationship with Sarina had finally been made official. At least between the 2 of them it had. It had taken a week or 2 for Sarina to return to her normal self. The deaths of so many tribesmen, close friends included, had been hard for her to deal with. But Luca made sure she was safe, happy, and well-fed. To be honest, it was a drastic difference when considering how he'd been when he first entered the tribe. Their roles had been flipped, with him taking care of her now. During that time, the 2 of them spent far more time together than they usually had in the last few years, and now that Luca had been given the okay from Sarvon, he made his move. His confession was one of the main things that finally brought an A from her funk. The abrupt, comical, and cheesy way he'd done it, causing the both of them to go into a fit of laughter. Nothing much had really changed after that, though, aside from the increase in intimate moments. The 2 acted the same around one another. It was as if nothing had changed between them at all. Like this, half a year passes before anything else of interest actually occurred, though it was only 2 things in particular. The first is Luca finally meeting one of the visiting outsiders who were looking to buy some blue rocks, which Luca quickly realized were actually lapis lazuli, courtesy of Minecraft. The meeting was quite a surprise. Flashback. Luca had been visiting the Almnar tribe with Sarina, so they could speak with Juba about securing some more fish to prepare for winter, when he'd noticed the relatively large contingent of strangely dressed people. Their clothing was drastically different to anything he'd seen tribals wear. They wore incredibly fine and colorful silks, with sandals and a litany of gold jewelry embroidered with blue rocks he knew as lapis lazuli. Not to mention, their skin was much darker than the light tan of the tribesmen, as if they spent most of their time in the sun. His eyes also focused on their weaponry, strange curved copper daggers and short swords strapped to their hips. These must be the people Gazetoke originally got his copper sword from. Luca's curiosity eventually got the better of him as he walks over with a light wave. "Greetings, what brings you here?" he politely asks, getting surprised looked and raised brows from the outsiders. "You speak our tongue? Are you an exiled one?" A man questions, his hand twitches towards his blade as if ready to fight if needed. "Oh, shit," Luca mentally exclaims, only now realizing that his strange language comprehension ability allows him to speak in anyone's language. He couldn't imagine how this would look to the Almnar tribesmen or the outsiders. Luca quickly shakes his head. No, I have been studying your language since you started trading in the region. Your people interest me, and I have always been good with language," he quickly explains. Indeed, his explanation was good for some, but others still looked suspicious, though they may be something to do with his crimson hair since they kept glancing at it. Feeling the silence start to suffocate him, he continues trying to speak WTH them. So, what do your people actually call themselves? The tribesmen usually just call you outsiders, but surely you don't consider yourselves that. The man nods. We are Sumerians, people of the Sumerian Empire, which is far to the southeast of this region, he states. Sumerian Empire? Luca could have sworn he'd heard that name before, but he just couldn't recall from where. He was beginning to wish he'd tried harder in geography, and every other subject for that matter. Building his social media accounts hadn't meant much to him in the end, had they? Do you have a leader? A king or something? He asks, curious to see how different such an empire would be compared to the tribes he was now used to. The man nods. King Enmaberedshi currently rules. He might be young, but he is as wise and kind as any of the elders. The gods have truly blessed us with his presence. Gods? Luca asks, wondering what sort of religion they worshipped. Around the tribes, the closest religion you'd get was worshipping nature and the shamans such as Ine and her mother. Though this was mainly due to the fact that they could use supernatural abilities. Further proof after that wasn't really needed. There are many gods, but we worship Enlil so that he blesses us with good seasons, and that we are spared from his wrath. Spared from his wrath? Well, it wasn't as if that sounded worse than being damned to an eternity of torture for simply not believing in a certain god. At least this god supposedly had a personality, and wasn't all-knowingly cruel like the religions he remembered. 71. Educational. Luca learned quite a lot from the visiting Sumerians. Despite their obvious distaste for savages such as himself, they were more than eager to explain and praise their own culture. It was quite a shock to find out that this Sumerian country already produced most of their food from farms, and that they even had some form of writing. They'd shown him some of their writings, if it could be called that. He was pretty dumbfounded when the man produced a clay tablet with many symbols written on it, kinda similar to Egyptian hieroglyphs. Apparently, the tablet was a receipt of some sort recording the transaction he'd made with someone back in Sumer that he'd forgotten to store. Unfortunately, it seemed as if Luca's magical language comprehension ability didn't extend to written things, which meant he'd be forced to manually learn them. Of course, this wouldn't be as difficult to him as it would others, as he had basically already mastered most languages, so all that was left was to link up the letters to how it was spoken. Luca then questioned what the Sumerians used to purchase things. If he had a receipt, then it wouldn't be that far a leap to suggest they had currency as well, as opposed to the bartering system the tribes used. The man then explained the Sumerian economy while producing rough-looking copper coins that had various symbols on them, the lowest value of which was called a shekel, and 60 shekels equaled 1 mina. After that, 60 mins equaled 1 talent. It was fairly easy to understand, which actually surprised the Sumerian as he hadn't expected a savage to understand math, arithmetic, and everything else that went along with it. When asked about the worth of each coin, the man explained that 1 shekel equaled 1 hal seed. Luca didn't know what a hal seed was, so the man gives a different example. 1 month's labor was worth 1 shekel, as well as enough barley for him and his family while he worked. Luca almost scoffed at that, but somehow managed to stifle it. His modern sensibilities were clouding his thoughts again. Really, such wages for a primitive society like the Sumerians is pretty progressive when he thinks about it. After all, it wasn't uncommon for tribes to starve when unprepared for winter. At least with this, the Sumerians didn't have to worry about starving if they worked hard. Though he imagined that if you injured yourself, there wouldn't be any free health care to fix you up either. He wondered how wealthy, skilled laborers like smiths, engineers, and such were. He asked the merchant about how many he usually earned with the lapis lazuli he bought, and almost received a slap. Apparently, it was very impolite to ask about someone's income, the reason for this. Because if someone was asking, it was highly likely they'd attempt to rob you afterwards. And this isn't inner-city type robbing either, due to how low the population is relative to the modern world. If you get robbed, they'll kill you afterwards. Flashback end. It was a very interesting meeting, and Luca hoped to one day visit the place with Sarina. At least, hopefully, before he's forced to become chieftain of the Suajiki. As Sarina's husband, it would ultimately fall to him, so he was reluctantly preparing for such an eventuality. The other interesting thing that occurred during these months was the strange rumors that were popping up. Luca had kept a close ear to these things ever since the plague caused by the Gutizi assault, so once he started hearing rumors of a new cult, he'd quickly started investigating. The cult didn't currently have a name, and they were too elusive to pin down. But from what he'd heard, they worshipped some sort of deity that would be salvation to all those who worshipped them. First mentions of these rumors had actually started in the Almnar tribe. This would be suspect, were the town not the trading center of the region. Still, Luca had personally asked Juba to keep a close eye on things. Like this, all the investigations, clues, and rumors led to now. Luca was leading a small group of hunters belonging to both Suajiki and Almnar to spy on a tribe that has apparently been attempting to contact the cult in order to join them. Luca personally didn't think this would lead anywhere, but without this, they'd be left with no leads whatsoever. "We are almost here. What should we do?" The Almnar guide deferentially asks Luca as they cautiously watch the direction of their target. Luca thinks for a moment before nodding, gesturing at Dastu. "Take half our numbers and wait north of the Iranian tribe. My group will sit south. Do not move until my command or if spotted." He states, and Dastu nods before leaving. Once they are out of sight, Luca leads his own group. They climb up a small incline covered by foliage that gave a fairly good view of the Iranian tribe. The tribe itself was fairly small, only sitting on the eastern outskirts of the tribal territory. They didn't produce anything specialized, only supplies that they had an abundance of, but their quiet and reserved demeanor had them somewhat well respected by the other tribes. They hadn't engaged in any warfare, raiding, or scheming, so that was a plus. Still, the thing Luca was worried about was where they got the information about the tribe's intentions. It was a cultist they'd captured and interrogated. No one knew who they were or which tribe they belonged to, yet they were as willful as a CIA agent, completely unwilling to talk no matter what torture they were put through. Which is why it was so suspicious that they'd suddenly rat out this tribe out of the blue. Luca releases a long sigh, hoping this wasn't yet another ambush or something. He didn't know if he could bear losing even more people, especially those currently following his orders. 72. Good gives God. Both Luca and Dastu's groups continue to hide and observe the tribe from a distance, and actually end up waiting 3 hours with nothing happening. Luca was beginning to suspect they'd been fooled by that cultist, but he'd rather be safe than sorry. Since he was, immortal, he decided that it was best for him to check out the place than anyone else. He explains his intentions to his group before making his way back to the path leading to the front of the Iranian village. He slowly walks towards them, his stone blade fixed at his hip and bearskin resting over his shoulders. It was clear from Luca's appearance that he was someone that held authority, but the reaction of the people in the village surprised him despite that. As soon as he was spotted, the Iranian tribesmen instantly started bowing, some even kneeling at his approach. Women held their children close while gesturing at him, whispering things into their ears that Luca couldn't make out. Though, strangely, he did notice a couple people trying to get some distance when they spotted him, a worried expression sitting prominently on their face. He ignores it for now, however, instead continuing to walk towards the biggest hut to try and meet with their chieftain. Before he can reach the entrance, though, a man steps out and bows deeply towards him. "Greetings. I am Lanagonan, leader of these people. I am surprised you would appear before us. It must be a sign sent," he mutters, running his hand through his thick graying beard. Luca crooks a brow at him. "A sign? What's going on here? How do you know me?" he asks. Despite his fame as the Bloody Luca, he doubted these people would naturally know him. They were far enough away from the other villages for news to take a bit to travel. Lanagonan just nods. "MHMM. A sign just as we needed one. You appear before us. I would call it a miracle were our actions not so contemptible," he states, his eyes becoming sharp as he picks up a spear that'd been left on the ground. "Come, we will bath in the blood of God today. He roars at the top of his lungs, the surrounding people all drawing their weapons. But they don't all instantly attack Luca. Instead, turning and sprint towards where the Suajiki and Almnar tribesmen were hiding. Luca turns to look at Lanagonan and draws his stone blade. While the situation was terribly confusing, combat was the one thing Luca knew to be a certainty. "Why have you done this?" he angrily asks, approaching the man while warily keeping an eye on his surroundings, making sure not to easily get ambushed. Lanagonan laughs. "We have heard the truth. You are God, the God. You have blessed our lands with your flesh and blood, and now all we need to do is take it." He shouts maniacally, readying his spear for a thrust. "What God? You are completely insane," Luca loudly retorts, dodging to the side as Lanagonan tries to stab him in the chest with the spear. He tries to slash at him, but the man quickly backs away after failing his strike. Luca tries to pursue him, but is distracted as two Iranian tribesmen charge him from behind with spears. He dives to the side to avoid it, all the while managing to slash at a deep wound into one of their ankles, causing them to fall to the ground utterly crippled. Lanagonan and the remaining Iranian aren't dissuaded, however, stabbing at Luca as he struggles to avoid the stabs from the ground. He ends up getting stabbed once in his left forearm and once in his side. It's incredibly painful, but not really comparable to getting torn apart by a bear. So he keeps his composure as he stands and cleanly cuts off Lanagonan's arm as he tries for another over-enthusiastic stab. "RRRRGH?" he screams as he looks at his stump, but his agonized shouts end as he throws himself at the floor to lick up the blood that come from Luca's injuries. Luca is obviously horrified by this, but he keeps his poker face and tries to dispatch his last opponent. They try to stab him in the leg, but he manages to step on it and hold it in place while swinging his stone blade at their throat. It hits, cutting a large, fatal wound into their jugular, causing them to fall to the ground gurgling. With that done, he walks over to Lanagonan and gives the man a kick in the side, causing him to laugh as he rolls over onto his back. He doesn't look at Luca, however, instead, focusing on the stump that was once his arm. "Harahara, so God's blood doesn't heal. Oh, or maybe I did not drink enough," he exclaims, his eyes turning to Luca as if he were looking at freshly cooked steak. Lanagonan tries to bite his leg, but Luca just responds with a kick to his face, knocking out a couple of his teeth as he looks over the man. "You will tell me who's been telling you this. I am not God, nor will you gain anything from my blood," he angrily states. Lanagonan just shakes his head. "You continue to test us. Just let me have a taste. Fresh from the source," he pleads, his missing arm continuing to bleed profusely, causing his skin to rapidly pale. "I'll stop your bleeding if you tell me what you know. Stop lying, you crazy bastard, and tell me," Luca demands, waving his stone blade in the man's face. "I am faithful. I believe in God's will. Our flesh is his blood is ours." The man gives one final scream as he grabs Luca's blade and drags it across his neck, easily killing him. Luca pulls his weapon back and scowls. "Shit," he exclaims, giving Lanagonan's corpse a kick for good measure. These crazy bastards had clearly learned this shit from someone, and they somehow knew of his immortality, which meant he had to find the source as soon as possible before such information could spread. He's broken from his thoughts when he hears the sound of agonized screams intermixing with the sound of fighting, alerting him that something was wrong. Luca raises his head and looks around, his eyes narrowing at the fact that none of the Suajiki or Almnar tribesmen had reached his position yet. In fact, the only people he could see were Iranian. Even the women and children were holding weapons, looking ready to fight. Eventually, they all turn their eyes to him and slowly begin to approach. Luca's breath becomes erratic as he backs away slightly, feeling as if he was having a nightmare. What the fuck is happening? 73, First of the Blooded. Luca chews his lip as he slowly backs away from the crowd of insane people. They looked at him as if he were a buffet to be eaten. It was honestly horrifying. He'd been stared at like this by animals and monsters, but never humans. Except maybe that piece of shit Murin. He grips his stone blade tighter as the group slowly closes in on him. There were far too many to fight off, even if he could. The way their leader has spoken made it seem like these people would give their lives without a second thought. "Get back! Come any closer and I'll cut you to pieces!" "Back!" he shouts, but no one even seems to take notice of his threats. Luca feels adrenaline pumping through his veins as he prepares to take action, but he's shocked when a mother pushes her young daughter forwards. The girl was definitely under 8 years old, yet she ran at him with a knife as if unafraid of death. "Don't stop," he demands, not wanting to kill an innocent girl warped by her crazy parents. He bites onto the inside of his cheek hard as he tries to think of a way out of this. "Please, don't make me do this." The girl is within meters of him, her knife ready to gouge his flesh and cut whatever is in her arm's reach. She reaches him and thrusts the knife into his belly, with Luca fully accepting it while directing it to a non-lethal area, rendering it only a flesh wound. He grunts as it enters his flesh, and once it's secure, he forces the girl's hands off of it, while hitting her in the temple with the flat of his blade as lightly as possible, fortunately knocking her out without any more problems. Luca lets the girl fall to the floor and looks up at the villagers with a fierce scowl. "You're all monsters," he states, gripping his stone blade hard and sprinting at the closest person. God, the mother of the young girl, starts but is interrupted as Luca's blade chops into her skull, easily cutting through both brain and bone, coming to a stop just as it reaches her jaw. "Giarok," Luca growls as the father stabs him in the side with a knife, head butting him, and smashing his blade into the man's face after extracting it from his wife. The other villagers jump into the fray after this, all of them attacking Luca with spears, knives, arrows, and anything else they could get their hands on. One person even tried to stuff a poison mushroom into his mouth, but Luca just ignored it and gutted them like the scum they are. Injuries accumulated on his body, but he'd experienced far worse pain than this many times before. So he wasn't swayed and instead continued his slaughter. He hacked, chopped, and sliced at anything looking vaguely humanoid, not caring to listen to their frantic religious mutterings as he cut them down. He wasn't thinking any longer, his rationality replaced with unrestrained rage at these monsters in human skin. Another young girl pulls the knife out of Luca's stomach and stabs him in the leg, but Luca just smashes her in the face with his blade, unable to care any longer for their age, kin, or creed. This village was a blight. Luca didn't know how it turned out this way, but he'd wipe them out even if it was the last thing he did. Unfortunately, he was only but a single person. His healing magics weren't effective nor powerful enough to help mid-combat, so while none of the villagers could match him, the situation was already untenable. It wasn't even a villager that ended up putting him down either. Instead, he simply just passes out from blood loss while he was in mid-swing, falling to the ground as the surviving villagers gathered around him with crazed yet jubilant expressions on their faces. Is he dead?" one man asks when prodding Luca's bleeding body. Another shakes his head. "Not yet, but we must trust in God's will, have faith that God will perform miracles," he says, drawing a flint knife and slowly pushing it into Luca's neck, killing him. Afterwards, he pulls out the knife and traces his tongue along the blade, grinning as he almost obsessively slurps up the blood. "I am the first to taste God's gift. I am the first of the blooded, Cancerin." The others watch as this happens and eagerly go to take their own sample, stabbing knives into Luca and licking up the blood as if they were starving vampires. It continues to the extent that Luca's body is covered in wounds and completely pale, the villagers having taken most of the blood he possessed. "We must take his body to God's tongue. He will know what to do now," Cancerin commands, causing the group to pick up Luca's desiccated-looking corpse and begin the long trek towards God's tongue.